This is the clearest film ever shot of a real, unidentified flying object. 68,000 UFO reports have been filed in this country alone. Skeptics, however, pose an important question. If flying saucers are so common, why haven't we captured one? In a remote New Mexico desert, researchers have discovered a startling answer to that question. A persistent rumor holds that the United States government has recovered and is concealing fragments of alien spacecraft. Fragments and more.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Charges of a UFO cover-up began almost with the first famous flying saucer sightings in late June 1947. It's curious. These reports seem to center around areas where atom bombs and rockets were tested. Were alien forces keeping watch on the new weapons we savages had invented? The flying discs became the Pentagon's nightmare. Seemingly, our fastest jets could never come close to their incredible speeds and right-angle turns. UFOs were said to be able to shut down guided missiles by remote control. The Air Force organized Project Blue Book to officially investigate UFOs. Since its termination in 1969, Blue Book has been alternately praised and damned.
Well, the Air Force position is that we investigated UFOs for 22 years, over 12,000 sightings.
Colonel Don Burgrabe, U.S. Air Force.
About 95% of all the UFOs were explainable. They were weather phenomenon, they were balloons, they were airplanes, they were lightning. And we concluded as a result of our investigations, which was carried out very scientifically, that one, there was no threat to the security of the United States, and there was no evidence that we could ever locate that an extraterrestrial vehicle had landed here.
New York lawyer Peter Gersten sued the CIA and FBI to release 5,000 UFO-related documents.
The reading of all the documents reveals that UFOs have the ability to render inoperable present-day technology. UFOs have the ability to gain access to our most sensitive military installations, unrestricted and unlimited access to nuclear installations.
There's no doubt about it in my mind that there's a government UFO cover-up.
Ray Fowler, civilian UFO researcher for 17 years.
I've talked to military people who have told me about government cover-ups, how they've been instructed to say this and to say that. And I worked for the United States Air Force Security Service myself, and which worked for the National Security Agency, and I'm very familiar with intelligence operations and cover stories and things like that. So there's no doubt in my mind that there is a cover-up.
If there was a planned cover-up, then they were very successful in keeping it from me.
Colonel Robert Friend, former head of Project Blue Book, now an engineer on the space shuttle.
A lot of these organizations decided that there was a cover-up because the Air Force didn't pursue these sightings to what they considered the ultimate conclusion.
If there has been a UFO cover-up, it began in Roswell, New Mexico. Near White Sands and Alamogordo, Roswell was home base for many early tests of atom bombs and guided missiles. Here, also, the practice of military stonewalling may have been perpetrated. The case began when Roswell businessman Dan Wilmot witnessed an amazing object over the town. His son tells the story.
This was their home in July of 1947, and it was one summer evening. They were sitting out here. Dad looked up in the west and saw an object that came down and had lights blinking, and it was rather frightening to him, but he said all of a sudden it seemed to rock a little bit and sort of counterbalanced itself, wiggle a little bit, and then seemed to settle down and take off at a rapid rate of speed.
The next day, reporters heard that the Air Force had found fragments of the mystery object crashed on a remote ranch northwest of Roswell. Excitement ran high until officials announced it was only a weather balloon. Major Jesse Marcel, in charge of the operation, now tells a far different story.
They took pictures, of course. They had a whole flock of microphones there. They wanted me they wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do is keep my mouth shut. And General Ramey is the one who discussed, told the newspapers, the newsmen, what it was and to forget about it. It was nothing more than a weather observation balloon, of course, which we both knew differently.
Major Marcel had to keep silent because of his strategic position at that time. He was in charge of all security and intelligence on atomic tests in the United States and the Pacific. Marcel retraced his secret recovery operation across the hot New Mexico desert.
We left Roswell perhaps around 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As you can see, it's flat. It is very difficult. In fact, with just verbal directions, we never would have found it. We had to follow the ranch around there.
The crash site was so remote, it took an entire day to drive there.
The following morning, we went out to the site where the crash was. And what I saw, I couldn't believe. There was so much of it. It was scattered over such a vast area. So we proceeded to pick up as much of the debris as we could, loaded in a wagon. We filled that up. It took us a good part of the day to do that, because there's such small fragments that we had to do a lot of picking. We found a piece of metal about 1.5 to 2 feet wide and about 2 or 3 feet long. Felt like you had nothing in your hands. It wasn't any thicker than the foil out of a pack of cigarettes. But the thing about that got me is that you couldn't even bend it, you couldn't dead it. Even with a sledgehammer would bounce off of it. So I knew that I had never seen anything like that before. And as of now, I don't know what it was.
There is new evidence that the FBI then got into the case with a different cover story. Lawyer Peter Gersten, searching through declassified government documents, came across a mention of the Roswell case.
One of those documents related to an incident in Roswell, New Mexico, which indicated that the object which had crashed was an experimental kite. The FBI investigated the incident and determined that it was terrestrial, that it was from an organization which had been doing research in experimental kites.
What did crash in this desert? A UFO? A weather balloon? A radar-reflecting kite?
It was not anything from this earth that I'm quite sure of, because being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and in our air travel. This is nothing like that. It could not be. It could not have been.
To develop the first atomic bomb, the Manhattan Project was our first totally secret military operation. Secrecy has continued to this day as an instrument of foreign policy. Official fabrications have become a vital link in security. We never admitted such a spy plane as our U-2 existed, until the Russians managed to shoot one from their skies. We managed to capture an advanced enemy aircraft. Even fragments can reveal new information. Such captured material is routinely rushed to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, to the top secret Foreign Technology Division. This place is so classified that former Air Force General Senator Barry Goldwater was once denied entrance.
For 30 years, rumors have spread about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. According to the stories, the U.S. government is concealing under top security flying saucers from another world and alien bodies cryogenically suspended in huge freezers. Such rumors could be easily dismissed, except that UFO researchers have gathered information leaked from military sources, sources who claim to have seen the craft and the bodies.
The stories and rumors all mention a mysterious Hangar 18 as the ultimate repository. In search of cameras were the first allowed to photograph inside this hangar. Is it possible that here in Hangar 18, highly secret activities once took place? What evidence of a cover-up might we hope to find? Wright-Patterson is one of the largest and most complex air bases in the world. In the Foreign Technology Division alone, hundreds of secret experiments have been undertaken. Continuing military security has made Hangar 18 a mysterious citadel. Some experts believe that new designs have been created here. Every branch of the military has experimented with flying wedges, flying wings, hovercraft, with an amazingly consistent lack of results. The flying saucer shape was an obsession of aeronautical pioneer Edmund Doak. These rare films show static and dynamic tests of his early models. Doak spent 30 years and $250,000 investigating the problems of circular airfoils. Ironically, just when he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough with his Doak 16 vertical takeoff plane, the Air Force canceled development on his projects. No reason was ever given. NASA tested the H-2F2 lifting body as a prototype for the space shuttle. As with all flying wedges, lack of stability was the single unsolvable problem. We are unable to confirm a single successful test of a manned flying saucer. Yet, the effort continues. Why? Does the government have some reason to pursue this quest? A reason they're keeping secret? From Wenham, a suburb of Boston, comes an eyewitness account which could explain this continued military fascination with flying saucers. Ray Fowler, one of the most respected civilian UFO investigators, is also author of 2 bestsellers in the field. Because of his stint in the Air Force Security Service, he finds himself still vulnerable to government pressure.
I work for a company that designed and built a major weapon system. And because of connections within the company, because of connections with Dr. Jalen Hynek, who was an Air Force investigator for many years, I came across information that indicated that this major weapon system, as well as others, had been disrupted by UFOs. And I gave a story to a national newspaper, the Christian Science Monitor, which published this story. Within an hour after this particular paper was out, the Strategic Air Command had called my company. And the following day, the Pentagon called the company and threatened to send a letter of displeasure to the company if something wasn't done about my making these things public.
Because of similar pressures in his own work, a friend of Ray's had kept quiet for 27 years with an amazing story. Ray tried to convince the friend to tell his story on In Search Of.
I know it's been several days now, and I've been waiting for you to call me on this, but have you come to any conclusions?
The man finally agreed, for the first time, to talk, but only under strict conditions.
I can assure you that your name will not be used.
They made up a name, Fritz, to protect the witness's true identity.
And I think the best place to do it probably would be my planetarium, away from the kids and the telephone and things like that.
Waiting for his friend to arrive, Ray nervously fiddled with his telescopes. He remembered his extensive investigations into the man's reliability as a witness.
In the case of Fritz, I started in 1973, went all the way back through the various companies he worked for, right back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, talked to people he worked with, and they all gave him a very clean bill of health, a reputable man, honest man, not the type that would fabricate a hoax, and a very efficient engineer manager.
As the man arrived, Ray recalled the years his friend had wavered about breaking an oath of secrecy. He recalled their long arguments about a greater public good. Would the years of patient persuasion at last pay off?
As I understand it, Fritz, you were working for the United States Air Force.
The story began late one night in 1953 at Frenchman's Flat, Nevada. The man had been working as a consultant on blast effects of atom bombs when he was suddenly ordered to report for a new mission.
What happened after that?
We were put on a bus, which the windows were all completely covered with curtains and, in some cases, black paper taped to the windows. And we're driven for 3 or 4 hours, and we're not sure just where we were going. Several of us tried to guess where we might have been. We, at that time, came to the conclusion it was in the area of Kingman, Arizona.
After getting off the bus, as recreated here, the scientists were taken to an even more remote location. They had no idea exactly where they were or what they were about to see.
We were told that we had been selected for various technical specialties. And I was told that I was to ask any questions that had to do with dynamic loads and nothing more, and I wouldn't get any answers to any other questions. It looked like 2 saucers, I would call it, one on top of the other, inverted, probably 25 to 30 feet in diameter.
In terms of something known, what kind of metal would it look like?
Well, it would look like a brushed aluminum. I'm sure it probably wasn't that. I say that because I noticed no scratch marks. And anything that would penetrate into the sand 20 inches that way would certainly have some scratch marks.
No signs of buckling, fracture, or anything?
Not that I could see. I accepted it was probably some United States government vehicle, a highly classified vehicle. In fact, we were told that that's what it was. Interestingly enough, one of the questions I needed to know was what the mass of the vehicle was. Well, I can tell a lot of things from the penetration into the desert sand and so forth, but I needed to know the mass. And they told me that they weren't going to let me know that. They perhaps didn't even know themselves. There was also a tent, which I didn't get to look into, but one fellow whom I did happen to talk with briefly until they told us to stop talking, said that he had seen 2 bodies inside this tent, 2 alien-looking bodies. It was brown, leathery skin, had a silver, like a cap on, without a bill.
Like a skull cap?
Yes, like a skull cap. I realized what this really started to mean, but I also at the same time realized probably why the government was keeping it classified. There are a lot of things that could be changed by our culture or religions. There are a lot of things that could be affected by the release of information like that at that particular time.
Like many other UFO stories, this also concludes with the recovered craft taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Cameras are normally prohibited there, but In Search Of was allowed to photograph certain declassified areas. We found there actually are huge freezing chambers inside the legendary Hangar 18.
The only knowledge I have of little green men, Martians, or whatever would be from the articles I've read of some of the published novels like Frank Scully's book and things like that.
Don Ritter, buildings manager since 1942, claims the giant freezing cells were never used for storage of alien bodies.
Building 18 at Wright-Patterson was used primarily for cold soak engine testing, and we had 4 cells in this facility that we would take down to minus 65 degrees Fahrenheit, soak the engine for some period of time, and make the engine starts to test components, engines, and whatever for cold starts.
My major criticism is that from way back in the 1947s, there should have been a gradual information release and have the public accustomed to what UFOs are, what we're trying to do about them. And instead, they've covered up so long that to admit that they've covered it up, it's almost like another Watergate. Plus the fact, I think they don't have the answers. And if they admitted even what they knew, people would want to know more answers. They don't have the answers to give them. I'm sure they don't have the answers to give them.
Based on my own personal and professional experiences for the last 26 years of wearing this blue suit, and most of that I've been in the public affairs business where I'm responsible for releasing information to the public, I can assure you on behalf of the Air Force that there's just no truth to that at all.
Inside the freezing chambers of Hangar 18, we've examined one small clue in the mystery of the UFO cover-up. Whether it proves fact or fiction, this search for flying saucers has already profoundly influenced our perception of our place in the universe. Colonel Robert Friend, former head of Project Blue Book.
I believe that speculation and a scientific approach to it can't live together. I would feel that there were, in lots of instances, cases that had potential scientific pay dirt that possibly should have been pursued further. And in that regard, yes, I think that some of the cases had a lot of promise.
The Roswell case and the strange story of the man known as Fritz are two dramatic examples of close encounters of the fourth kind. Like the 68,000 reports on record of UFO sightings, they exist in a limbo, halfway between science and speculation.
Let her go. That's the power of the Holy Spirit. Give the Lord a clap offering. Come on. Come on.
Faith healing is a part of modern life. Are the cures it claims to accomplish real?
I think at a meeting of faith healing where a person gets up, actually walks, who had not walked prior to the faith healing, is a case of questionable pathology.
Between religion and medicine, the laying on of hands remains a subject of intense controversy.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Faith healing is as old as illness in mankind. It was the first treatment for sickness. Combining the mental and the spiritual, it is part of medical practice in Kenya. For the natives of Haiti, the ceremony of voodoo is the key to spiritual and physical health. Here, modern Catholicism is mingled with the superstitions of an ancient history. Voodoo compels the people to cast off evil spirits and welcome good ones. The rituals of the Peruvian witch doctor are uniquely her own. It is a fact, however, that throughout the world, the practices may differ, but the religious principles behind faith healing are the same. It claims to be divinely inspired. Nowhere is divine healing so well documented as in the Christian faith. In the Gospel according to St. John, Jesus performed his first healing in the Galilee. He cured the son of a nobleman. This began a tradition which evangelists have continued into modern times. In the 1920s, the founder of the Angelus Temple used radio to bring the ancient practice of faith healing to the masses. America was stirred by the popular broadcasts of evangelist Aimee Semple McPherson.
Be free, for the sword of the Word of God is quick and sharp and powerful. Glory to God. Another angel says, here, I'll loose your limbs, and now you're free and straighten up. Daughter, be thou made whole. The Lord thy God hath found thee, hath set thee free. The glory be to God.
60 years later, the healing traditions of Aimee Semple McPherson continue to be practiced. Religion claims they are miracles. How do we define miracle? Is it what medicine calls a cure? Whatever the term, staggering numbers of healings are claimed by such evangelists as Catherine Kuhlman.
You want to know the why of these miracles? You want to know the why of it? It's not Catherine Kuhlman, it's not some personality. I'm giving you the picture, the world picture. But remember something. There is the spiritual side. Somebody received a healing for emphysema. Just breathe very deeply. You'll find that you're breathing perfectly. There's not a trace of emphysema there. Just breathe very deeply as the power of the Holy Ghost has gone through that body of yours. It happened while I was speaking. There's another cancer healing someplace, and every bit of pain has left that body. Something, I don't know what it is, but something is happening in the wheelchair section. That's the only thing that I know. Something is happening back there. It's all over this place. There will be a miracle service or services when literally every person in that place will be healed by the power of God, and I believe that with every atom of my being.
In the 8 short decades of the 20th century, medicine has created drugs which control viruses and kill infections, and has virtually eradicated such killer diseases as polio, smallpox, cholera, and malaria. Faith healing also claims to have cured these diseases. Should it be added to the arsenal of modern medicine? How does faith healing work?
When modern medicine pronounces a disease incurable, the ill and the handicapped turn in new directions. In the summer of 1980, hundreds of people gathered in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to hear evangelist Morris Cerullo preach salvation and healing. They came seeking remedies for multiple sclerosis, chronic back pain, spine conditions, kidney problems, even cancer. The thousands who attended each meeting are testimony to their belief that faith can heal.
Do you believe that the power of the Holy Spirit could come so strong that everybody could be healed? Come on, do you believe that? When you leave this building tonight, I promise you as God's servant that you will never be the same.
I do, on many occasions, lay hands on the sick in obedience to the scriptural admonition. The Bible says, they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. We believe that the final word and the final authority over all sickness, all disease, and all authority over pain is in the hands of Almighty God.
Brother Cerullo, this is Lydia. 8 years she has had terrible swelling in her hands, so much so that she couldn't even begin to take these rings off, but tonight they're loose.
Let's give the Lord a clap offering. Come on. Give him the praise. Come on. Come on. Come on.
We believe in people using medicine and using pills to alleviate their sufferings and their pains and their ills. But what do they do when the doctor says, there's nothing more that I can do for you? Do they give up? We teach them, don't give up.
In the name of Jesus, everybody with a bone disease, everybody with a back infirmity, misplaced vertebrae, a spine disorder, swelling in your legs, everybody with that kind of a condition, in the name of Jesus, raise your right hand. Quickly, raise it right up. All right, workers with these people here, please bring them right down over here to the side. Please help them out. Please help them out. Father, we give you praise. Please help them right out. Did you ever feel anything like this, please? Did you ever feel it? It's like warm liquid fire flowing over this whole building. Come on, give him praise. Come on. Father, I thank you for this miracle. Oh, God. Let her go. That's the power of the Holy Spirit. Come on. Give the Lord a clap offering. Come on. Come on. Come on. Keep moving around. Go on and give him the glory. Go on. Go on. Go on. What's happening over here? Come on. Come on. Give God praise. Come on. Come on.
That's what they call crowd.
Way around. Come on. Way back.
Dr. Counsel Miller, an orthopedic surgeon, questions the validity of these immediate cures.
I think at a meeting of faith healing where a person gets up, actually walks, who supposedly had not walked prior to the faith healer touching that person, is a case of questionable pathology. I'm not quite certain that that person had any anatomical or physiological deficit to begin with. Perhaps that person was, quote, psyched into thinking he couldn't walk. And then, on the suggestion of the faith healer, that person actually showed that he could indeed walk. I wouldn't call that a cure necessarily for any medical disease process that that patient had. I think it may have been a suggested physical defect more so than a physiological or anatomical defect.
Do it again. All right. Do it again. All right. Tell me.
Hallelujah.
Medical science and what people call healing by faith or faith healing, these which were worlds apart many years ago are coming closer and closer and closer together. There is a great appreciation in the heart of all true doctors for what can happen in the life of an individual through the power of faith in God.
Give the Lord a clap offering. Come on.
No single disease raises as many fears as cancer. Its victims reach beyond conventional medicine toward any scrap of hope. They are vulnerable to such remedies as Laetrile and faith healing. Can these help? Dr. Michael Vanscoy Mosier is a specialist in the treatment of cancer.
Why patients leave establishment medicine, such as we are, and go to, let's say, non-conventional kinds of therapy, I think is very individual. Some patients go because of a long feeling of distrust of the medical establishment. Some go because they recognize that conventional therapies have nothing to offer, and rather than accept no chance or no hope, really, they go where there is some kind of hope at least. One does get to the point of realizing that specific therapy can no longer reverse the patient's medical condition. When we realize that there's no realistic expectation of reversing the course of their illness. The will to get better and a positive attitude are very important parts of the therapy of cancer. I can provide certain things to a patient in terms of treatment that I believe is useful, but the patient has to provide something else, which is a real strong, positive approach to things and a need and a will to get better. Science is always looking for miracles. It's just a matter of what you call a miracle. But as a physician, I don't go looking for miracles. I've come to see very little magic, really, in the treatment of cancer, and I focus on what's realistically possible.
For some, like Reverend Joseph Lee and his congregation, miracle cures are real. In moving ceremonies, Reverend Lee claims hundreds of cures. What is this impelling force that encourages the body to heal? Is it possible for science to discover its source? In Search Of will explore this possibility next. Doctors can only guess to what extent the brain controls the body. They do know it is our greatest untapped resource. This is the major premise behind the newly emerging field of medicine known as holistic. Are all forms of unconventional healing merely a question of mind over matter, or is there another force at work, an objective force that can be measured? Dr. Bernard Grad of the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal attempts to isolate this objective healing factor.
I believe that these were the first studies done on plants and animals that showed that the so-called psychic healing was in fact a real and objective process and not due to any so-called placebo effect or suggestion of any kind. I want to emphasize one point, that all of these studies that we had done were done by conventional techniques. If I had studied a drug or a vitamin, I would have used similar techniques. So the only thing that was unconventional about it was the question I asked, that is, can laying on of the hands actually accelerate a healing process?
Dr. Grad devised an experiment which requires uniformly wounding the backs of 3 sets of mice. The experimental mice will be held between the hands of a faith healer twice daily for 2 weeks. The other 2 are control groups. Except for the healing treatments, all maintenance procedures are identical for the 3 groups. Two controls are necessary in order to prove that heat alone is not the healing energy Dr. Grad is seeking. Oscar Estebany, a healer, agreed to participate in the experiments. Estebany is a political refugee from Hungary. It was there he discovered the healing energies which seemed to emanate from his hands. Can Estebany significantly accelerate the healing process? Painstaking observation and record keeping are documented. Dr. Grad is able to accurately gauge the healing rates of the separate groups by measuring the size and shape of each wound. He takes these measurements regularly and plots them on charts. The results are startling. In 2 weeks, 75% of the mice in Estebany's group, those in the center, are almost entirely healed.
It must be understood that this healing takes place by stimulating the body's own processes of healing. It's not some magical thing which is taken from the outside and put in like a tape cassette. We're playing the music that comes from the body itself. I feel in this process of healing by the laying on of hands a transfer, I believe, of an energy. I've called it an energy of healing. I believe that, in a sense, It may be the energetic basis of consciousness. It seems to know what to do.
I think the power of the mind alone in the treatment of disease is a completely unknown quantity. I think that there is potential power there. I've become convinced of that, and I think a lot of physicians have. But I am totally unconvinced that anyone's learned how to tap into that power. And therefore, since we can't tap into it reliably, it's hard to know what its ultimate strength is going to be.
Is the power of the mind so great that it can cure cancer? In 1976, while our cameras were filming In Search of Life After Death, we found a poignant story which may hold the key to tapping this potential. 7-year-old Micah Friedman was stricken with cancer of the kidney. At that time, he began a highly unusual therapy with Sheldon Ruderman, his teacher and his leader. This is their story as we presented it 4 years ago.
In fact, he was dealing with a seriously advanced lung cancer. The emotional tone of both the letter and the subsequent meetings we had spoke really powerfully to me about the powerful emotional reality they represented in the present.
Doing something that I really like to do.
Sheldon Ruderman's encounter with death began in 1960. The experience had a profound effect on him and changed the direction of his life. He now counsels cancer patients like Micah Friedman and believes that the power of the mind can reinforce medical treatment. Thus far, the results have been positive.
When's your birthday again?
January 29th.
Right. Okay, by January 29th, if we keep doing this, keep doing what the doctors tell you to do, it's going to be gone.
Okay.
When I asked my surgeon what he thought, he gave me less than 2 years to live. Like a lot of other cancer patients, my original diagnosis seemed to me unbelievable. I mean, somehow it still seemed a little unbelievable.
6 years after Sheldon Ruderman was told he had only 2 years to live, his cancer is in complete remission. What could he tell us about Micah Friedman?
And the first day I came over and saw Micah, I kind of bribed him a little bit with a bag of bagels. But Micah, right from the beginning, looking at him, struck me as somebody that was going to be able to do this, primarily because he was not a grown-up and he didn't have the built-in skepticism that grown-ups have about thinking about pictures and stuff like that. So I asked Micah about what was the matter with him, and he told me about his monster. And we talked about the idea of somehow shrinking and killing that monster. On the very first day I saw Micah, something prompted me to ask him, how long will it take for you to get rid of this monster? And after warning me that this was a big monster, so I shouldn't be too optimistic, he thought about it for a while, and he said, by the time I'm 8 years old, his 8th birthday was 6 months away.
The sight of Micah moved us deeply. He was so frail, so emaciated, none of us were convinced that he could survive. 4 years later, Micah is a healthy, vibrant 11-year-old. His cancer is fully in remission. Micah describes the cancer he called a monster.
Well, the monster when I had cancer had big giant feet and long fingers, and it had holes everywhere. Inside of each hole were 2 little holes at the top, and the little holes at the top were for breathing. And what I did was I took some gooey stuff and put it in a gun and shot it at the holes, clogged it up, and it couldn't breathe, and it shrank until it became nothing.
Micah Friedman has defeated his harrowing monster. He continues to create mind stories. They have kept him alive.
So I do my mind stories at night before I go to bed. First, I count down from 20 to 0 to relax myself. Then I walk over to a tub-like thing and change into a sponge. And once I'm a sponge, I squeeze myself to get all the bad emotions out. And then I change back into a person. And then I walk back over to the elevator, count from 0 to 20, and then I call my dad.
Micah Friedman's story is a success story. There are many failures. It is, however, an indication of what faith healing might be about and where modern medicine might be headed. November 22nd, 1963. A lone figure walks to a window in the Texas School Book Depository. In a matter of seconds, the President of the United States will be mortally wounded, and the name Lee Harvey Oswald will be etched in history. But did Oswald really kill President Kennedy? New evidence points to the possibility that he did not.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
During the Cold War era of the early 1960s, President John F. Kennedy is to become the most admired leader of the free world.
There are many people in the world who really don't understand, or say they don't, what is the great issue between the free world and the communist world. Let them come to Berlin.
His attraction is magnetic. Seldom has one man unified the people of so many democratic nations. In October 1962, President Kennedy learns of the buildup of Soviet missiles in Cuba and orders a blockade of Cuban harbors. It results in one of the most humiliating political defeats in Russian history. Little more than a year later, the leader of the Western world is assassinated. There are some who blame the Soviets, but nothing can be proved. Within hours, Lee Harvey Oswald, ex-Marine, former Russian defector, and as we have come to believe, a distraught and frustrated young man, is in custody. Before Oswald can tell his full story, he is murdered in front of millions of television viewers. Almost a year later, the Warren Commission delivers its verdict on the Kennedy assassination. Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. He was not a part of a conspiracy. The Warren Commission concluded there were 3 shots fired during the assassination, all of them coming from behind the president out of a Texas School Book Depository window. But many witnesses to the assassination claimed that at least one shot came from the grassy knoll situated to the right and front of the president's car.
In spite of these contradictory accounts, the conclusions reached by the Warren Commission would officially stand until startling new evidence came to light.
It was a recording that had been overlooked for 15 years. The tape should never have existed at all. At the time of the assassination, the microphone on a police motorcycle was jammed in the on position, transmitting sound to police headquarters, where it was routinely recorded. When the shots were fired in Dallas, the microphone picked up those sounds. But the tape, and you're listening to the actual sound now, was seemingly indecipherable. If the sounds of gunshots were there, they were impossible to detect by the human ear. In 1978, Dr. James Barger of the acoustic firm Bolt, Beranek, and Newman attempted to find those gunshots.
We began our analysis by recording the tape into the computer. We digitized the data and made a file. Then we had the computer filter this file in order to remove the sound of the motorcycle as much as we could. The motorcycle noise is repetitive. The piston fires repetitively. The filter was taught to recognize that sound and to eliminate it. We then had the computer make a long paper picture of these filtered sounds. The picture was about 500 feet long, and it represented a pictorial view of the filtered sounds for the whole 5.5 minutes that the motorcycle microphone was stuck open. We examined that entire 500 feet of acoustical waveform to see if there were any waveforms that looked like they might represent gunfire. In fact, we did find in 6 places where sound bursts indicated the possibility of gunfire on the Dallas police tape. At this time, we realized we needed a more careful, a more stringent analysis technique, one that would definitely determine whether these impulsive sounds were gunfire or whether they were extraneous noise.
The more stringent technique Dr. Barger needed resulted in one of the most unique scientific experiments of this century. Dr. Barger and his team returned to Dallas to perform a sound recreation of the Kennedy assassination. Shots were recorded at various places at the assassination site for later comparison with the motorcycle tape.
At the end of our analysis, we were able to conclude that there had been at least 4 shots fired during the assassination. 3 of these had been fired from the Texas School Book Depository and 1 from the grassy knoll.
The Texas School Book Depository is located next to the grassy knoll, along the parkway the president's motorcade had traveled. Bob Groden, a photo optics specialist, attempted to synchronize an enhanced version of the motorcycle tape with the famous Zapruder film, an 8mm home movie shot by a motorcade observer. This synchronization, shown now for the first time on nationwide television, reveals with shocking clarity that at least 2 gunmen had to have been involved, one firing from behind the president, the other from the right front. At least 4 shots were fired, but it's the third, the one from the front, the grassy knoll, that kills the president. The motorcycle tape and Dr. Barger's testimony eventually led to United States government acknowledgement that the assassination of John F. Kennedy was the probable result of a conspiracy. Where did that conspiracy originate? Less than 2 months after the assassination, Yuri Ivanovich Nosenko, a high-level Russian KGB agent, defected to the United States. As recreated here for In Search Of, Nosenko told American CIA officers that as part of his duties, he had personally supervised the KGB file on Lee Harvey Oswald while Oswald lived in Russia. Nosenko assured the Americans that Oswald had no relations with Soviet intelligence and acted without Soviet knowledge in the assassination of President Kennedy. Many of the CIA officers found serious discrepancies in Nosenko's story and suspected that Nosenko was sent here by the KGB to mislead the Americans about Oswald's Soviet connections. To prove his honesty, Nosenko agreed to submit to a lie detector examination. The key questions: did Nosenko supervise the KGB file on Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yes.
And was Lee Harvey Oswald involved in any way with the intelligence activities of the KGB?
No. How many times?
According to the results of the polygraph test, Yuri Ivanovich Nosenko was a liar. Some sources close to the CIA claim that Nosenko was then put under hostile interrogation.
Isn't that right, Jody? You have to report.
Treated more like a captured spy than a defector, Nosenko was put through grueling, unrelenting, and abusive interrogation. As flawed as Nosenko's story was, he refused to break, clinging instead to absurd and indefensible explanations. Though Nosenko did not break, the CIA officers were certain that when the Warren Commission questioned Nosenko, it too would find his story unbelievable. But the Warren Commission never questioned Nosenko. One man who thinks he knows why is Edward Epstein, noted authority on the Warren Commission. Epstein believes that the commission was misinformed by the FBI.
The last thing J. Edgar Hoover wanted was to open up the investigation into Lee Harvey Oswald's connections with the Soviet Union. And if the Warren Commission began to question Nosenko, it would lead exactly in that direction. Remember, the FBI is in charge of internal security in the United States. Here was Lee Harvey Oswald, who came over from Russia, a defector who had given out the secrets of state to the Russians. Well, the FBI should have been keeping a closer eye on him. If suddenly it turned out through the questioning of Nosenko that Oswald was a Soviet agent, then the FBI would be held responsible for why weren't they keeping Oswald under surveillance. And that's the reason that J. Edgar Hoover did not want to open up the questioning into Nosenko and did not want to get into the area of Oswald's connections with the Soviet Union.
If Nosenko was part of a Russian plot, did it include the assassination of President Kennedy? Lee Harvey Oswald was born in New Orleans in October 1939. His father had died 2 months before. His childhood was marked by instability, moving with his mother from house to house, city to city. By the time he was 10, he had attended 6 different public schools. While he was regarded as friendly and likable, his teachers detected something hidden within him, a certain tenseness. When he was 17, Oswald fulfilled a long-time ambition and joined the Marine Corps, where he served honorably for 3 years. Following his discharge in 1959, Oswald abruptly renounced his American citizenship and defected to the Soviet Union. It is the next 2 years that we know the least about Oswald. In 1961, Oswald returned to the United States, reclaiming his American citizenship. With him, he brought a Russian wife, Marina, and a diary describing his life while in Russia. The diary tells the story of a bitter young man becoming increasingly disillusioned with the communist system. However, the diary also contains some puzzling discrepancies. Could it be a fake? Another attempt by the Russians to mislead us? To find out, we went to the National Archives in Washington, D.C. to interview internationally known handwriting analyst T.S. Stein Lewinson. Mrs. Lewinson had spent more than 4 months working on the Oswald diary, putting it through microscopic scrutiny before she arrived at her evaluation.
This is not a spontaneous writing. It is written very slowly and deliberately. One could assume that possibly Oswald copied excerpts from his original diary, which were given to him by some representative of Soviet intelligence, and that he then wrote very slowly in order to comply with the demands. However, here and there one can see that he gets irritated, and especially at the end of the pages, he frequently gets quite fatigued.
Mrs. Lewinson believes that fatigue in Oswald's writing, as shown here by lines that gradually run downhill, indicates that the complete diary was written in 2 or 3 sessions, rather than day by day.
I think that Oswald was supervised by Soviet intelligence in order to mislead the Americans at his return to the United States.
Edward Epstein.
When I went through Lee Harvey Oswald's diary, I found 2 anachronisms, 2 things that were out of date. One was on October 31st, where he talked about the American consul, McVicker, who wasn't yet the consul for another year. The second thing was he talked about rubles in terms of old rubles that were 10 for $1 rather than new rubles that were 1 for $1. This was not a genuine diary. It was a fake. It was written after the fact to give Lee Harvey Oswald a legend so he could explain to the FBI and other people in America what he was doing in Russia for 2 years, what he was supposed to be doing in Russia, not what he was doing.
If Oswald's diary is in fact a fake, and if Nosenko only defected to mislead the Americans, it leads one to ask, what were the Russians trying to hide? What happened to Oswald during his stay in the Soviet Union that the Russians don't want us to know about? Could there have been a plot so bizarre no one would have dared thought it possible? On November 24th, 1963, medical examiners began an autopsy on the individual they assumed to be Lee Harvey Oswald. It is recreated here for In Search Of. Their findings were to create a public controversy that would surface 15 years later, when British lawyer, author, and investigator Michael Eddowes made public the results of his investigation of Lee Harvey Oswald.
This is the most terrifying story you will ever hear, and the Russians don't want you to hear about it. The man who killed President Kennedy was not Lee Harvey Oswald. He was a Soviet look-alike whose first name was Alec, and who came to the United States as a member of the KGB assassination squad for the direct purpose of killing President Kennedy.
Eddowes says that the Dallas autopsy was performed on an imposter. and points to a number of inconsistencies to prove his point.
The man who went to Russia was 5 feet 11 in height. There's no question about this. There are 11 recordings of this height. The length of the corpse of the assassin was 5 feet 9.
External examination reveals a 5'9" white male.
The autopsy report records only 2 scars on the upper left arm of the assassin.
Over the left arm, there's a 1/4 inch transverse scar and a 1 1/4 inch scar.
Got it.
Whereas the real Oswald had 3 scars on the upper left arm. The autopsy report records a large scar on the inner aspect of the left wrist. The real Oswald had no such scar. At the age of 6, the real Oswald had a mastoidectomy operation, which left a 1 inch long scar behind his left ear over the mastoid bone. The part of the mastoid bone was itself removed, and at the operation a rubber dam drain was inserted. So there was not only a scar, there was a depression in the flesh and a hole in the head of about 1 dime in size.
An examination of Oswald's Marine Corps records confirms the existence of the mastoidectomy scar behind Oswald's left ear.
Now, the autopsy doctors, experienced pathologists, cut up over both mastoid areas to remove the scalp so they could take off the top of the head to examine the brain. In doing this, they could not have failed to have seen the 1 inch scar and the hole in the head. The autopsy report does not record the scar, does not record the depression, and although the skull was x-rayed, does not disclose the hole in the skull.
Eddowes requested that Tarrant County officials exhume the body buried under the name of Lee Harvey Oswald. His request was rejected, and Eddowes has since taken legal action in state court. Could there have been 2 Oswalds? Eddowes claims the picture on the right is the second Oswald, the Russian impersonator. Imposter or not, the bigger mystery remains. Who fired the shot from the grassy knoll?
Stand back. Stand clear, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There are people who will do anything for thrills. We call them daredevils.
It's 10 feet, and you can eat it.
Who are these people, and what drives them on to flirt with destruction? Could they be possessed by a daredevil death wish?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The tower is 55 feet high. The water is 18 inches deep. The man will survive. The daredevil gained great popularity in the 1920s. Harry Houdini was the inspiration and the most emulated daredevil of them all. What Houdini could actually do has been simulated and faked by many in the years following. He was the father of it all. Here, in rare footage taken in New York at the turn of the century, this master of the art demonstrates his escape abilities. The ability to escape is at the root of all stunts, not out of a straitjacket or trunk or flaming pyre, but from the clutches of death itself. Whenever you have winners, you may have losers. On a warm July day in 1930, a well-dressed gentleman and a turtle prepare for a journey into legend. They will attempt a stunt that has almost become the signature of the Death Wish. To go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. The greatest asset a daredevil has is himself. Only through discipline and practice can he even hope to survive. But even those are not enough if you lack the most important quality of all, luck. Perhaps some stunts should never even be tried.
What is it that compels a man to go past the boundary of what is safe in order to risk his life? None of the stunts you will see in this program should ever be attempted. They are part of the world of the daredevil, a world where an inch, a second, or a bad reaction can make the difference between life and death. Our quest then is to find out what is the source of the daredevil death wish.
At first glance, there's nothing that would separate Pat Jackson from any other 42-year-old housewife and mother. Unless she happens to be on the road. Pat is one of the members of the World Series of Thrills, a group of daredevils who tour the country.
I consider myself a daredevil. I've been in the business for several years and just love it. I consider myself the normal housewife. I cook and wash dishes and wash clothes and go to the market, just like everyone else. It's very rewarding. It's something different. It's a challenge, and I feel very lucky that I've accomplished something that very few people do.
As the crew sets up her most spectacular stunt, a motorcycle jump through flaming boards, Pat thinks about the danger.
I'm always a little shaky before every show. There's a certain element of danger. If you lose control of your bike, or if you're not lined up on the ramp properly, would crash into the uprights. And if you're not going fast enough, you could get burned. It gets pretty hot.
Roger Kober is only 22 years old. His specialty is called the slide for life.
You got to keep your heels up and your elbows and your back of your helmet, you know, so you don't hit the ground. If you put your heels down, you can just start rolling. I got a few scratches. I haven't broke any bones yet doing it. If you think about it, it just might happen. So just try not to think about it.
As soon as the truck reaches 50 miles per hour, Roger will begin his slide. This time, the unexpected will happen. A slight miscalculation sent Roger into a dangerous tumble. Bruised and visibly shaken, he refused to acknowledge how close he came. The slow-motion camera shows what happened.
Hi there, I'm Hank Wise. What you're about to see is called the Iron Man.
Relying solely on the precise alignment of veteran daredevils Eldon Daniels and driver John Anderson, Iron Man Wise puts his life on the line as he prepares to let more than 2.5 tons of truck drive over his body.
Danger is the weight of the automobile that we're using. We're using a truck, so we're coming pretty close to a 5,000-pound vehicle. At one time, I had the truck came off the end of the ramp, broke both the legs. You know, you do something 100 times, your odds start gathering towards experiencing these little difficulties. I think that the epitome of the stuntman is that comes your time to go, you'll go. And up until that time, you want to fill your life with as many exciting things as you can.
Critical inches separate Anderson from success or agony.
I look forward to telling my grandchildren about the times I've been run over with trucks and I lived through it.
This is a charge that's been set and taught to me some years ago by a man by the name of Johnny King. He perfected this event. It's one that's going to cause quite a bit of noise, quite a bit of excitement, and a real blast. What's going to happen first is the placing of the charge. As you get in to place the charge, you then check your perimeter, be sure everything is clear, and then hope for the best. The danger involved, of course, as most everybody knows, explosives are not to be played with. It's not a toy. It is a calculated risk, and it will work today. We generally feel that people come out to see what's going to happen to somebody. If the blood is spilled, they kind of like to be there. They're not mercenary and want to see it, but if it happens, they don't want to miss it.
After placing the equivalent of 6 sticks of dynamite below himself, John Anderson prepares to set off the charge.
You kind of get a self-sustaining thought that, guys, this is really what it's all about. It's a sense of freedom. And as you talk about a sense of freedom, nothing's better than coming close and walking away.
Anderson withstands the deafening force of 6 sticks of TNT. He, like the other daredevils we spoke with, seems to exist for the sheer thrill of cheating death. Why? What is the real motive behind the daredevil death wish?
Suicide!
Where do daredevils come from? At his school in California, veteran stuntman Jim Kahana trains the daredevils of the future. And though they may call the jump suicide, safety and training are of prime concern.
Approach the trampoline with your feet distanced apart so that when you're going to hit the tramp, your left foot will be forward, okay? Then you watch your spot on here, because if you're not watching the trampoline, your foot could get caught here, or when you jump, it could get caught in between the springs.
Hopeful to become stuntmen for films, these young people must first learn their craft from the basics up. Without the proper equipment and professional training, none of these stunts should ever be tried.
Okay, this is a special harness made for this. How's it feel? All right. And just remember, you guys, you can't do this without this type of jacket. You have to have the special materials and the equipment for these sort of things. Now walk the bike out. Walk it out little by little so you can feel where it's coming to. Keep going. Keep going.
A dangerous movie stunt is demonstrated and attempted, each step of the way blocked and discussed. If done incorrectly or without proper equipment, the illusion of being shot off a horse or speeding motorcycle can be fatal. It requires training.
Okay, you hold it. How down feel? Faster.
Bang.
Look good. That looks going good.
How do you feel?
All right.
Good. There is danger in everything. What I try to do is set the stunt up and make the illusion out of it and show them the difference between what you can do without thinking and what you can do with thinking.
I'm gonna do a suicide here. Actually, just land on your back and your butt like. But see the difference here, you gotta go a lot slower because it's a distance. You fall, if you go too far, you land on your neck, so I'll give it a shot.
Daredevil is a guy that just says, well, let's just go for it. Stuntman nowadays kind of figures everything out and makes it look like an illusion. That's what we want to do with these kids. We want them to know that there's an illusion factor. Children, kids, they have no fear whatsoever. They'll do anything. So what I have to do is try to mold that energy that they have into safety. All kids love to do anything. If they see somebody jumping off a building, they want to do it too.
Somewhere in the enthusiasm of these young people, we may find the seed of the daredevil wish. The belief that there is always a way to do what seems impossible. Perhaps the ultimate daredevil story belongs to Chuck Strange, pickup pilot.
Well, I love the sound of crunching metal. That's what it started out to be. I started off with demolition derbies and really enjoyed it. And I started wanting to be more specialized and have my very own unique act. Nobody was jumping a pickup. They said it was impossible, and I said, great. Next thing you know, I'm flying a truck through the air. Flying a pickup is just one of the ultimate stunts. I mean, it's unheard of. You shouldn't be doing it. The very first pickup jump was ramp to ground, and the doctor said I should have died in that one. I landed so hard that they said my spine should have been shoved into my skull, and I should have been a foot shorter, which just ruins their wardrobe. My world record jump, 107 feet over 18 cars, was set at the Ontario Motor Speedway, and that jump in itself was in fact flying a truck through the air further and farther and higher than the Wright brothers' first airplane flight. Your lineup is very critical. A bike jumper can look at his ramps and his speed and the whole thing at one time. When you're in that pickup, you've got to look at the speed or your ramps. Coming down the lane, you've got to make sure your mouth is closed or you'll bite your tongue off from the blow. You've got to exhale, where your normal reaction is to inhale. To me, something scary is to go swimming.
Why a daredevil seeks out danger and death has been researched by psychologist and sociologist Dr. Samuel Z. Klausner, author of Why Man Dares.
What they've done is increase the general energy level by going through fear. And by going through fear and overcoming fear, they end up with a quantum, with an amount of euphoria that they couldn't have enjoyed otherwise. And that's the base of the motive for doing some of these thrill-seeking things.
They know the thin line between euphoria and horror.
I never had any nightmares until that fateful dome crash. And when that happened, I mean, I don't know, it must have taken me at least 6 months. I mean, I would literally wake up in the middle of the night, the usual routine you always hear about, sweating, and I would just relive that crash over and over again. And it was rather horrifying because it was a very spectacular crash. And just to think about it, you know, kind of gives you a shiver.
The place, the Houston Astrodome, 1978.
On the pass that I made to go up the ramp, the suspension broke, and I just knew I was in trouble.
Most of the 59,000 people watching were sure that Chuck Strange was dead, a fear shared even by his own crew.
Next thing I know, I was knocked unconscious from a blow to my nose, which broke my nose. It came just that close to cutting my head off. About 30 seconds later, I came to, and your head's down, there's blood gushing out of your mouth, your nose. The first thing you see are your bones sticking up out of your arms. Your elbows are broken. As a result, I was hospitalized for 4 weeks and had to undergo 7 operations, 6 to my arms and 1 to my nose for plastic surgery.
We sometimes wonder why people return to the stress-seeking situation, even when engaging in stress-seeking, doing something risky, leads to physical harm. People will end up in the hospital, and as soon as they're out of the hospital, go back into the stress-seeking act. One of the things that we find is that there's an obsessional character, and if you will, almost an addictive aspect to stress-seeking. Once somebody has tasted it, the need to do it again becomes even stronger than it was the first time.
I'm not going to be satisfied until I've flown a truck over 40 cars.
After 2 years of recovery and countless operations, Daredevil Chuck Strange plans his future.
I've also got this hell-bent dream, if you don't mind, that I want to fly a diesel truck with trailers. And I want to jump that over at least 20 cars, 25, right in that area. I'm convinced I've worked out the possibilities. I know I can do it. I've got it all worked out, and I'm just very anxious to fly a diesel truck through the air.
Most of the daredevils have a deep desire to live to the hilt, and they're engaging in these stress-seeking activities are really ways in which they can maximize the effect of their living.
They think I have a death wish, people on my line. 3 times now I'm supposed to have died. The doctors have said you did not survive that crash. So I've jokingly said I'm immortal. But when you come that close to dying, and believe me, I've been there, I think you appreciate life. I know you appreciate life more than the average person does. I mean, sure, people are out there that have been injured bad and are still depraved in some way, but when you've come that close to dying, just a simple thing like seeing the sun come up, the birds singing, to get up and walk again with your own feet, I appreciate life very, very much. I do not want to die. I believe in what I'm doing. If I thought I'd die tomorrow, I would never get in a pickup again. I've always said I'm either going to be dead or retired by the time I'm 35, and I got to get in there.
It's very easy for the daredevil to go over the brink, to push himself or herself to the edge and move into self-destruction, so that being a daredevil or a stress seeker almost can become suicidal.
Let us warn the foolhardy. What professional daredevils do, let others not try to imitate. Recognize the dangers for what they are. Daredevils are special members of our society. By taking us with them to the edge of life, they make us acutely aware of our mortality and the value of our existence. We can all feel a little more alive because of these extraordinary people and their daredevil death wish. For men in war, death is an ever-present possibility and terror. Soldiers who experienced near-death encounters suggest that death may not be something to be feared. At what point does life fade into death? Is it possible to scientifically prove that there is life after life?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
During the 11 long years that America was involved in the Vietnam War, over 57,000 men died in combat. There were more than 300,000 wounded. The line between life and death was, for these men, very narrow.
Lana, you remember those forms?
In the case of one of those soldiers, Tommy Clack, Vietnam is more than just a hellish memory. Tommy, now an administrator at Atlanta's Veterans Hospital, encountered a life-after-life experience that remains very real.
I was a captain in the Army. In particular, my job was that of what's called a forward observer. I called in artillery and plane strikes and gunships and was actually the person that directed us from point A to B by reading the map and coordinates and knowing where we are at all times. But one particular morning, May 29, 1969 to be exact, we ended up in a big firefight. Through the course of that action, I got hit by one of the incoming rounds we had coming in. I was conscious the whole time when I got hit. I remember flying through the air, and I remember coming down, and I sat up, and I looked down, and I saw that I was missing my right arm and my right leg, and my left leg was laying off to the side like it was broke. I had several puncture wounds over my body that I was bleeding from, and I saw everybody run around. I laid back down, and from that point forward, I guess I really started thinking about the fact that, my time had come. I really was going to die. I heard no more battle sound. I didn't feel anything. There was no pain, and I felt this calm come over my body as I was laying there. But then the battle subsided, and they got in a medevac helicopter. And I remember that I was laying there on the ground. They put this poncho over me. Like, the only time we put ponchos over people were when they were dead. And I guess for the first time, and I had no comprehension of what length of time this was, I realized that I was dead. I wasn't alive. I wasn't functioning as a human being anymore. And all of a sudden I realized that I wasn't visualizing this from the ground. I was looking down and seeing this go on. I don't ever remember leaving my body, quote. And it was really a weird experience because there was no emotions. There was nothing. It was just total peace and tranquility. And all of a sudden I just realized I didn't exist anymore.
Typical field procedure dictated that the mortally wounded be airlifted to the nearest possible field hospital. Tommy was rushed to the 25th Division Headquarters Hospital near Cu Chi, some 20 miles from the battlefield.
One of the things that you learn real fast in Vietnam when you have a lot of casualties, that people have priority over other people depending on their wounds. Realistically, if I had been in charge, somebody in my condition, I probably would have given a low priority due to the extent of the injuries. But for some reason, a doctor came over and lifted the poncho up. I saw him do it very clearly. And all of a sudden, I had a group of people on me trying to do whatever it is they were trying to do to me. They lifted me up and took me into the operating room. I saw him cut my clothes off. I saw him start IVs. I didn't feel any remorse or anything. It was just total peace and nothing for what was laying there that was my body. But then all of a sudden, I left that operating room, and it was almost like a blink of the eyes, and I was back at the battlefield where I had gotten injured. And at that particular time, I think is when I come to realize I really was dead, because everybody in Vietnam that I had put in plastic bags, when somebody got killed, you put them in a plastic bag, were right there with me. They were around me. Jeff and Mark and all these guys were right there with me, and we communicated like we were talking with our minds. And I was above the earth, and it was a gigantic brightness that surrounded the whole battlefield that was just pure peace. 10 days later, I woke up, and I was laying in a bed in Cu Chi, Vietnam, and I did not have to ask what went on. I remember everything that went on. I knew I was missing the limbs. I didn't realize they had cut my left leg off in the operating room. It was beyond repair. But I told the doctor everything that had gone on, what they had done to me, that I had been covered up. And even a couple of guys that lived through the battle with me stopped by, and I told them who had gotten killed that day, and there was no way for me to know that except that I had been with them. Wherever we were, whatever that place was, whatever it was, we were there together because we were all dead.
Was Tommy indeed dead? How can we explain his profound and mysterious experience?
If Tommy Clack had been a soldier during World War II, he probably would have died. The high-level technology of modern medicine saved his life and made it possible for him to recount his out-of-body experience. It is ironic, however, that the same sophisticated medical devices which we use to keep Tommy alive also make it more difficult to determine exactly when death occurs.
At the Veterans Hospital in Atlanta, physicians like Dr. Michael Sabin continually grapple with pinpointing the precise instant at which a human life ceases.
The definition of death is very nebulous, both medically and legally. There is no one generally accepted definition of when the point of death occurs. I can't give you in 10 words or less how we determine how somebody is dead. Sometimes it's obvious from examining the patient that there's no pulse, no heartbeat, and rigor mortis is set in so that the patient is obviously dead. But when you're talking about lack of vital signs, a cardiac arrhythmia or irregularity of the heartbeat which would not support blood pressure, unconsciousness, all of these types of definitions that have been used in the past can be, there are exceptions to these at the present time, so it becomes difficult to establish medically, physically, and scientifically when the exact point of physical death occurs.
What is the precise moment that death occurs? Researchers are only now beginning to probe the depths of near death and a person's ability to return from that level of consciousness. As with most medical research, the investigation begins with laboratory animals.
We are cooling our experimental animal, rats, to a body temperature of about 10 or 5 degrees centigrade, which is about 45 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dr. Vosin Popovich of Emory University School of Medicine uses a cooling process in an attempt to define the instant of death.
When the body temperature is decreased to such a low body temperature, metabolic processes, heart rate, respiration, everything slows down and eventually stops. So the animal now looks dead. The animal is clinically dead, but it is not biologically dead. That means all clinical signs of death appear present, but the animal is still alive. After 2 hours, we could still recover that animal, by rewarming. After 3 hours, we cannot, because we now pass the point of biological death. The point of biological death is past, and the animal is dead.
With the success that Dr. Popovich has had in freezing and reviving rats, it seems likely that the same could be done to humans. Some human bodies have been purposely frozen immediately after death. There has been at least one unsuccessful resuscitation attempt. An accident in Canada provided researchers with an unusual opportunity to try to revive a frozen boy. His story begins to unlock the secrets of that special place between life and death. It was a cold evening in January 1976 in an area near Winnipeg, Canada. The temperature had dropped from a brisk 32 degrees Fahrenheit to nearly 40 below. Ted Milligan, then 16, was a member of the St. John Cathedral School. Part of the curriculum included a 27-mile cross-country snowshoe hike. Ted set out on his assignment along with a number of his classmates. Only a few miles from the end of the hike, however, Ted collapsed into unconsciousness. His colleagues, unable to move him in the intense cold, returned to their school for help. Dr. James Bristow, an expert on human frostbite, freezing, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, attempted to revive Ted.
The lad was clinically dead. There was no heartbeat. The cardiogram showed a flat line on the cardioscope indicating asystole. He was, of course, not breathing, and his body temperature was very cold to touch. And in fact, the temperature as recorded by a low-reading thermometer was 25 degrees Celsius, the normal being about 37 degrees.
Ted Milligan's heart had stopped beating for over 2.5 hours. Dr. Bristow worked over Ted's body for nearly another 2 hours. Conventional medical textbooks state that without oxygen for more than 4.5 minutes, a body will suffer irreparable brain damage and will die. Yet Ted regained consciousness and was perfectly normal. Ted Milligan, now a private in the Canadian Armed Forces, recalls his ordeal.
Well, mainly it was just like being asleep, like total darkness and waking up out of a sleep that you didn't know that you had gone into. I'm not afraid of dying. When I die, I'm going to die, and I'll probably die with a smile on my face.
Biological death basically means brain death, irreversible brain death, as opposed to clinical death, which is simply the lack of vital signs, heartbeat and respiration. These episodes, and such as Ted's, has focused on and brought more awareness to the fact that there can be a great discrepancy between clinical death and biological death in some instances, and notably accidental hypothermia is one of these, where in fact an individual could be written off and could be given up as being clinically dead, only to have the brain still intact, the brain cells still intact and capable of being resuscitated, which is the important thing.
Ted Milligan's experience seems to indicate that there is no fine line between life and death. Perhaps it's a broad expanse through which a person moves simply and logically from one state to another. What happens when this process is interrupted by modern medicine and a person who has been gliding toward death is revived? Fred Schoonmaker, a doctor of cardiology at St. Luke's Hospital in Denver, has had repeated experiences bringing patients back from death-like states. Their accounts of life-after-life experiences were so numerous and similar that Dr. Schoonmaker was intrigued by the phenomena.
The first questions that began to come to my mind is that could this in some way be a dream-like state? Could this in some way be hallucination? If you take a person, for example, who's hallucinating, if you take a person who may be in DTs from withdrawal from a drug dependency problem, they're seeing pink elephants, they're seeing white rats, red rats, whatever it may be, but this is a terrifying experience to them. It was an unreal when they became back into and filtered back into the mainstream of life after being hospitalized over a period of time and rehabilitated. These kind of vivid expressions that they had either in dream states or hallucinatory states, or if they were on any kind of drug medications for decreasing pain or whatever, they knew they were not real. They were unreal. And the word that began to pass through many of these people as we talked back and forth was, this was a real experience that I had. I don't know what it was, but it indeed was real.
Schoonmaker discovered that those who have had life-after-life experiences are profoundly changed. Unlike most of us, they no longer fear death.
I found that people who have not really come to grips with their own feelings about death are not very well equipped to live.
Janet Rainwater's encounter with death occurred in 1952.
The doctor said I had flu, but there was a polio epidemic going on, and I became gradually aware that I had polio, and finally went for a spinal tap, and they said, okay, you'd better go to Variety Children's Hospital.
By the time Janet had reached the hospital, she could barely walk. As recreated for In Search Of, each step jarred her already excruciatingly painful spine. She lost her ability to swallow and encountered incredible difficulties in breathing. Finally, her arms and legs became totally paralyzed. Janet lost consciousness and began drifting between life and death.
Well, the next thing I knew, I was walking across this dry riverbed. And in the distance, there was this marvelous, marvelous white light. And I could hardly wait to go into it. It was so peaceful and calm, and I was incredibly happy. And then I became aware of some women. I felt they were calling to me, but I kind of said, go away, don't bother me, because I really wanted to go into the light. And then I realized that one of them, at least, was calling me Mary. And that startled me, because that's a name I was called the first 10 years of my life. And for 20 years, no one had called me by that name. So then I paid more attention, and I realized it was my grandmother. She had died 2 years before, and she was someone who I'd loved very, very, very much. And then I realized if I was there with my grandmother, I must be dead. And I said to her, Grammy, if we're here together, you're dead, that means I must be dead too. And she said, that's right. And then the next thing I knew, it was like I had total knowledge, as if someone had put a computer printout in my brain. I saw the results of all the actions and inactions I'd ever taken in my life. And surprisingly, there were no black marks for anything I'd done. I had lots of black marks for things I hadn't done. I said to my grandmother, it's too soon. I can't be dead. I've got to go back. And she said, well, you can go back, but leave right now and don't look at the light anymore. And I didn't even pause to decide. I just turned around and started back across the riverbed. And that went very quickly. But then I came to this practically vertical sandbank, and I started climbing up it, but I couldn't get really good handholds, and I would fall back down. And I'd work some more and climb some more, and I'd fall back down. But finally, I made it up, and I just fell back, exhausted, on the top of this sand dune. And the next second, I woke up, whatever you want to call it, and I was in my own body, and I could breathe, and I could swallow, which was incredible, because I hadn't swallowed for 3 or 4 days. Someone came in the room almost immediately, and I could tell they were really surprised at how well I was doing, and I said, I can swallow. Give me some water, I want to prove it. And a little bit later, they brought me a bowl of turkey broth. This was dawn. It was Thanksgiving Day. And Thanksgiving Day has always been a very special day for me. It's Christmas and Easter and everything else rolled into one. I'm not afraid of death. I know it's a beautiful experience that when it comes to be my time, I'm going to really look forward to it.
No one is sure what the near-death experience really is, but the message from those who have encountered it and returned is that death should not be feared. They suggest that what is to come is simply life after life. We cannot say for sure that the life after life experience is actually death itself. Obviously, however, it does alter our perceptions of life and the hereafter.
Based on the experiences that we've heard from those who have had the near-death experience, this has influenced my concept of a God that makes him far greater, far more merciful, far more loving than I'd ever conceived of him to be before.
Dr. Loren Young is an eminent theologian and scholar. His experiences with those who have had life after life encounters have given him new religious insights.
Or have been under the influence of the light, who have really come into a personal encounter with this image of mercy and love, come back into this world with a totally different attitude. And to me, this is a solid encounter, an exquisite expression of what it really means to come face to face with God. If we could remove from society a major fear, there's a tremendous contribution. Death is a major fear. Those who've experienced it are no longer afraid of life or death.
January 1974. The full moon moved unusually close to the Earth. In Search Of has found that a strange wave of violent crimes seemed to affect many large cities. Moon madness has long been a persistent myth, which scientists are now investigating with computer technology. Can the full moon drive men mad?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
We have always feared the night and strange creatures that prowl by the light of the moon. Shakespeare said it best. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near the earth than is her wont, and drives men mad. The Latin word for moon is luna, which is the root for our word lunatic, meaning moonstruck. And we've tried to contain our fear of the moon's powers in old legends. Many of these myths tell of the moon changing men into animals. One story in particular seems to haunt the collective unconscious of all humanity. The story is so persistent, it must resonate with our basic biological drives. Found all over Europe, Asia, and among many American Indian tribes, the tale is best told in an old German nursery rhyme. My child, take heed, be pure at heart, and say your prayers by night, or you may become a cursed wolf when the moon is full and bright. Of course, there never was a recorded case of a human changing into a wolf. But thousands of tormented souls have been locked away in asylums, howling at the moon. This transformation from man to monster has been a favorite theme of storytellers. Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In the classic film, John Barrymore was praised for his spare use of makeup and strong acting. In the novel, of course, the transformation was effected by a secret potion. But Stevenson's story was based on a true report of moon madness. In the 19th century, Edinburgh was plagued by a wave of senseless, brutal burglaries. Clues led police to suspect a single man was behind the crimes. But who could it be? The last person to suspect was William Brodie, a deacon of the Cabinet Makers Guild, a church elder, and stalwart community leader. Police hesitated to even bother this respected, hard-working man. They reminded him to be on the lookout at the next full moon. The unknown Edinburgh criminal seemed to favor those nights. William Brodie was a classic case of multiple personality. In one body, two souls seemed to compete for dominance. The decent, hard-working artisan could normally maintain control, except at nights of the full moon. Brodie later said, "It was not me. I insist it was not. There was another person in the room with me." The crime wave continued. A reward for the unknown predator was doubled, and only the foolish walked alone at night. Finally, acting on an anonymous tip, police staked out Brodie's shop. At his trial, Deacon Brodie was to base his defense on lunacy, blaming the full moon. The jury was not sympathetic. He was promptly hanged. Miami psychiatrist Arnold Lieber is author of the book The Lunar Effect. His investigations into moon madness have stirred an ongoing scientific controversy.
As a medical student, when I was doing my rotation on the psychiatric wards at the University of Miami Medical School, I noticed a rather interesting situation. I walked into the nursing station and said, "Hey, look what's going on out there. The natives are really restless tonight. What's happening?" The nurses and attendants laughed and jokingly told me, "Well, it's time of full moon. They always go crazy when it's like this." It was at that point that I decided, hey, we ought to take a look at this. Maybe there's something to it, and maybe there's not. If there isn't anything to it, why don't we design a study that will prove that it's malarkey? If there is something to it, then we may be able to make a valuable contribution to preventive psychiatry and criminology. So I set out to design such a study.
The Dade County Medical Examiner's Office was Dr. Lieber's prime source of data. There, tens of thousands of murders had been meticulously cataloged and cross-referenced.
What we did was to examine the murders in Dade County, Florida over a 15-year period in relation to the moon phase cycle. This study was the first time that adequate computer methodology using data samples over a long period of time and from different geographical areas were used in order to obtain our results. The strength of the peaks in our data were quite a surprise to us. What we found was a highly statistically significant increased frequency of murders, both at the full of the moon and the new of the moon in Dade County over a 15-year period.
Miami was the first of several cities Dr. Lieber investigated. In each, he found evidence that violence waxed and waned with the moon. These peaks of violence at the full moon and again at new moon correspond to the times of highest tide. Could it be that some human beings go insane at high tide?
Although everyone's affected by cosmic forces or geophysical forces to some extent, some people are in fact more susceptible to the triggering effects of these geophysical stresses than other people. I'm talking about emotionally unstable people, people in precarious balance with reality anyhow. These are people who are tiptoeing on the edge of reality, borderline personalities, manic depressives, borderline schizophrenics, emotionally unstable individuals. These people seem to be uniquely susceptible to the triggering effects of geophysical or cosmic stresses. Anything may be enough to push them off. These people ought to know about this because there are certain ways that they can protect themselves from the effects. For example, if someone knows that they are uniquely triggered by the phases of the moon or by some sunspot activity, they may want to stay out of crowded places. They may want to avoid the bars. They may want to lock up their weapons at home. With this knowledge, police, fire rescue, and hospital emergency room people can prepare themselves for especially heavy loads during these times. They can lay on more people, they can expect heavier patient loads, and they can be prepared and therefore be in a position to protect life and limb.
Based on his theory of biological tides, Dr. Lieber suspected that January 1974 should be a period of extreme danger. He issued a warning to authorities.
Well, we're having an interesting coincidence of cosmic cycles coming up in about 2 weeks. There's going to be a full moon, a lunar perigee, and an eclipse. And this would be one of the times that we would predict an increase in the murder frequency and also in the qualitative nature, the bizarre type of sex-related murders that we've been having in the other 2 times that we pegged this.
The first week in January, arson went on the upswing. Several cities reported a strange wave of fires and accidents. Emergency rooms were jammed, far beyond the usual Saturday night syndrome. By day, a mood of tension seemed to hang over the cities. The weather was hot and still. Reports began to come in from around the country. Orlando, 2 police patrolmen were slain on duty. Police switchboards reported an unusual number of calls. Then came the time of full moon. For police on patrol, it was a night to remember. A 45-year-old man stabbed his 25-year-old son to death after an argument over a car. Wichita, Kansas, 4 members of a family were shot in their home. Jackson Memorial Hospital, a medical resident was bound, beaten, and strangled. In Miami alone, the murder rate jumped to 3 times normal. A 57-year-old drifter was beaten with a board, and his throat was slashed. No apparent motive. For 3 weeks, violent outbreaks continued across the nation. This was more than enough proof for Dr. Lieber. He considered his theory valid. Certain extreme tides occur once every 2,000 years. The next is due in December 1990. Is there any defense against the madness that may strike again? Twice a day, the ocean rises and falls about 4 feet, pulled by the gravitational force of the moon. Many scientists think that life began down in the depths of the sea. Ancestors of these creatures were lured to the shore and stranded there at low tide. Most died. A handful evolved into amphibians, into animals, ultimately into us.
Is it possible we can feel that time 1 billion years ago when we moved from the water up to the land and the air? Our bodies are still 75% water, the same salt water. If the vast ocean could be pulled toward the beckoning moon, could we also be at the mercy of her gravity?
This theory of biotides has been received with skepticism by many scientists. Chief amongst them, George Abell, professor of astronomy at UCLA.
The moon is the Earth's nearest astronomical neighbor. Its distance is only 30 times its own diameter. And it's because the moon is so near that it can have an important effect on producing tides. The moon pulls on the side of the Earth nearest it more strongly than it pulls on the side away from the moon, and that tries to stretch the Earth a bit into a football shape. The Earth actually distorts about 8 inches. But I emphasize that tides are only important because they're acting over the entire 8,000-mile diameter of the Earth. It depends on the distance over which they act. A 6-foot man is nothing in comparison. The moon can lower a man's weight by at most 1/100th of a gram, like a mosquito on his shoulder. And the effect of tides on the fluids of a person's body are 30 trillion times less than the weight of those same fluids. It's absolutely impossible that the biological tides can have any effect on human beings. Indeed, the tidal force exerted on me by this globe of the Earth is thousands of times stronger than the tides exerted on me by the moon.
If tidal forces are too weak to influence human behavior, why then have we always felt the moon could affect us so strongly? For thousands of years, ancient peoples tried to solve that mystery. Many temples have been found to be computers in stone, designed to predict lunar phases and eclipses. Is it possible we remember a time when the moon may have triggered another step in evolution, the emergence of the first humans? In small family groups, they roamed the veldt, eking out a bare existence. It was a night of full moon, and they felt an instinct to take to the hunt. That moment is recreated here. They had moved down from the trees. They had given up grubbing for roots and were beginning to hunt other animals, rich in protein. With a hungry family waiting, the hunter knew this was no game. It was life or death. When the moon was full, he could see to track the skittish prey. In a way, at a crucial time in our past, we did turn into wolves. The women who waited found that they too seemed linked to the moon. While the men hunted, they closely watched the night sky to time their own fertility. They seemed to become fertile every 29 days, with the full moon. Legends grew that women were made pregnant not by men, but by the moon. In modern obstetrics wards, an old belief is shared by many women, the belief that more babies are born at full moon. Nurse Sherry Shaw.
It's an old wives' tale, and we definitely go along and tell the patients that it's an old wives' tale only. But we really see a big influence. When the moon is full, patients just seem to come in. And it's not only here, it's seen in a lot of wards. Every place that I've worked, it's been the way it is. But it's been handed down through the years, because my great-grandmother was a midwife, and the story has perpetuated through our family, clear back from her.
I have been hearing for years that all kinds of strange things happen at full moon. And one of the things that's supposed to happen, according to legend, is that more babies are born at full moon. Well, this seemed a surprising thing to me, so a colleague of mine, a man at the medical center at UCLA Hospital, Dr. Bennett Greenspan, and I collaborated on the study of some 12,000 live births at the UCLA Hospital over a 51 lunar month period. Now, it would have been very exciting if we'd found some positive effect, but we found absolutely nothing. No effect whatsoever, absolutely random during the lunar cycle. Well, I must say this was quite a surprise to the nurses, because the nurses were all certain we were going to find a very strong positive correlation. I think what happens is that if there's a busy night and the nurses look outside and notice a bright moon, and the moon is bright roughly a third of the time, then they say, aha, full moon, that's why we have all this activity. But if there's not a bright moon, they forget it. It may be a bit like dreams that come true. If a dream does come true, you remember it. But the vast majority of times where it doesn't, you tend to forget.
What then of the flurries of violence and insanity reported at full moon, correlated by statistical studies? Among scientists, widely varying claims have been made.
In any data sample, there are always random fluctuations. For example, if you study homicides against the lunar cycle, you're going to get peaks at certain dates, always. And sometimes they may just happen to occur near full or new moon. But that doesn't mean anything. One has to replicate such a result by many repeated experiments. In the case of Lieber's experiments, he found peaks in one case at full and new moon, or near new moon. But he found slightly different peaks in a different sample and a larger peak at third quarter than at new moon. And other people who have tried to replicate his observations find it impossible to do so. Alex Pokorny at Baylor College, Texas, for example, has studied over 7,000 homicides and murders and suicides and finds no correlation whatsoever with phase of the moon or with even the distance of the moon.
We examined aggravated assaults, suicides, fatal traffic accidents, and psychiatric emergency room visits over long periods of time in Dade County. Each of these data samples likewise showed a distinct and statistically significant lunar periodicity. These results have been confirmed and extended by 16 other independent investigators since the appearance of our original paper in the American Journal of Psychiatry in 1972.
You know, I could predict that, say, 2 weeks from Tuesday, that all kinds of terrible things would happen. And I dare say that we could search through newspapers from around the world and easily confirm it.
Obviously, this subject is highly controversial, and in effect, we're dealing with a scientific hot potato.
In this century, we began to dream of actually visiting the moon. A humorous film from 1902 by George Méliès, based on the novel by Jules Verne, shows a spaceship shot from a giant cannon. Méliès predicted that such a journey could have dire consequences, and he showed the moon as a demonic face. Méliès's vision came true in 1968 when we visited our closest neighbor in space. For one brief moment, we learned to fly through the heavens like angels, leaving behind on Earth our violence, our irrational impulses, leaving behind stubborn territorial instincts we inherited from the apes. It's ironic. Those few times we walked on the surface of the moon, the legendary source of madness, were the times we became most sane. The Greeks and Romans worshipped Diana as the goddess of the moon. Beautiful, silvery, chaste Diana was the huntress. In the legends, however, Diana could change into Hecate, the goddess of witches, of evil, insanity, and terror. We have always feared that dark side of the moon. Perhaps we feel that we are really looking into the dark side of ourselves. People have always been in awe of Mother Earth's most fearsome phenomenon, the volcano. Some of the most majestic peaks of Western America rise along the Cascade Range. Deep within these peaceful-looking mountains rumbles a power capable of devastating cities, of destroying cultivated lands, of causing horrible deaths. This unrecognizable landscape of devastation used to be Mount St. Helens. Mount St. Helens is just one of many Cascade volcanoes. Which of these slumbering giants might awaken next?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The towering splendor that was Mount St. Helens. Her green slopes were the home for thousands of forest creatures, the refuge of nature lovers. Thousands hiked her trails. Families camped beneath her trees. Loggers harvested her vast forests. Vacationers came to fish along the banks of Spirit Lake, nestled high on the slope of the mountain. The waters of Spirit Lake feed the Toutle River, which winds down the mountain and through the valley towns below. Towns which had never thought of danger from the volcano that loomed above, until the spring of 1980, when the mountain began to heat from within. Her shroud of ice and snow began to melt. She began to shudder and swell, angrily belching forth steam and rock. Then, on May 18th, it was one of the most powerful volcanic blasts ever recorded. Over 200 square miles were destroyed. The entire wildlife population was buried beneath billions of tons of ash and rock, or burned to death by the incredible heat of the explosion. Acidic ash rained from the sky, smothering the few trees left standing. The icy blue water of Spirit Lake turned to boiling gray mud. It surged over its banks, combining with the enormous volume of glacial melt. This wall of water and mud raced through the bed of the Toutle River, inundating the countryside below, devastating farms, homes, and lifestyles. Mrs. Adrian Johnson was with her family on the Toutle River the night the muds came.
When the mud started to come, which was in the evening around 7:30, it was incredible. You just couldn't believe that it would take everything. It's like my husband said, you know, it will never get that high. We stood on my girlfriend's deck and we watched, and it was like taffy. It would, you know, it would just come like waves. It was terrible. You could hear these horrid sounds. You could say, there goes the neighbor's house. We used to have neighbors here. Now the only time that they come by is to see if they can salvage something. The solitude now, it is just devastation. You get up in the morning and all you see is destruction.
The shipping channel of the Cowlitz River now runs just 6 inches deep in places, clogged with 1.5 million acre-feet of mud and debris. Nearly 500,000 fish died from suffocation and heat. Hundreds of human lives might also have been lost were it not for the planning of people like Cowlitz County Sheriff Les Nelson.
We started our action, of course, with this volcano. Most people relate to it as being of May the 18th. March is when this department had to start thinking about getting into action, and because of the threat and the information that we received, of course, we were concerned about our people.
An evacuation plan was developed. Warning brochures were distributed. The county went into action. Involved in these activities was Under Sheriff William Stewart.
Prior to the eruption on May the 18th, we had set up several roadblocks into the dangerous areas around the mountain, warning people who came to those roadblocks that it was dangerous. Yet they still went in, and we feel that a lot of the ones that are still missing are there because of ignoring our warnings.
Yes, people did die at Mount St. Helens. Many are still missing. Luckily, though, there are no towns dotting her hillside or lying at her base, like those at Mount Rainier, Mount Hood, or Mount Shasta. How many lives might be lost when those mountains erupt? When Mount St. Helens last erupted in 1857, her activity continued for 25 years. This time, how long will her rumbling go on?
We're still on an alert where we're not comfortable. My personal feeling, and that's all that I'm expressing here, however, based on some conversations with the geologists, is that I think the mountain's going to blow again. Maybe not in the magnitude, but I don't think that thing's ready to go back to sleep.
At Centers for Volcanic Study, like the University of Oregon, much knowledge has been gained. Molten material is tested. Rocks are analyzed. Temperatures and measurements are taken. But a real understanding of the volcano still eludes the scientists. Noted volcanologist Dr. Alex McBurney of the University of Oregon.
Basically, a volcano is any vent through the Earth's crust by which molten material is able to rise to the surface and flow out.
There are many different types of volcanic activity, all closely linked, which correspond to distinct types of volcanoes. Shield volcanoes are built up from very fluid magma, which escapes from a tubular vent and pours out in all directions. The shield volcanoes of Hawaii often produce flows of lava which cover everything in their path. Stratovolcanoes include all volcanic cones formed by alternating lava flows and accumulations of fragmentary material, such as Black Butte in Northern California. The type of eruption that occurred on Mount St. Helens is the most deadly. It is known as a Palean explosion.
The activity that started in March at Mount St. Helens was not altogether unusual for that type of volcano. The same is true of Mount Rainier, for example. It's had a number of large eruptions of this kind in the past. You can't predict with any precision whether another eruption like this might happen elsewhere in the Cascades. One of the things that we did learn in this eruption is that it's very dangerous to make any kind of predictions or even generalities on what a volcano might do. You can say that something is not very likely to happen, and then sure enough, that's exactly what does happen, and then everybody ends up calling you a fool.
We find ourselves asking, would there be enough warning time to save homes and lives when other Cascade volcanoes like the sleeping giant Mount Shasta begin to awaken from their deceptive slumber? In 1883, Indonesia's Krakatoa erupted with an explosion considerably larger than this one recorded in 1927. It was heard nearly 3,000 miles away. One of the most devastating volcanoes of all time, Krakatoa claimed the lives of more than 96,000 people. The volcano produced such large quantities of material that parts of the Indian Ocean became impassable. In 1669, Mount Etna took the lives of 20,000 people. Many more have died as she continues to destroy farms and villages. In 1902, the city of St. Pierre was totally destroyed by neighboring Mount Pelée. "30,000 people were killed as the result of a highly heated hurricane-like blast estimated at 12,000 degrees centigrade. An eruption of Mount Vesuvius destroyed the city of Pompeii, striking with such suddenness it mummified her inhabitants. How many more lives will be lost to these rivers of lava as they are released from deep within the bowels of the earth? The tropical paradise of the Hawaiian Islands is in reality the top of the greatest volcanic mountain range in the world. Tourists come to these islands to peer into the very heart of the volcano, taunting its deadly force. The people of these islands have learned to coexist with this continual reminder of Mother Nature's power. Do we know enough about volcanoes here or anywhere else in the world to be really secure, to be able to relax believing we would be warned in time should a volcano erupt with deadly force? Scientists tell us that the Cascade Range of the American Northwest is a time bomb of volcanic activity. These volcanoes may erupt within 200 years or 2 days. Which one will next erupt? The ethereal Mount Hood last erupted in 1801. Will her future activity bring death to hundreds of thousands? Mount Mazama was totally destroyed in her last eruption, leaving only the shimmering crater lake. When will the stillness of her waters be shattered from within? The ice-laden Mount Rainier was last heard from in 1882. If she were to erupt tomorrow, what would happen to the populations of Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia? Mount Shasta, the mystery mountain of California, last erupted 200 years ago. Will she last another year? The area around Mount Shasta is a lush recreational region. Her slopes welcome skiers in the winter. The air here is clean. The fishing is great. The hunting is some of the best. And the risk of death by a volcanic eruption is far greater than at Mount St. Helens. Yet people seem to have balanced this risk with the joys of living here. 12,000 people make their homes in the towns that lie in the shadow of Mount Shasta. When Mount Shasta erupts, scientists predict with certainty that these towns will be devastated. The towns of Weed, Mount Shasta, McLeod, and Dunsmuir. The inhabitants of these towns have come to accept their situation and have developed emergency plans.
What if Mount Shasta were the next to erupt? Would its beauty be destroyed, leaving a path of desolation like that of Mount St. Helens? How many lives would be lost? Would the people of the neighboring towns at the very base of Mount Shasta be warned in time to escape? Here, in a simulated evacuation created for our In Search Of cameras, residents and officials of the little town of Mount Shasta demonstrate what might happen when the mountain springs to life.
The resort town of Mount Shasta appears peaceful enough, but it lies in the path of potential destruction. How will this picture change if the volcano that looms above it begins to heat up? Advised to begin evacuation, the National Guard will be called in by the governor. Federal agencies will stand by, ready to add their support. Local officials will put their well-rehearsed evacuation plans to work.
Nina, GSA said the mountain's going to go.
Give this to Highway Patrol. Attention, all
Okay, I'm on my way.
Attention, all units. Stand by for emergency broadcast. All units begin evacuation procedures.
Evacuate. Evacuate. Evacuate this area immediately.
Citizens realize that these plans are what stand between their personal safety and certain disaster. Equipped with special maps of the region, pinpointing farms and mountain residences, the California Highway Patrol will join forces with local officials in an effort to evacuate surrounding rural and recreational areas. Officials here are equipped to move swiftly into these locations. These vast regions are often filled with campers and hikers, people they fear may be unable to hear the warnings.
This is a hazardous area. Must evacuate. 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 Immediately.
Evacuate. This area is closed.
We've got two more.
The towns of Weed, Mount Shasta, Dunsmuir, and McLeod have long been aware that this could happen at any time. Local leaders are confident that their residents can be evacuated without incident. National Guard members will comb the streets on foot in order to locate any stragglers or children who may have been separated from parents and move them to evacuation centers outside the danger zone. If all goes as planned, the warnings will be heeded. The streets will be deserted within hours. An eerie stillness will hang over the empty town as it waits for the inevitable.
No, it hasn't happened yet. Mount Shasta still stands. The eruption you just saw was created by our In Search Of team through the use of a model. Still, some scientists believe that Shasta may be the next of these slumbering giants to awaken. How can we predict when it will happen?
The seismograph gives scientists an indication of volcanic activity, but it has not proven to be an accurate tool of prediction. Volcanologists are developing the magnetometer. They feel this instrument's predictive accuracy can be proven. However, will magnetometers be distributed throughout the Cascade Range in time? With all of their machinery and knowledge, scientists were unable to predict Mount St. Helens eruption. Perhaps there is another predictive tool that should be explored, the human mind. With her sensitivity to harmonic tremors, Charlotte King displays an amazing accuracy.
It started out with a severe migraine headache, which I've had since the 18th of March. And ever since that time element, the pain has increased and decreased with the mountain activity. And prior to the 18th, on the Friday before, the pores in the back of my hands opened up and I had bleeding in the capillaries on my hands and my cheeks. I had a severe headache. I was beginning to tilt a little bit to the left of my body. I was having trouble maintaining balance. And when the evening of the 17th arrived, I got up to turn the TV station about 8 o'clock and directly walked right into a wall. At that point, I made a phone call to the TV station and told them it would go within 12 hours. 12 hours and 12 minutes later, the eruption of May 18th occurred.
As we watched, our In Search of cameras captured one of Charlotte's remarkable experiences.
Oh, something must be happening on the mountain right now because the pain is very intense. It's coming in waves. This is the type of pain I've had with the harmonic tremors, and it comes on very suddenly like that and hits very hard.
At that exact moment, 10:56 a.m., June 25th, tremor activity was confirmed by the United States Geological Survey. Will we be forced to rely on Charlotte King to tell us when Mount Shasta or other Cascade volcanoes will erupt? We attempt to understand the phenomenon of the volcano in scientific terms. Yet even in today's world, the Native Americans' understanding of the ways of nature may prove the more accurate. Cowlitz Indian Tribal Chairman Roy Wilson.
Today, as we hear the rumbling of Mount St. Helens, we hear the spirit of the mountain speaking to us of Mother Earth's concern for the life that she sustains. The spirits of our own departed who were buried on the mountain are coming back in spirit retribution against the white men who desecrated our graves, who denuded the mountain with clear-cutting the forests, damming up the rivers, and covering the sacred places. We hear the spirit of the mountain speaking out that unless we change our ways, there will be greater destruction.
A death watch outside Trenton State Prison awaits the execution of Bruno Richard Hauptmann. He has been convicted of kidnapping and murdering this child, the firstborn son of Charles Lindbergh. On the night of April 3rd, 1936, Bruno Hauptmann is put to death. After years of intensive research, a writer named Anthony Scaduto has uncovered startling new evidence that Bruno Hauptmann may not have been guilty of the kidnap or murder of the Lindbergh baby.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
We are a nation founded in laws, but sometimes our system of justice doesn't live up to its highest ideals. With newly uncovered evidence, we're going to go back more than half a century and carefully re-examine a moment when justice may have faltered.
New York is a city with a passion for hailing its heroes, and in 1927, it celebrates a man who, with one courageous act, has captured the imagination of the world. His name is Charles Lindbergh, and he has flown the Atlantic alone. The most famous man of his time, Lindbergh shuns the public eye. As privately as is possible, he courts the beautiful Anne Morrow, daughter of an American ambassador. Soon the couple is married, and in 1930, their first child is born. It is a boy named Charles Augustus Lindbergh, Jr. As the son of a national hero, he is famous and adored, but his life is doomed. On March 1st, 1932, the Lindbergh home is secretly entered through the second-floor nursery window. The sleeping Lindbergh baby is stolen from his crib. A makeshift wooden ladder was used to reach the child, while the Lindberghs were on the floor below. Within hours, the Lindbergh house in Hopewell, New Jersey is crowded with police. A ransom note demands $50,000 for the baby's safe return. Posters describing the 20-month-old baby are quickly circulated throughout the country. New York and New Jersey police are assigned to double shifts in an all-out search for the child. In New York City, first contact is made with the kidnappers by a retired school teacher named John F. Condon. Condon becomes a go-between in the attempt to recover the child.
The baby will be returned, I hope, in a short time. We are in contact and nobody is giving up.
A month after the kidnapping, Condon and Charles Lindbergh deliver $50,000 to a cemetery in the Bronx. The ransom is accepted, but the Lindbergh baby is not returned. 1 month later, near the Lindbergh estate, the baby's body is found. For the next 2.5 years, police and the FBI tried desperately to solve the crime. Marked bills from the ransom money are turning up throughout New York. In September of 1934, one of the ransom bills is spent at a gas station in Manhattan. The man who passed the bill is an immigrant German carpenter named Bruno Richard Hauptmann. Police search his house in the Bronx. In his garage, they find hidden nearly $15,000 of the Lindbergh ransom money. Hauptmann is arrested and taken to the Bronx County Courthouse. Amid a flurry of publicity, he's charged with murder. The long and frustrating search for the kidnapper of Lindbergh's child is finally over. Though the evidence against Hauptmann is totally circumstantial, authorities feel certain they've found their man. Hauptmann is arraigned in New York and extradited to New Jersey for trial. Flemington, New Jersey is a small and quiet town. But on January 2nd, 1935, its normally tranquil courthouse becomes the focus of world attention. Thousands flock to what newspapers call the most sensational trial of the century. Though he hates the publicity, Lindbergh attends on every single day. David Willents heads the prosecution. The noted criminal lawyer, Edward J. Riley, is in charge of Hauptmann's defense.
All counsel are prepared. We do not anticipate any adjournments, and we are ready to go.
Since the time of his arrest, Hauptmann has claimed to be totally innocent of the charges against him. Now, he must defend himself before a vengeful public and a sensation-seeking press. For Hauptmann's wife, the trial is torture. Judge Thomas Trenchard has allowed cameras in the courtroom so that the world can witness the trial. The ladder used to reach the baby becomes the trial's symbol and a major piece of evidence. An expert claims that it was partly constructed with wood from Hauptmann's attic. A panel of handwriting experts testify that Hauptmann's writing is identical to that in the ransom notes. Initially, Hauptmann seems unperturbed. Now, John F. Condon takes the stand. He tells the court that he handed the Lindbergh ransom money to a tall, thin man with a German accent at a cemetery in the Bronx. The man called himself John.
Who is John? John is Bruno Richard Hauptmann.
Now, Charles Lindbergh tells the court that it was Hauptmann's voice that he clearly heard on the night that the ransom was paid. Another witness, Amandus Hochmuth, swears he saw Hauptmann near the Lindbergh house on the day before the crime. A host of other eyewitnesses connect Bruno Hauptmann with the ransom money.
Hauptmann drove into my station and pulled up to an apple pump and asked for 5 gallons of gas.
I identified Bruno Richard Hauptmann.
I identified Bruno Richard Hauptmann.
Bruno Richard Hauptmann was the man who came to the Sheraton Theater and handed me one of the $5 ransom bills.
Now, Hauptmann's only real defense lies in his power to convince the court that he did not commit the crime. When he finally takes the stand, his denials are not persuasive.
Didn't you lie on the road? Time and time again, didn't you? I did not. You did not? No. All right. When you were arrested with this Lindbergh ransom money, you had a $20 bill. Lindbergh ransom money, did they ask you where you got it? Did they ask you? They did. Did you lie to them or did you tell them the truth? Did you lie to them or did you tell them the truth? I said nothing to them. You lied, didn't you? I did, yes.
The trial of Bruno Hauptmann lasts for 31 days. The jury reaches its verdict in little more than 11 hours. As the news of Hauptmann's conviction is flashed around the world, his wife and his attorney make a final public appearance.
Mrs. Hauptmann, you still believe in the innocence of your husband, don't you?
I believe, and I know my husband is innocent. He did not kidnap the Lindbergh baby, and he did not murder the Lindbergh baby. I wish to appeal to the people of the United States to help me. I have no money. I haven't even got money for my sick baby.
At New Jersey's Trenton State Prison, Hauptmann waits to die. On April 3rd, 1936, the sentence is carried out. Newsreel cameras at the time recreate Hauptmann's last moments. To the end, he will say he is innocent.
Flash, United Press, Trenton, Hauptmann executed, 8:47 1/2.
A morbid crowd outside the prison has gathered to watch the hearse leave. In New York City, nearly 40 years after Hauptmann's death, new evidence has come to light. Anthony Scaduto, a writer and a former reporter, has spent more than 3 years investigating the complex details of the Lindbergh kidnapping case. Scaduto's probing research has revealed some startling new facts.
Back in 1973, I got a call from a man who had been on the fringes of organized crime for many years. I had been the mafia expert, so-called, for the New York Post. And he said he could prove that Hauptmann was absolutely innocent of the crime of kidnapping and killing the Lindbergh baby. And I began to check into some of his evidence, and I eventually got into the files of the Bronx District Attorney's Office and the New York City Police Department, and I found strong evidence that Hauptmann indeed had been the victim of a frame-up. I found evidence that all the eyewitness testimony had been, the eyewitnesses were either liars or mistaken, that the expert testimony, the expert witnesses, distorted in order to help convict Hauptmann, and that the physical evidence, every piece of physical evidence, was either manufactured by the police or distorted by them to convict Hauptmann. And I feel absolutely certain that Hauptmann was innocent.
Was Bruno Richard Hauptmann deliberately sent to his death? The old Lindbergh house in Hopewell, New Jersey is today a state home for juvenile delinquents. The corner of the second floor was once the Lindbergh's nursery. The kidnapper entered through this window to reach the sleeping baby. The baby was then carried down this shaky wooden ladder. But did Bruno Hauptmann build it and then steal the Lindbergh child?
You never took your children into that bedroom, did you? I never was. You never took that ladder up there either, did you? I even didn't build it. You didn't take that ladder out of your attic either, did you? No, sir.
One of the major pieces of physical evidence against Hauptmann was the ladder. The police and prosecution claimed that Hauptmann climbed into his attic, cut a piece of floorboard out of the attic, went back down to his apartment, 2 floors down, back to his garage, in which there was a great deal of lumber, to use this piece of wood to construct the ladder. And an expert witness testified that the grains of wood from the remaining piece in the attic floor matched precisely the rail of the ladder that they claimed Hauptmann took out of the attic. The fact is, you could see very clearly when you put the 2 pieces together that in order to make the grains match, one has to shove one of the pieces up higher in a very unnatural, distorted position.
Based on this and other evidence, Scaduto believes that the wood in the ladder may have been tampered with while in the possession of the police. The ladder, however, is only a part of the evidence that Scaduto uncovered. The woods about a mile from the Lindbergh house is the site where the baby's body was found. It was quickly buried in a shallow grave. Scaduto discovered evidence that the body was not the missing child.
The body that was found was in such a severe state of decomposition that the family doctor, on looking at the corpse, said if you gave me $1 million, I could not identify this thing. Lindbergh made the identification solely on the basis of counting the number of teeth. Any child of the same age, generally, millions of children of the same age, would have the same number of teeth. The chances are that that body was not the body of the Lindbergh baby, which means that no murder has been proved, which means that Hauptmann was absolutely wrongly convicted, forgetting all the other evidence. He was wrongly convicted because they could not prove a murder.
When police discovered ransom money hidden in Hauptmann's garage, Hauptmann claimed that the cash belonged to a man named Isidore Fish. Fish, he said, was a business partner who had gone to Europe and then died. Hauptmann insisted he discovered the cash in a box Fish had left for safekeeping. The explanation seemed far-fetched and was dubbed the Fishy story.
I found in the files of the district attorney's office and the New York City Police Department that evidence to show that Hauptmann and Fish indeed were business partners, evidence that was suppressed to destroy Hauptmann's alibi, to create this fishy story that Hauptmann was telling. Also, evidence that Hauptmann and Fish did not meet until 3-4 months after the kidnapping, so that there was no possibility that they had been partners even in the kidnapping and seizing of the ransom. All of this was suppressed in order to destroy Hauptmann's alibis.
Handwriting played an important role in the conviction of Bruno Hauptmann. The prosecution's chief handwriting expert was Albert Osborne.
The physical evidence connecting the writing of all of the Lindbergh ransom notes and the writing signed Hauptmann is, in my opinion, irresistible, unanswerable, and overwhelming.
Scaduto learned that the handwriting comparisons were made largely on the basis of numerous forced dictations taken from Hauptmann at police headquarters. Hauptmann's written numbers could never be shown to match those on the ransom notes, and there is evidence of tampering.
In 1977, I was contacted by a woman named Hilda Zenglein. She was a defense handwriting expert. She was dismissed because she said that she would get up and testify that the original ransom notes had been tampered with to make them look more like Hauptmann's handwriting. And she sent me an example of what she saw, and what they basically did, she said, was to round off letters in the ransom note so they would look more like Hauptmann's handwriting. And she said it was very obvious and she was not permitted to testify. That evidence was never introduced by the defense.
During the trial, many witnesses did take the stand to testify against Hauptmann. Amandus Hochmuth pointed to Hauptmann as the man he saw driving near the Lindbergh house on the day before the kidnapping.
I found documents to show that about 2 months after this event, Amandus Hochmuth applied for welfare in New York City, and it was granted because the welfare agent said, quote, he is almost totally blind, close quote. He could not have identified anyone.
John F. Condon played a major role in the conviction of Bruno Hauptmann.
Dr. Condon was a garrulous old man who very, very honestly wanted to help recover the Lindbergh child. And he injected himself into the case and was accepted as an intermediary. When Hauptmann was arrested, Condon was asked to identify him to see whether Hauptmann was the man to whom Condon had passed the ransom money. After looking at Hauptmann and even talking with him and shaking his hand, Condon stepped out of the identification room and told police and the FBI agents that he could not identify this man. He said, this is not the man. Condon would not identify Hauptmann until 2 or 3 weeks before the trial. In the interim, he had been coerced by the police. 1, he was threatened with violence, and 2, he was threatened with arrest as an accomplice if he would not identify Hauptmann.
Hauptmann was also identified by Charles Lindbergh himself. In the atmosphere of the trial, the testimony was damning.
Lindbergh identified Hauptmann's voice as the voice he heard in the cemetery almost 2.5 years before, speaking only 2 words, hey, doctor. And that identification cinched it in the jury's mind at the very early stages. The juries later told reporters that when they heard Lindbergh say that it was Hauptmann's voice that spoke those words the night the ransom was passed, they were convinced Hauptmann was guilty. The thing is that Lindbergh, after Hauptmann's arrest, heard Hauptmann speak those words again in the Bronx District Attorney's office, and for a full week he could not make up his mind. Not until the police had relayed to him all the evidence that they had compiled against Hauptmann, much of which I've later found has been tampered with, manufactured. All that evidence was given to Lindbergh as the reason that Hauptmann was indeed the kidnapper. And only after that did Lindbergh say, right, I'll identify his voice. And he did at the trial.
Was Bruno Hauptmann really guilty of the kidnap and murder of the Lindbergh child? For Anthony Scaduto, the answer is clear.
At best, Hauptmann's role, and I feel this strongly, was that he had no connection in any way with the kidnapping nor with the extortion. That his greatest part in it was to have taken the box full of money from Isidore Fish, not knowing it was money, not discovering it was money until months after he learned Fish had died in Germany. At worst, he could have been the receiver of stolen goods. That is, he could have known that this box actually contained money and that it contained hot money. I think what happened is, once they found Hauptmann in possession of the $15,000 in ransom money, they believed firmly that he was the guilty party. Individually, police officers distorted evidence, even manufactured evidence, and suppressed evidence that would have proved his innocence because they were so firmly convinced he was guilty. And they sent him to the electric chair.
If the Lindbergh baby was not the victim of Bruno Richard Hauptmann, who then kidnapped the child?
Without any real conclusive evidence, because I have not been able to get into the files of the New Jersey State Police, I feel rather strongly that Isidore Fish had some role in it. Perhaps as the kidnapper, perhaps simply as the extortionist. And it could have been 2 different plots. But Isidore Fish had been a swindler. He was involved with underworld figures. And he had been seen in the area of the Lindbergh home weeks, days, months perhaps, before the kidnapping. Also that Isidore Fish was known to have had business dealings and personal friends in the area of the Lindbergh home in the Sauerland Mountains. In conclusion, I feel strongly that Isidore Fish, if anyone, had a large hand in the kidnapping and or extortion.
In this special In Search Of, we traveled to the People's Republic of China to examine a modern mystery which had its beginnings centuries ago, the ancient medical art of acupuncture. Chinese doctors claim a mysterious energy force they call qi flows through the human body and controls our health and well-being. They believe this flow can be altered by the insertion of needles at specific points on the body. Peking Hospital in the People's Republic of China. Lin Yanling is about to undergo brain surgery. The only things between her and severe pain are 4 tiny acupuncture needles. How these needles can have so powerful an effect is one of the mysteries of Chinese medicine.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
We traveled to the People's Republic of China to attempt to solve a mystery. Our goal was to investigate the ancient medical art of acupuncture. We discovered that while a new China is emerging, the old continues to be prized along with the new. We found much to admire in a culture thousands of years older than our own. A replica of a bronze figure cast over 1,000 years ago is used to explain acupuncture by Dr. Lu Zhi-Tsun, China's foremost expert. He tells us that 12 lines of force, called meridians, flow through the human body, each connected to a vital organ, such as the lungs or the heart. As long as this flow of force, the Chinese call qi, is uninterrupted, the body will be healthy. But if an imbalance occurs, pain, disease, and even death may result. Over the centuries, the Chinese discovered that if small needles were inserted at specific points along the meridians, the flow of force could be balanced and the problem would subside.
It has long been a mystery to the Western world how this tiny needle inserted in the human body could often stop pain and in some cases be a seemingly miraculous cure for many diseases. At first, acupuncture was regarded with suspicion by the medical profession of the West. In the early 1970s, when China opened her doors, the first visiting physicians returned with remarkable stories about the apparent effectiveness of acupuncture.
The University of California at Los Angeles was one of the first institutions to take acupuncture seriously. An early believer, Dr. David Bressler of UCLA's Pain Center.
You know, acupuncture is probably the world's oldest contemporary medical system. We consider it experimental in this country, but probably more people have been treated by acupuncture than by all other systems of medicine combined. We give the ancient Chinese credit for discovering things like gunpowder, porcelain, paper, silk, the compass. But their discoveries in the field of medicine were even more astounding. They knew about vaccination against smallpox, you know, thousands of years BC, and I don't have to tell you what it did to Western civilization. They knew about circulation of blood in the body. And what's most intriguing is that their whole orientation to the human body is quite radically different than ours. Western medicine is based principally on anatomy and physiology. We open the body, we dissect it, we see what goes on inside, and that forms the basis of our medicine. The Chinese worshiped their ancestors, so to do gross dissections was unthinkable. Rather, they looked at the functional organization of the body, how all these organ systems are interrelated.
We visited a typical acupuncture clinic in Peking, China, one of thousands throughout that vast country where acupuncture is a common practice. Acupuncture is one of 3 related techniques used here for a variety of ailments. Acupressure involves the stimulation of acupuncture points on the outside of the body without breaking the skin. When heated maxi herbs are applied to the acupuncture areas, it is called moxibustion. This patient is a worker whose left side has been paralyzed for over 4 years.
头针剂就是这个头针呢，就是采取头皮和大脑皮层相对应的区域。
After placing several needles in the man's back, the doctor locates the precise motor point on the right side of his head that controls the motor functions on the patient's left side. After insertion, the needles are stimulated and left in for about 20 minutes. After 11 treatments, he is much improved and soon will be able to return to work. This patient suffers arthritic pains. In addition to the usual treatment, her doctor adds a special needle fitted with a burning capsule of moxa herb. The heat from the needle and the presence of the herb will strengthen the effect. Obviously, this patient has found relief.
In China, I'd say one of the most exciting things they're doing is using acupuncture, anesthesia, and surgery. They have it to a point where they're using very minimal amounts of drugs and depending rather heavily on acupuncture to provide anesthesia during really a variety of surgical procedures.
In the neurological center in the Peking Hospital, a woman patient is about to undergo an extraordinary surgical procedure under the supervision of Dr. Chao Ya Duo.
She came to our hospital. After examination, the diagnosis is very clear. That is, she suffered from a pituitary tumor. And this tumor is located in the base of the brain. Today, we use acupuncture anesthesia to perform this operation. There are many benefits and many advantages of the acupuncture anesthesia. First, during operation, the patient remains fully conscious and she can cooperate with you.
The patient, blind for some years in one eye, now has almost total loss of vision in the other. The cause? A tumor at the base of the pituitary gland. The remedy? To saw out a 4.5-inch section of her skull and remove the tumor from her brain. The aim? Total restoration of sight in both eyes. The only anesthesia to be used throughout the operation, during which the patient will be fully conscious, will be acupuncture. A skilled acupuncturist must know the precise points where the needles will be effective. The slightest misjudgment could be crucial. To strengthen their effect, electric stimulation has been added to the needles, using special low-voltage equipment. Only 4 needles are used, but those in her head contact 2 acupuncture points each. The usual procedure in the United States in such an operation is to administer a general anesthetic, rendering the patient unconscious. Occasionally, a local anesthetic is given to prevent pain, allowing the patient to remain awake and able to cooperate. Chinese doctors feel they must treat the total person, so they're careful to establish close relationships with their patients. Confident, Lin Yanling is now ready for her operation. In the Peking Hospital of the People's Republic of China, Lin Yanling has been prepared for brain surgery. Her only anesthesia will be the 4 tiny needles placed strategically in special acupuncture points, which the Chinese surgeons know will block any feeling of pain. Electric stimulation has been added to the needles to strengthen their effect, using special low-voltage equipment. What you're about to see are very graphic scenes of an actual brain operation. First, the outer layer of skin must be peeled back. Her condition will be watched carefully by a specially trained nurse. Conscious throughout, Yan Ling will be able to communicate her feelings through this nurse to the doctors.
醒来英，醒来英，眼睛也可以睁开点啊，挺好的吧？你现在？
The nurse asks if she feels any pain. Yan Ling answers that she does not.
你说句，挺好的啊。越松啊，越好长瘤子啊。
Next, the surgeons must drill 4 small holes and saw out a 4.5-inch section of her skull in order to reach the tumor.
还有吗？
Yan Ling feels the vibration, but miraculously, no pain. The nurse constantly comforts her and warns her that there will be a new sound and more vibration. Yan Ling says she's all right, but doesn't like the vibration.
啊，有点震，现在不震了啊。
The nurse says, try to relax. The more you relax, the easier it will be for the doctors to remove the tumor.
这就快给你找瘤子了啊。
The surgeons can now remove the section of skull and search for the tumor.
还有一声啊。
The nurse tells Yan Ling the vibrations are over. Yan Ling asks, how much longer? The nurse replies, not too much. The most difficult period for Yan Ling is now over, but the critical part for the doctors begins. Because there is no feeling in the brain, there is no sensation of pain when the brain is touched. However, electrical stimulation with a probe into certain critical areas of the brain will cause the patient to feel unusual sensations. The main advantage of having the patient conscious is that she will be able to feel these sensations and convey them to the doctors so that they may map a pathway to the tumor without damaging any other part of the brain. At last, the surgeon finds and removes the tumor.
好的，一会儿，景兰英，你可以睁开眼，也可以看。
Yan Ling is relieved to know that it is nearly over, and as they close the opening in her skull, she feels only an uncomfortable swelling in her head, but no actual pain. With the operation over and the tent removed, the doctor holds up 2 fingers in order to test Yan Ling's sight. The operation has been successful, and the results are immediately clear. She's been an excellent, cooperative patient. While surgical use of acupuncture is dramatic and spectacular, the benefits may be even more merciful when applied to the relief of chronic pain. For some, it can mean release from a lifetime of agony. Doctors who practice acupuncture do not claim it to be a cure-all, nor that it works for everyone. Understandably, the first Western-trained doctors to practice acupuncture were Chinese Americans, with an understanding of the medical philosophies of both worlds. Dr. William Coe.
Most of the thing I treat is pain, arthritic pain. Most of the patient all has been worked up and treated by other doctors, like in other specialties, orthopedic, neurologists, and they have worked them out before they don't get help. With pills, they may have temporary, and that's why many of them sick and tired of using pills, and they come to acupuncture.
Patient Carl Fleck.
Over the years, most of my major joints have been getting stiffer and giving me more and more pain. About 9 months ago, it finally got to the point where I was having difficulty walking 2 blocks. My left hip was giving me quite a bit of pain. It wasn't so bad when I was calm and relaxed, but with any exercise, why, things hurt. I came in to see the doctor, and I would say in 6 weeks, why, almost all pain was gone, and I was back walking, hiking. Well, like everyone else, I was quite apprehensive about the needles being applied. It was quite a pleasant surprise to find that it's a little more than a feeling of a pinch.
Linda Brown has had severe migraine headaches most of her life.
How you been doing?
Pretty good.
Often, she would be forced to go to bed for days at a time, unable to stand the pain.
I understand you had your headache since age 14.
Yes.
Migraine headache, huh?
The discomfort of the needles is nothing compared to her previous suffering.
Yeah, I'm glad you're all right now. You've been doing pretty good lately after the treatment?
Yeah, right.
Your headache is pretty good, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just the sinuses.
Just the sinus.
Right.
You had a lot of pills before, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Every doctor gave me pills. I
Yeah.
was ready for something else.
Yeah, you're sick and tired of pills. I don't blame you for that. This is going to help you. I'm glad that you respond so well. Yeah, does it hurt?
No.
No, well, I'm glad, yeah. You're gonna...
And it has worked, yes. Instead of being in bed for 24 to 48 hours, I'm out. I got a job. Before, I just didn't think I would ever be able to hold a job down.
When acupuncture was first introduced to this country in the early 1970s, some doctors got very excited. And of course, the majority of doctors, they are very, I would say, they were very skeptical.
Dr. Pedro Chan has been in the forefront of the struggle to legalize acupuncture.
AMA, the official body of the medical doctors, issued a statement that, well, acupuncture at this time is still experimental. In 1975, acupuncture had been legalized now in California. Since then, for those who have been doing acupuncture, if they are qualified, they can get a license from the State Board of Medical Quality Assurance. Now, this is a very fragile area, and this is the area most patients are having the problem. And I would say that the majority of our patients belong to this type, low back pain. In addition to the low back area, we have also to put some needle in the lower extremity. In this case, will be right behind the knee.
Many of Dr. Chan's patients come to acupuncture as a last resort.
The reason I put the needle here, this is to enhance the therapeutic action of the needle over the local area. In this case, it's the low back. In addition to the needling, add the heat to the needle. Now, I don't mean to burn the needle or burn the patient, but to use the heat to warm up that area. This is known as a moxibustion. Now, here I have a moxa stick here. It's just like a regular cigar. I light it on one end and put it about 1 inch away from the point to warm up the acupuncture point. This kind of heat is penetrating, and the patient can experience more relaxation and sometimes a pain relief immediately after the treatment.
I'd say that the most intriguing modern theory as to how acupuncture works involves a discovery that was made just a few years ago. Discovery is that the nervous system makes its own pain-relieving substances called endorphins or inner morphines that are hundreds of times more powerful than our most powerful pain-relieving drugs. It looks now that acupuncture, rather than having a direct effect on pain by blocking a nerve or stopping nerve transmission, that acupuncture stimulates the nervous system to make more of its own pain-relieving substances and therefore has an indirect effect on blocking pain. that it turns on the body's natural pain-relieving mechanisms. It does help explain why acupuncture can be effective in controlling pain. It doesn't help us very much in explaining why it's also effective in the treatment of bronchial asthma, why many diabetics who get acupuncture often are able to reduce the amount of insulin they require, why people with gastrointestinal complaints, why people with a variety of other kinds of problems also respond to acupuncture.
A test is being conducted at the California Acupuncture College to attempt to verify the existence of acupuncture points. As this electronic device passes certain areas, the light indicates these precise points have some special chemical, electrical, or thermal characteristics. Is it mere coincidence that they are exactly the same as the acupuncture points discovered thousands of years ago by the Chinese?
It is really the first holistic medicine, if you will, realizing that you treat people, not diseases. And the bottom line for me is, I'm interested in things that work. I'll figure out how they work later.
Even though acupuncture is being used more and more in the United States, exactly how it works is still a mystery. Most historians agree that China has the oldest civilization in the world. Is it possible that her doctors have known for centuries what we, in an age of medical specialization, are just now learning? In 1967, Jimmy Hoffa began serving a 13-year prison sentence. It was the beginning of the end for the man who was called America's most powerful labor leader. Hoffa was pardoned 4 years later, but his troubles were far from over. On July 30th, 1975, he left home and disappeared without a trace. Was Jimmy Hoffa kidnapped or murdered? If so, why and by whom? Did he flee to a distant country? Why did Jimmy Hoffa disappear?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Be firm, but return to work and wait for the government of the United States to be able to make the decision. Don't take the law in your own hands or you're going to hurt me. Don't do it, please.
As president of the Teamsters Union, Jimmy Hoffa commanded a workforce larger than the United States Army. Hoffa was a leader gifted with great charisma, one of America's working class heroes. One day in 1975, Hoffa went to a meeting at a suburban Detroit restaurant. He has not been seen since.
My father, James R. Hoffa, has been missing for some 32 hours. He left for an appointment at Macus's Red Fox restaurant at approximately 1:30 p.m. Wednesday, July 30, 1975. He called home at approximately 2:15 p.m. We have not heard from him since.
Down in this lot here.
Acting on anonymous tips, local authorities searched the Detroit suburbs for a body. Jimmy Hoffa is still missing. He was a powerful man, president of the world's largest labor union. But powerful men make enemies. Who might have wanted Hoffa out of the way, and why? Is it conceivable that he was kidnapped for ransom, or that he deliberately dropped out of sight? The answer to the mystery of Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance might be found by tracing his spectacular rise to power. Violence was commonplace in the working world Jimmy Hoffa entered during the late 1920s. Police and strikebreakers battled fiercely with union workers as the labor movement gained momentum. In his teens, Hoffa joined a small Detroit local in the Teamsters Union of Truckers and Warehousemen. As a fearless young organizer, he helped engineer dozens of strikes to improve working conditions. Truckers began hauling more and more of the nation's freight as our highway system expanded. The Teamsters grew into a powerful union. Hoffa moved quickly up the union executive ladder. By the age of 33, he headed Local 299 in Detroit. 11 years later, in 1957, Hoffa ran for international president of the Teamsters. He gained support in locals all over the country by brilliant politicking. When the delegates were polled, Hoffa triumphed by a 3-to-1 margin. Pete Camarada is co-chairman of Teamsters for a Democratic Union.
Well, when Hoffa spoke to the rank and file, he was always able to reach them. And even though Jimmy Hoffa was a little man, he had a certain amount of charisma about him. When you shook hands with Jimmy Hoffa, even though Hoffa was a little fella, 5'5" or something like that, you thought you were shaking hands with somebody much bigger. Hoffa was willing to get right down in the street with the brothers and win what they had to win. And that's what people loved him for.
In 1967, the Master Freight Agreement gave Hoffa more power than any union leader before him. Now, truckers nationwide would be bound by the same contract. To many businessmen and politicians, this was a frightening prospect.
What scared him is the fact that Jimmy Hoffa could say to 400,000 Teamsters or 450,000 Teamsters at the time to park the trucks, and they'd park them.
If Teamster truckers carried most of America's food, fuel, and clothing to the marketplace, is it possible that Jimmy Hoffa had too much power? Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Clark Mollenhoff.
Jimmy Hoffa had more uncontrolled power than any other person in the United States, including the president. He was not accountable to anyone. He controlled employers, he controlled politicians through his gifts of union funds and cash, or through his use of anti-labor charges against the political figures. He controlled everything that moved on a truck.
Hoffa never used his power to shut down the nation's commerce. Publicly, he played the part of a labor statesman.
We're asking for language dealing with safety of equipment. We're asking for wage increase.
People who knew Hoffa said that privately, he was a hot-tempered and ruthless man.
Well, from the first time I met Jimmy Hoffa throughout his whole life, he was a totally confident, cocky, banty rooster type of individual. He could be most ingratiating and pleasant, even boyish.
Pays to have friends.
But he could turn around and snap his fingers and become a tyrant if he were crossed in any respect.
To the rank and file, Hoffa was a powerful boss who won good contracts. Enemies, however, claimed he made deals with employers outside Detroit, allowing them to pay his Teamsters a substandard wage. Hoffa centralized Teamster power and took control of the huge Central States Pension Fund. He lent millions to build gambling casinos. An estimated $170 million of Teamster pension funds went into Las Vegas. There are also charges that Hoffa had ties to organized crime.
From at least the mid-1940s, Jimmy Hoffa was dealing with organized crime figures in all parts of the country. He was using them to enforce his dictates on local labor leaders who were honest. He was also using them as a network for his own advancement and his own power. He put them in power in various unions from one end of the country to the other.
The best answer in regards to hoodlums and what have you is the fact that every strike we have with employers who really want to fight, they revert to hiring hoodlums. And unless we know who our enemy is, unless we're in a position to do something about it, you'll lose your strike.
But who controlled whom? What was the real relationship between Hoffa and men like New Jersey's Tony Provenzano?
You've got people in Detroit, at least 15 who have police records. You've got Joey Glimko in Chicago. I say you're not tough enough to get rid of these people then.
Well, I don't propose to
You haven't moved
tough.
against any of them.
I don't propose to act tough. I will follow the Constitution of the International Union. I don't frighten too easy.
Well, you're not
and I don't intend to have the impression left that's been stated publicly that I'm controlled by gangsters. I am not controlled by them.
Mr. Hoffa, I'm certainly...
From 1957 to 1963, attorney Robert Kennedy and his brother, Senator John Kennedy, feuded bitterly with Hoffa as the McClellan Committee probed labor crimes. When John Kennedy was elected president in 1960, he appointed his younger brother Attorney General. Bobby declared all-out war on organized crime. Hoffa was indicted for extortion, perjury, wiretapping, jury tampering, and pension fund embezzlement. Somehow, he managed to avoid conviction.
Hoffa's bag of tricks included efforts to buy off sheriffs, prosecutors, congressmen, senators, governors, and he tried to influence cabinet officers and he at least compromised them. He even tried to buy me off, and he came out just out of the blue sky and said, "Every man has his price, Clark, what's yours?"
After 7 years of prosecution, Hoffa was convicted of jury tampering through the testimony of a disgruntled Teamster. Later, he was found guilty of embezzlement. In 1967, Hoffa surrendered to authorities to serve his term. The fateful series of events that would lead to Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance had begun. In 1967, ex-Teamster boss Jimmy Hoffa headed for Lewisburg Penitentiary to serve his term. He may have regretted the involvement with gangsters that had led to his downfall. But Hoffa's knowledge of the underworld would become an even greater burden in prison. For nearly 4 years, Jimmy Hoffa brooded in his cell as his power slipped away. Meanwhile, Hoffa's trusted aide, Frank Fitzsimmons, began his takeover of the Teamsters Union.
I wish to announce that I am a candidate for General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and will run for that office at the International Union Convention, which begins July the 5th in Miami Beach, Florida.
Eligible for parole in 2 years, Hoffa resigned his union office so that Fitzsimmons could run. It was a decision he would later regret. Once elected, Fitzsimmons solidified his position by making friends in the White House. he personally appealed to Richard Nixon to pardon Jimmy Hoffa.
Hello, honey. How are you?
I believe it.
Unknown to Hoffa, Nixon added conditions to his pardon, banning him from Union activity. Hoffa would say later that had he known about the restrictions, he would have refused to sign the pardon papers. In semi-retirement, Jimmy Hoffa found himself trapped in another kind of prison. To Hoffa, freedom, even life itself, meant a return to Union power. Hoffa retained his amazing popularity. Observers thought that if Jimmy's lawyers were able to reverse the Nixon restrictions, Hoffa could win back the Teamster presidency from Fitzsimmons. But Jimmy never got the chance. July 30th, 1975. Jimmy Hoffa headed for a rendezvous with two Teamster officials, Anthony Giacalone and Tony Provenzano, a former ally with whom Hoffa had had a fistfight in prison. At 2 p.m., Hoffa arrived at the Macus Red Fox restaurant. After waiting half an hour, he entered the restaurant and telephoned his wife to check whether Giacalone had called. Josephine Hoffa has not seen her husband since.
The car parked down here. Can you remove it now?
Police searched the area for clues or a body. But industrial Detroit provides countless places to dispose of a corpse.
There has been nothing, no calls or notes.
As a police official, what do you think happened?
There's too much to speculate on. I believe it's just too early, perhaps the next 24, 48 hours.
Could someone have snatched Hoffa from the restaurant in broad daylight? Charlie Schatz was an old friend.
Jim would have never walked into a trap. It's been tried before. This has been somebody that's been very close to Jim that he trusted.
Hoffa's foster son, Chucky O'Brien, was questioned. Police found blood in the car O'Brien was driving, but tests proved it was that of a fish. Hoffa's family waited in vain, hoping desperately to hear from his kidnappers. No ransom message ever arrived.
Sir, were you in the Detroit
But
area?
what about the men Hoffa was supposed to meet?
I tell you that Mr. Provenzano hasn't been in this town for the last 15
Tony Provenzano and Anthony Giacalone had airtight alibis for the time of Hoffa's disappearance. Both denied arranging any meeting with Jimmy. Ironically, in 1978, Provenzano went to prison for the murder of another Teamster official. 4 of Provenzano's associates were also summoned to a grand jury hearing: Sal and Gabriel Briguglio, and Thomas and Stephen Andretta. Each refused to talk. In 1978, Sal was murdered gangland style on a New York street. The government still has no case for the murder of Jimmy Hoffa, but the testimony of a mafia hitman turned government informant is considered by the FBI to be a plausible description of the kidnapping drama. Investigative reporter Dan Mulday has been researching the Hoffa case for 5 years.
In the first act, Hoffa drives from his home, arrives at the restaurant expecting to meet 2 underworld figures. He's picked up by 1, perhaps 2 close associates, driven to a private residence 4 minutes away from the restaurant, where he is ambushed and killed. His body is then stuffed into a 55-gallon drum and taken to a location where it is placed in a compactor for junk cars. It is crushed and it is smelted. Hoffa's body will never be found.
If Hoffa's disappearance was a mafia hit, what was the motive? FBI investigators believe Hoffa was killed to protect lucrative mob deals. Joe Irwin knew Hoffa for 3 decades.
Well, they had to get Jimmy Hoffa out of the way because probably within a month he would have been free of his parole deal, and he would have went back into the Union, and he would have taken over without a doubt from Fitzsimmons and crew, and he would have eliminated every damn one of them.
The motive for Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance goes beyond his mere ambition to regain the general presidency of the Teamsters Union, which he was institutionally closed out from anyway. Hoffa was becoming increasingly unpredictable and was becoming dangerous for the mob to allow to continue operating.
Dan Mulday believes an angry Hoffa had begun to squeal about connections between the Mafia and the CIA in Cuba. Cuba had long been a stronghold of organized crime and gambling. When the Cuban Revolution broke out, the mob sold arms to both sides. After Castro came to power, he began throwing gangsters out of Cuba. There is strong evidence that mobsters and the CIA were plotting to kill Castro, and that Jimmy Hoffa was the original liaison between them.
The evidence is also clear that in 1975, during the Church Committee's investigation of the Castro assassination plots, that Hoffa was indeed giving information to the Church Committee about his knowledge and perhaps even his participation in these plots. Sam Giancana, who was planning to speak before the Church Committee, was murdered exactly 1 month before Hoffa disappeared. And I believe these two murders are connected.
Only weeks before his disappearance, Hoffa had completed a book in which he made bitter charges against Frank Fitzsimmons. He implicated mobsters by name and specifically mentioned the end of his friendship with Tony Provenzano. This book may have been Hoffa's death warrant. Conceivably, he knew enough secrets to send dozens of mobsters to jail or the electric chair. Did Hoffa know the secret behind the crime of the century? On November 23rd, 1963, John Kennedy was shot to death in Dallas. The alleged killer was Lee Harvey Oswald, whose Cuban connections were documented by the Warren Commission. Oswald's murderer, Jack Ruby, had well-known ties to mobsters. According to Dan Mulday, FBI records indicated that Ruby phoned Hoffa aides repeatedly during November 1963.
Might tend to incriminate them. Your complete indifference to it, I think, makes this...
Hoffa hated the Kennedys for mercilessly hounding him during the McClellan hearings. But did he know more than the rest of us about the president's murder? Dan Mulday.
In September of 1962, Santos Trafficani, a Florida underworld figure, was speaking with a FBI informant. During the conversation, which included Hoffa's personal approval of a $1.5 million Teamster pension fund loan for Trafficani's associates, Trafficani went into a rage over Kennedy's pursuit of Hoffa and indicated to the FBI informant that Kennedy was going to be hit. During my investigation, the FBI informant indicated that Trafficani also added that Trafficani had, quote, made it clear that it was Hoffa who was making the arrangements for the president's assassination.
Jimmy Hoffa's connection with Kennedy's murder is tenuous. More certain is that Jimmy was involved with organized crime. Was he murdered by mob enemies, as the government believes? Could he have fled to avoid assassination, or is he still being held incommunicado? For society, the moral is clear. When underworld power is linked to mighty institutions and charismatic leaders, no one is safe. Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance was the final twist in a long and turbulent career. Gifted with unique talent and charisma, Hoffa could have been one of our country's great leaders. He began on the loading docks and earned his status as a working-class hero. But like so many leaders, Hoffa was corrupted by his tremendous power. He was unable to see the folly of his alliance with the underworld until it was too late. They say that somewhere there is a fountain whose waters can make one young again. Ponce de Leon landed in Florida in 1513, seeking the legendary Fountain of Youth. Centuries later, the search continues. Modern science is replacing legend in the quest to turn back the clock and regain lost youth. For some, the Fountain of Youth is a reality. And it has changed their lives.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Old age, life's inevitable condition.
Man's refusal to accept his own mortality has driven him to seek eternal life. A quest to learn the secrets of the process we call aging in the hope that somehow we can stop or reverse it and stay forever young. But do we know what aging really is?
Aging represents a group of processes, and the most significant kind of change that probably takes place is that change within the nervous system, followed very closely by the changes in the glands of the body, secreting the very important hormones that send messages everywhere in the body. And probably the third system that would be very important would be the immune system.
Dr. Ruth Wegg is both a gerontologist and biologist at the Andrus Gerontology Center at USC. Her specialty, the body's aging process.
It is possibly misleading to try to choose any one system or any one process and say this is aging. It's all aging. I am convinced that we will be able to delay, retard, and effectively eliminate aging, maybe 100 and 150 years from now.
There are as many ways to stay young as there are ideas and people in the world. In the mountains of Mexico is a place called Rancho La Puerta. Eating well, exercising, and having a relaxing vacation amidst natural beauty is very pleasant. But can it make you younger?
Certainly with all the young people doing active things, I try to participate along with them and keep up with them. It makes me feel like I'm younger and I act younger, feel younger.
Well, I come to be kind of rejuvenated and get myself into an exercise routine that I slip up on after I'm not here for a while.
I can come down here exhausted, and in 2 or 3 days, I'm doing 4 and 5 hours of very vigorous exercises, and I don't even feel tired. I feel exhilarated. I feel this place is good for the soul as well as good for the body.
The beautiful setting, the relaxed atmosphere, and the chance for people to forget their troubles and relax in the sun. That's as close to the Fountain of Youth as you can find, and then the only thing to do is enjoy it.
A 70-year-old woman feels she looks old and finds she can turn back the clock through the miracle of plastic surgery. Like that woman, Helen Demetrio wanted to look and feel younger. Helen found what she was after by having cosmetic surgery, or what is commonly known as a facelift.
As far as people knowing, and those that have not seen me for a little while say, "Oh, Helen, you've lost weight. You look so pretty." And they carry on like that. I like people, I love my work, and if I'm going to continue as I have been, I might as well make the best of what I can do and what I have. And this is one of the reasons I decided to go ahead and have it done. When I had thought about doing this, it was just a matter of, I didn't want to look like I was 18 years old, which we know it cannot be done.
Morning, ladies.
Hi.
Is she here yet?
Dr. Stanley Freilich is the plastic and reconstructive surgeon who performed Helen's surgery.
Patients come to this office and to the office of any plastic surgeon seeking to realign, as it were, that feeling of youth with what they see in the mirror. And this was what we call a crisis of body image. She felt considerably more youthful than her physical appearance would indicate. She came to me originally because she had some problem with her neckline and the jowl area around here, her lower eyelids and her upper eyelids. And basically it was making Helen feel a little bit out of proportion what the age that she really felt.
The results of my surgery has been, to me, very successful, and I'm very, very happy about it. And inwardly, I feel very, very good about it. It's given me a lot to go on.
What you're about to see is an actual operation containing explicit surgical footage. The actual process involved in a facelift is demonstrated here for us by Dr. Lawrence Seifert.
It is most important to find a qualified plastic and reconstructive surgeon. Ask your family doctor and ask to see the surgeon's credentials.
After carefully marking the areas involved, the surgeon releases the facial skin from its underpinnings to the face. Neck muscles are rearranged, facial fat removed, and the skin pulled back to appear more smooth. Though it looks painful, the operation will leave no visible scars, and the patient will be home that same day. This 70-year-old woman provides graphic evidence of what can be accomplished in only 18 days. For her, the fountain of youth is a reality.
Marty.
On a playground in Los Angeles, a group of senior citizens play like teenagers. At 73, Warren Blaney thinks he's young.
Usually when a person takes a look at me and they think, my goodness sakes, I guess that fellow's about ready for, well, most any place but living and action. And I just feel, well, that certainly is the attitude of the individual, not the appearance of a person. Because time has nothing to do with it as long as you keep yourself active and busy.
Keeping active and busy are easy for Warren. His typical schedule would wear out a 30-year-old. As founder of the Senior Olympics, he's used to putting in full days, running the office and recruiting old friends.
Hi, Warren. Hi, Bert. Come on in. We want people that are active and willing and ready to do things, because action is the key word. And are you still working out?
Oh, I work out all the time. I run 50-yard, 75-yard wind sprints, work out with the weights. You know,
Bert Goodrich was the original Mr. America. Over the years, he has managed to remain incredibly youthful, whether 62 or 72 years young, as seen here. Have these two men discovered still another way to turn back the clock? What is their special secret? Have they somehow found the fountain of youth?
Hey, gang, Warren Blaney. Take one of these. reason you might like to see the Olympics this year again. I don't know the secret myself. I just drink a lot of milk and eat a lot of graham crackers, and boy, they agree. And ice cream. I didn't notice, sir.
Whatever his formula is, Warren keeps going at an incredible pace, meeting new people and promoting his passion, the Senior Olympics.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, fellas. Okay.
Go, Blaine. Come on, behind me. Shoot it. There you go.
Finding the fountain of youth is within everybody because it's only in their mind and in their heart. Yes, I really believe that I found living youthfully is the best way, or the fountain of life.
For some, staying young is a matter of attitude, but the real fountain of youth may lie in a simple pill. What you are seeing has been called the fountain of youth drug.
I have seen people with bald spots. After a while of using Gerovatol, their hair came back.
I feel a young man. Without Gerovatol, I would never have done it.
I'd had a work treadmill, a cardiograph that measures the ability of your heart to perform work. After taking the drug, I had almost 100%, over 100% improvement by the end of a year. And I decided that this was a worthwhile drug.
Gerovatol, but in much of the world it is simply known as GH3. Formulated by Dr. Ana Aslan in Romania over 30 years ago, people around the world have claimed it effective against senility, high blood pressure, age spots, varicose veins, gray hair, and many of the other effects of aging. There are people who use it every day and swear it works.
A doctor here suggested to me that I should take Gerovatol. And after I took Gerovatol, my whole physical idea changed. I could think better, much more alert. I used to have real gray hair, the few I have left, but they disappeared. I had arthritis in my knees very badly. That all disappeared completely. And I used not to be able to mow my own lawn. That's how I was out of breath, had asthma, all those things. I haven't got it anymore. I'm completely a new man.
Good evening. Welcome to Primetime Tours and the Gerovatol Information Center.
So far, it is legal only in Nevada. Primetime Tours helps people get to Las Vegas and Gerovatol.
For those of you who are
But what is Gerovatol? Curiously, it is mainly made of procaine, the main element in common Novocaine.
actually known as
Is it possible that something as common as Novocaine can reverse the aging process?
What's the reason you want to take Gerovatol?
Well, I've had some arthritic condition for the past 3 years, and I've heard that it's supposed to do wonders for that.
Dr. Charles Vanetti believes it is possible.
Now, Mr. Sheldon, I'm going to check your blood pressure and check you over a little bit, and then we'll talk some more about Gerovatol, okay? Most of the ailments that people have that they seek Gerovatol for are age-related. Gerovatol, as far as being an anti-aging drug, I definitely think it is. We have had people who have had their hair turn dark again. We've had people who say the wrinkles have left. The question is it because that they feel better and they look younger, or is it actually retarding aging? Now, at the cellular level, I think it retards aging. Above that, I won't say.
But not everyone agrees. The agency responsible for the testing of new drugs in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration, is not convinced.
The drug has been tested, undergone clinical testing some years ago. None of these tests revealed that it had any, in any way could do the things that are claimed by the sponsor. And therefore, the drug for our agency is an unapproved new drug which is misbranded. If it should occur that after testing that the drug is an effective drug to make people stay younger, this would be a marvelous thing for us in our society. We would all looking for this, but as of now, there is no evidence.
Given the FDA's position for this moment in time, Girovatol is not an acceptable answer. But are there others?
I've become a woman of 30 or 35 again as far as the way I feel and think. I have clear skin. My skin is smooth. My hair is normal, not dry or brittle. I wake up in the morning full of energy. I walk 3 miles a day. I couldn't walk any further than a brisk walk to the bathroom before I came here.
For the people at the Pritikin Longevity Center in Santa Monica, California, a diet and exercise program that includes up to 8 meals a day is having dramatic results. These people are reversing the effects of 2 age-related killers, diabetes and heart disease.
Fatigue disappears within 2 or 3 weeks when you change your diet. And people feel better than they have in 20 years, people tell me.
Author and nutritionist Nathan Pritikin believes the fountain of youth is simply a matter of diet and exercise.
The American diet is a disaster for good health. It's a smorgasbord of death in this country by the gourmet foods that we eat. We've got to get back to the simple foods that don't damage our bodies. Those are the simple whole grains, fruits and vegetables, beans and peas, potatoes, and you've got to cut your animal protein to 1 pound or 1.5 pounds a week. If you do that, and you've got the fountain of youth. There is no remedy for aging and degenerative diseases. Heart disease, breast cancer, and so on are inevitable unless you change your diet and exercise program. None of them need happen. They're all preventable.
Is it really possible that just through eating the right food and exercising, we can live longer and put off the illnesses of old age? Richard Rockert was only 44 when he had to have emergency triple bypass surgery. As he describes it, he couldn't even carry his own bags into the Pritikin Center. Richard was headed for more surgery and felt so low that he was ready to take his own life. Then he heard about the center. 1 short year later, things are very different for Richard Rockert.
Mr. Pritikin convinced me that he could do something for me. I was admitted the following week. I'm jogging an hour a day each morning. I have stuck rigidly to the diet. I've lost a total of 33 pounds since entering this center. I just feel like a new man. I don't know if it's a fountain of youth, but if it isn't, it's the closest thing I'm sure that I'll ever find. Simply amazing.
You eat this diet, and you will be young forever? Hardly. You eat this diet, and we can reverse your atherosclerosis. You eat this diet, and there will be no hypertension.
Biologist Ruth Wegg of USC's Gerontology Center and author of the classic textbook Nutrition and the Later Years wants more proof.
We do know that food does make a difference, an enormous difference. We do know that exercise can make an enormous difference in health, in vigor, in freedom from some diseases. But there is no indication in any of the work that Mr. Pritikin's program has been able to demonstrate that it is only his diet or the exercise pattern he has recommended. We need the kind of controlled studies that he has not yet done. That does not mean that I am ignoring the people he has obviously helped. What I am asking for is some way to be able to count on the evidence that is now descriptive.
Scientific control is part of a remarkable experiment at UCLA's School of Pathology. Researchers are working with mice in the hope that they will find a way to extend the human lifespan. By carefully controlling the caloric intake of the animals, these scientists are getting ever closer to finding the key that unlocks the mystery of aging. Project coordinator, Dr. Richard Weindrug.
This is the room where we keep our dietarily restricted mice. As we mentioned earlier, there are 2 types of food restriction that we study. That initiated very early in life, and that initiated in mid-adulthood or even later in old age. Food restriction is the sole way of increasing maximum lifespan in warm-blooded animals. It is an important tool for which to study slowed aging and therefore may give us hints into the aging process and the mechanisms causing us to age. The diets that we feed these animals that are food restricted are specifically enriched in proteins, salts, and vitamins. I'm now grabbing a food restricted animal, which is 2 years old. And if he doesn't run up my arm, we can compare her actually, to a control animal. And you can get some idea of the size difference between these. These are both 2-year-old animals, and based on the results of our experiments and a large number of experiments carried out in other labs, this normally fed animal, which I'm holding on to, will probably live to be about 2.5 or 3 years old, whereas this will probably live to be 3 to 3.5 years old, and sometimes 4 years old. As we're seeing benefits in survival, we're seeing inhibition in late life disease, and we're seeing beneficial effects on many aspects of immune system aging. This work has significance, I think, for 3 reasons. One, it will allow us to better understand the biology of aging. 2, it may allow for the later years of people to be better years. And thirdly, it may eventually allow for actual prolongation of the lifespan.
In laboratories such as this, science is closing in on the secrets within every living thing. Perhaps someday, very soon, the experience called aging will be no more. When we can reach into a cell and stop the hands of time, we will have the fountain of youth. Age will be calculated by attitude and spirit then, just as it should be for each of us today. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. Laughter, one of the most familiar yet least understood of the body's responses. Scientific examination reveals it to be a mystery, its role in human behavior unknown. Recent evidence indicates that laughter may be linked somehow to our mysterious ability to heal ourselves. Is laughter capable of keeping us well?
What occurs when a person laughs is a sudden mental explosion.
And I give you Bill Allen's baseball scoop. Scoop!
I would rather have a comedian with me when I'm feeling badly than a doctor.
What is the importance of laughter? Could it be linked to survival itself? Come with us now as we go in search of laugh therapy.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In India, a man's wrists are deeply burned, then smeared with a mustard paste as a therapy against an illness.
There's no rational explanation as to why that would work other than that the patient would believe that it would work.
Dr. Ari Keev has traveled the world in search of an understanding of therapeutic practices. By simply believing in the therapy, this man's mind helps him to heal. Can we ascribe healing powers such as these to other forms of therapy?
I think what's exciting about what we've been learning from studying the primitives is that at the same time that we're making great advances in molecular biology, we're also becoming aware of the tremendous power of the mind, the power of positive thinking, the power of faith, all of which, when integrated, will open up a new era in the treatment of psychiatric as well as physical illness.
From around the world, we learn of strange therapies that seem to be impossible, yet they do work. Some researchers in our own country have invented unusual tools in an attempt to heal the sick. This strange device cured many people at the turn of the century, yet it actually does nothing but emit a blue spark. When a treatment has no explainable medical basis for affecting health, but somehow does, it is called a placebo. Dr. A.K. Shapiro has spent the last 20 years investigating the so-called placebo effect.
The placebo is probably connected and related to the will to live, the will to get better. It's probably a built-in genetic mechanism that helped mankind survive. It's omnipresent. Everybody's subject to it. It's very difficult to recognize. It's probably universal.
Dr. Shapiro has assembled a collection of placebos that rivals that of the Smithsonian. Some of the items that have been used over the years stretch the imagination.
The most magnificent placebo in all of history, without qualification, is the unicorn horn. And the reason for that is that it was the most expensive treatment in the whole history of medicine. During the Middle Ages, people paid $500,000 for this unicorn horn because it cured everything. It was the most excellent aphrodisiac. And of course, only the royalty could afford to buy such a thing. The people also had a treatment which involved bathing the unicorn in water, and they drank unicorn water for pennies. Here is a powdered unicorn horn, which I bought in Japan in a herbalist shop. Here's an aphrodisiac recommended by Maimonides, which consists of a hollowed-out carrot into which you urinate. And it's a cure for impotence, which he wrote about in his volume or work on the treatment of sexual disorders. Here's Hirudo medicinalis, that's a leech, which were extensively used in treatment to, again, withdraw the bad from the inside. These were all placebos used in the past.
We asked Dr. Shapiro whether using laughter could be a placebo therapy.
It is possible that laughter, like anything else, can be a placebo for the person who would respond to laughter therapeutically. However, for other people, it may not be a placebo at all. In fact, for some people, they may get uptight about that and be upset about it and feel worse or have a negative placebo effect.
Without a placebo to help it along, can our mind cure illness? At the Lafayette Clinic in Detroit, a woman learns to control body functions that are normally beyond her control by a therapy called biofeedback. Sensitive monitoring equipment provides a signal or feedback from her body's responses, enabling her to reverse the symptoms of a painful condition known as Raynaud's disease.
They would get
they start to get white at fingertips, and they can go all the way up to the knuckles. Then they would get like a brilliant red. Then they would turn a purplish color, which is really scary. And that's when the numbness would set in, and they would, well, they looked ugly.
Project Director Dr. Robert Friedman explains how biofeedback works.
Biofeedback involves electronically monitoring and feeding back to the patient or subject information about a particular physiological function, so that the patient hopefully can eventually learn to bring that function under his own control, eventually without the use of the machinery. Our work with biofeedback in Raynaud's disease tells us that at least in some cases, it's possible for people to control their physiological processes and thereby abort or turn around certain disease processes. Whether or not this is merely due to a placebo effect or whether it's due to some true intrinsic effects of biofeedback really remains to be determined by future research.
Whether a placebo or not, this woman is using a form of therapy that allows her to use her mind to become well. But if burning wrists and electronics can be therapies, what else might work? This man is author and philosopher Norman Cousins. For him, laughter has a special value, for it may have played a key role in saving his life.
See you next week.
After contracting a form of collagen disease he was told was fatal, he found himself weakened, but unwilling to die. Unable to accept either the diagnosis or hospital environment, he checked into a hotel and began a radical therapy. Large amounts of certain vitamins and regular doses of laughter.
At the time, we carried out specific medical tests to find out whether there was any basis for the belief that laughter was therapeutic. And we discovered that there was, and that the experience I had, which was that laughter tended to free my body to some extent of pain, and would give me 2 hours of pain-free and also pill-free sleep. This was corroborated by the test.
If laughter and positive emotions can physiologically affect us, the changes should be measurable. Is it possible to scientifically record the healing power of laughter? Primates seem to share an ability to respond to tickling in a way that resembles laughter. What is not clear is the importance of laughter to either these orangutans or man. Is there a primitive and instinctual basis for laughing? If so, why? At Stanford University, psychiatrist Dr. William Fry takes part in a unique study. He is wired to monitor his body's vital physiology while experiencing sustained laughter.
The primary study that we're doing, this procedure here, putting the cannula into my artery, is to make a direct, continuous study of the effect of laughter on blood pressure. There are also these electrodes on my chest, which will give us readings on the heart rate and the characteristics of the heart action. In other words, what's called the electrocardiogram.
Will research reveal that laughter is the best medicine?
There's no question about, in my mind, that laughter is good for you. I think that it's good for people in a number of different ways having to do with this matter of the stimulation of various bodily processes. We can see in the blood pressure activity here that there's a stimulation of blood pressure responses. There's also an increase in the heart rate that takes place. It's been demonstrated in other studies. We also know that there's quite a bit of muscular activity that accompanies laughter. You can just look at me and you can see how muscle groups all over my body are active. The ones you can't see in outward activity would be the diaphragm and my abdominal muscles, but I can assure you that they were very active too. So I get a very good exercise while I'm laughing. I'm going to expect that this will tell us some very important things about the response of blood pressure to laughter in general, not just with myself. It's an area of science that hasn't been explored before. The whole area of the physical effects of humor and laughter on the body is one that's relatively ignored.
Is laughter contagious? Well, let's find out.
Performer Carl Reiner.
I don't know.
Television star Steve Allen.
All right, here we go. Now. Oh, I'm only in the script where this good. All right. The annual spring training warm-up. The big league teams are all at the spring training headquarters around the country. Let's see what's happening.
And what a joke does, at least many jokes do, they derail the logical train of thought. You think you're going to a certain point, and then you're surprised. And I think this leads to perhaps some physical, literal spark in the electricity of the brain. And for reasons not yet clear, this produces the physical response of pleasant surprise and laughter. We go ha ha, and the muscles go boom, 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 that sort of thing.
When you're unhappy, the juices flow that make you feel bad, and you feel things are happening. You feel a disintegration inside the body. When you're feeling badly and crying, there's tensions, and you know that your organs are reacting to it. They must be. And when you're laughing, you think of nothing. You feel happy. You feel good. You feel good.
There's been a notion that I laughed my way out of a serious illness. Not quite true. Laughter is a good headline, but the important thing is that I try to employ all the positive emotions: love, hope, faith, will to live, laughter. Laughter was important to be sure, because laughter helps to oxygenate the blood. It enhances respiration. And some medical researchers believe that it combats toxicity. So laughter is important, but it would be a mistake to think that that is the only positive emotion that was put to work.
You laughs last. Well, happy people live longer. There's no doubt about it.
At Children's Orthopedic Hospital in Los Angeles, stuntman Red Horton steps into a classic comic role.
Doing a gig like that, it's of children especially, because it's so hard to hold attention. It's really rewarding to feel that.
He believes that a clown is a healer and that laughter is his medicine.
Hello, how are you today? Anyway. Hello? Hello? It's for you. It's Washington. Hello? It's the president. Hello? No, sell Egypt. Hello? How are you today? When I can get a child to laugh, to forget about the pain that he's in right at that moment, it makes me really feel great inside, and it makes me feel tremendous. It makes me want to stay there as long as I can just to keep them laughing. You ready? Here we go. I'm going to balance this on my head, okay? You ready? How's that? Look at it. What are you doing? Quit I see myself in a role that has been carried on for centuries between clowns, Luke Jacobs, all the way back to the court jesters. I see myself trying to make people in general a whole new outlook in life, something with a little humor, something to laugh at, something to feel good about living.
Well, I like to laugh because, like, when you're hurt or your leg is uncomfortable, when you laugh, it makes it so you forget what the pain is, and there's no hurting. You just laugh. It makes the pain go away because you just forget all about the pain.
But not all pain is physical, and that's when laughter heals best.
It's a real privilege right now to bring to the stage at the Comedy Store one of our regular performers. She is a very special lady. Welcome right now, Jerry Jewell.
Couldn't ask for a better reception. Now, how we are tonight? Yeah, I can't lie to you people. You know, I got cerebral palsy. I knew that I had cerebral palsy when I was just a little kid. And I always used to admire the clowns and the circuses and stuff like that. And I always used to think that if they put me in a clown costume, nobody'd ever know I had CP. You know, they always walk funny. But I understand, you know, I'm not insensitive, and I understand that we're brought up in a society where we're taught not to stare or laugh at handicapped people. Well, tonight I'm going to break all those rules. And I'm going to laugh at Previn and Carter. Laughter is a strength. When you're a handicapped child, you get a lot of abuse from kids when you're little. And I had to sustain a lot of that. And I learned to laugh at myself because either that or I was going to be humiliated, you see. You know, I do impressions. Are you ready for an impression? I can do anybody with cerebral palsy. No, I do. Okay. This is my impression of a Q-tip. What goes on between me and my audience is that there's a lot of love going back and forth. It's like I'm giving them love and they're giving me love, and it's going back and forth. It's vibes, very strong vibe. I think the most beautiful part of being a comic is being successful with a set and walking off the stage and seeing everybody smile. It's so neat. And I love it. It just makes me feel so great.
Jerry Jewell knows what laughter can do. She has found a balm for the spirit and a world of love and acceptance because of a mystery called laughter.
We're very hopeful that these pioneer studies will make an important contribution to the future, perhaps stimulating further studies in the future, perhaps providing some information that will contribute to understanding of human activities, human physiology, and perhaps even human disease in the future.
Is it possible that clowns and comedians through the ages have touched something we instinctively recognize is vital to our well-being? Can it be that Norman Cousins' story holds the key to medical insights yet to be explored? Insights that are linked to our mysterious ability to heal, an ability that crosses both cultures and time.
It's obvious that laughter is important to us for our mental well-being. That's indisputable. Is it also possible that it actually helps to keep us well physically? We do know it feels good, but we don't know why. Will we someday?
Perhaps future research will more clearly define the positive physical effects of laughter. Until then, we can certainly continue enjoying its obvious psychological benefits. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In Search of Cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. The woman calls herself a witch. She claims to be performing an ancient ceremony of candle magic. The power of the planets has been petitioned, and as the paper burns, a spell is cast. This rite of witchcraft is being practiced in Salem, Massachusetts, a place where people believed to be witches were once put to death.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Salem, Massachusetts is richly endowed with history and culture. For most of us, it is still best known as the site of America's witch trials. The past has left a permanent mark, and Salem has come to embrace the witch, at least in some respects. The witch is the town's symbol, and also a constant reminder of a reign of fear and terror. The witchcraft hysteria of 1692 actually began here, in the neighboring city of Danvers. It was once called Salem Village. Dr. Linda Caporal is a social psychologist. She has studied the witchcraft hysteria that once swept over the people here. Recently, she visited the Historical Society in Danvers.
In December of 1691, 8 girls were afflicted with what the Puritans called distempers. These were characterized by delusions of one sort or another, by severe convulsive fits, by odd gestures and disorderly speech.
The girls were examined and judged to be possessed.
Several months later, accusations of witchcraft were made, and these were taken quite seriously by the community, and we have the beginning of witchcraft trials.
In an atmosphere full of frenzy, the girls told the court of numerous people who they felt were in league with the devil. In 1692, witchcraft was a capital offense.
At the end of the Salem witchcraft trials, 20 people had died.
Nearly all of the victims were hung here, on Salem's Gallows Hill, now an old and deserted playground. At the cemetery in Salem lie the bodies of some of the judges who presided at the trials. Despite its terrible history, witchcraft now thrives in Salem. Meet Laurie Cabot, the city's official witch.
People commonly believe that witches are the exact definition of, that Webster's dictionary holds. And it says that a witch is an ugly old hag who cavorts with demons and devils or makes a pact with the devil in blood. People also believe that witches probably drink blood and eat babies, and of course that's not true. The word witch comes from the words magus, magi, and the Greek word magi, which still means witch today. And the word witch, it means wise person, or seeker of knowledge, basically.
In the center of Old Salem stands a shop called Crow's Haven Corner. It's a kind of sorcery boutique, which was opened by Laurie Cabot. It has become a popular gathering place for those who claim to be witches.
Well, how's Joey doing? Very good, very good. Hi, how are you? Good. Listen, did that shipment of tarot cards come in?
Yes, it did. It's in the back room.
Okay, I'll go back.
The shop has appealed to curious tourists, but it also stocks the herbs and potions that are needed by a witch.
You sure you don't want to box?
No, it's fine. I'll just take them the way he
Laurie's daughter, Jody, is an actively practicing witch.
Okay, it has a wonderful scent, so if the person is someone that you know or would like to know in the area, it will, just by smelling the scent of the ribbon, it will attract.
Laurie's younger daughter, Penny, will soon become a member of the coven. Laurie's coven has gathered to initiate a new witch. The initiate is Penny, Laurie's 16-year-old daughter. This rarely photographed ceremony is based on ancient rites. Today, it is an amalgam of many different practices gathered over the centuries and adapted to modern times. Laurie begins the rite by casting a magic circle around the entire coven. Each witch is then anointed.
I charge this circle to protect us from all negative and positive energies and forces that may come to do us harm. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
I draw into the center of this circle the energy of the universe and the wisdom of the pentacle.
So mote it be.
We bind your hands in infinity. We bind your creativity to the earth to aid us and help us. In the name of Isis, the Great Mother, and the Holy Maiden.
Lady Day, on quiet Lady Day, with blossoms in her hair, comes the form of the fairy maiden, leaving green everywhere.
I charge you, Penny Cabot, witch. I give you the wisdom of the universe. We give you the responsibilities of creativity, fertility, and all wonderful and good things to the earth. So mote it be.
By her mother's declaration, Penny Cabot has become a witch. As a new witch in the coven, it is now Penny's duty to perform alone a sacred ritual. In a forest not far from Salem, Penny gathers the tools to cast a spell. From pine needles, leaves, and from her witch's cord, she will summon the powers she needs. The spell will be for herself. It will focus and concentrate her natural powers of witchcraft. Her wand is a branch she has found. With it, she scribes a circle that she hopes will harness the Earth's natural powers to strengthen and protect her. Today, in Salem alone, at least 400 people call themselves witches. All are active and deeply committed.
Being a witch to me means being more aware of your surroundings, being able to use more of your mind and make the life around you work more for you and to help other people.
I became a witch because my goal in life is to raise my consciousness, and it's a tool to do that.
I'm a witch because it'll better myself and the people and animals around me.
I became a witch just by basically getting involved in all occult matters and wanting to know about other phases of consciousness, which I think is really important because we don't use enough of our brain capacity to begin with.
The best thing about being a witch is being able to use the vibrations of material things to work for you in the environment.
I can control my environment through correct thinking, through putting the correct thought into the atmosphere by concentrating.
I don't think everyone should be a witch. I don't think it's for everyone, because to be a witch is a commitment. And to commit yourself, you have to spend a good deal of your life studying, learning about the world around you, various things. If we do healings, we have to know about anatomy. You have to be willing to make that kind of a commitment, and that's not for everyone.
For Laurie Cabot and the members of her coven, witchcraft is not an idle interest. It is an integral part of their lives. At 6 a.m., most of Salem, Massachusetts is still asleep. For Laurie Cabot, it is the time when the day begins. For Laurie, witchcraft is not something dark and secret. It is power and a knowledge to be shared. She does so every morning for a Boston radio station. It's Laurie Cabot's daily Witch Report.
So let's find out what's happening out there, cosmically speaking, with the Good Witch of the East, Ms. Laurie Cabot. Good morning, Laurie.
It's Friday, June 20th. Good morning, everyone. The moon is in Libra, and the emphasis is on good manners, consideration, and tact. Venus, Saturn, and Neptune are harsh today, so hurt feelings are bound to happen. Just bliss out and fantasize a lot and wear rainbows. This is Laurie Cabot, a good witch from Salem. Remember, every ending is a beginning, and for all of us, this is law. Where we enter in, from there we must withdraw. Bye-bye.
Like most witches, Laurie believes she is expert at making potions of all kinds. When the potion is nearly done, she imbues it with her own power. This potion is for protection and meant to be rubbed on the skin.
I charge this potion to protect me from all negative and positive energies and forces that may come to do harm. So mote it be.
The potion is a pungent mixture containing sea salt, vervain, frankincense, myrrh, and wolf's hair. 3 times a week, Laurie travels to the nearby city of Marblehead. The purpose of her trip is not to practice witchcraft, but to teach it to interested students.
Welcome to Witchcraft 2 class. This is the class that you're going to learn about witch tools. It's our most exciting class, of course. It's fun to learn about mixing potions and about magic wands that everyone thinks is so frivolous. Now, the magic wand varies extremely This is sterling silver. It has the pentacle on the top. We have potions, and we know potions are organic perfumes, and we're going to learn how to make a potion for every sign in the zodiac. We're going to also learn how to make our own little spell kit. This is a healing spell. Orange for Mercury, that's to aid healing. In here is something very simple. This is sea salt, and this is going to prevent illness. What we're going to do is teach you the culmination of all these things so that you can put them together and actually perform or put a spell together and do your magic and use your energy and your power to heal or to change things, maybe change the weather. These are very important tools for you.
June 21st for most of Salem marks the beginning of summer. For witches, it is a high holiday, a time for celebration and worship. It is the summer solstice. Laurie Cabot conducts a magic circle with her coven.
I charge this circle to protect us from all negative and positive energies and forces that may come to do us harm. So mote it be. So mote it be. On the solstice, we draw in the energy of the sun and Jupiter into this place. We allow it to circulate in this circle. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
I charge this chalice with the energy of Jupiter and the sun and the gift of the Great Mother Isis. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Those who today practice witchcraft regard it as a religion. It has only been in recent times that its unorthodox rituals have even been tolerated.
We ask that we be granted correctness, balance, purity, and the power of the forces in this circle for the good of all people. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
We now hold this energy within our bodies.
The witches now form a cone of power, uniting and concentrating their energy. Finally, the magic circle is uncharged.
The circle is broken.
If Laurie Cabot had practiced witchcraft in colonial Salem, she most certainly would have been hanged. In the 17th century, spirits, devils, and demonic possession were thought to be very real. Witches were believed to be the human servants of evil. Even so, what was the reason that Salem Village suddenly fell into a violent episode of witchcraft hysteria? Dr. Linda Caporal has carefully developed a new and compelling theory.
Since the time of the Salem trials, there have been numerous explanations as to the causes of the crisis. And these explanations include that there was mass hysteria, that there was fraud, that the girls were play acting, and that they falsely accused people. Another explanation is that there was indeed witchcraft in the neighborhood, that the girls had been involved with it and became mentally ill as a consequence of their guilt. These explanations are not really adequate because they don't address the originating causes of the symptoms, which first caused the Puritans so much concern. I think that the original causes of the girls' behavior, and behavior was what started the crisis, was eating contaminated bread, and that the bread is contaminated with a parasitic fungus known as ergot. Ergot is a fungus which grows on grain, most especially on rye, and it has a number of potent pharmacologic agents in it, especially one called isoergine, from which LSD is derived.
Was the Salem witchcraft hysteria the result of demonic possession or of a then unknown form of chemical poisoning?
The symptoms that are alluded to in the trial records are pinpricking, choking, disorderly behavior, convulsions, hallucinations. These are all the kinds of symptoms that you would expect from convulsive ergotism.
Was this the devil loosed in Salem in 1692? Today, the people of Salem seem, at least, to tolerate their witches. And the public practice of witchcraft is taken in stride. Laurie Cabot claims to have the power to radically change the weather. On the waterfront of Salem, she gave it a try.
I call on the Archangel Uriel to come and do my bidding. I call on the Archangel Gabriel to come and do my bidding. I call on the Archangel Michael to come and do my bidding. I call on the Archangel Raphael to come and do my bidding. We ask that this be granted.
The weather did change a little, but no one seemed to mind.
I don't have any objections to witchcraft in Salem at all. I enjoy it. It's good for my business.
I don't have any objection at all. I think if they want to practice witchcraft, they should be able to. I think it's great that they're doing their own thing.
The witchcraft stories that go around here draw a lot of people in.
Well, it's clear that in the Bible, the witchcraft is condemned, and the people who are practicing it are not condemned if they're willing to give it up later, but I feel like they're just postponing the fullness of life they might enjoy if they look to the true source and not just some playing into the devil's hands, which they're doing whether they're conscious of it or not.
All the witches in Salem don't give us any problems. They're very law-abiding.
People often ask me, do you think the witch trials are over in Salem, or could witches be persecuted again? And I have a feeling because of our lack of education, there's a possibility through people's belief systems that it could happen again if we do not educate ourselves well enough. People need, excuse the expression, scapegoat, somewhere to put their anger and their unexplained happenings. But if they really knew what we know, it could never happen again. We don't intend it to happen. It won't happen to the witches of Salem, I can guarantee you that.
Despite the horrifying past, witchcraft in Salem is alive and well and determined to survive. The witchcraft hysteria that swept through Salem nearly 300 years ago ended as quickly as it began. Many of the accusing girls made poignant public apologies, and Massachusetts became the first state to remove witchcraft from its catalog of capital offenses. Perhaps the worst of all demons and devils are ignorance, intolerance, and fear. The superchild stands apart from the rest of us. Whether it be a highly accomplished ballerina at the age of 14 or a 13-year-old computer genius, superchildren are somehow different. To some, the secret rests in the deepest recesses of the human brain. Yet there are methods already known which can reshape the minds of children.
Where's the bullfrog? Can you touch the bullfrog for Mommy?
This normal 18-month-old baby has a 10,000-word vocabulary.
Okay.
Is it possible that more such super children can be created?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
What is a child prodigy? Leslie Ann Copes is just such a genius. In 1979, she was the only pianist to win the prestigious Los Angeles Philharmonic Symphonies for Youth competition.
In the little investigation that has been done of a gifted or genius child, there are few indications that genius spawns genius. What then is the determining factor? It seems highly likely that environment may play a key role in the nurturing of the gifted child.
Melissa Allen, at 14, is considered by some at the American Ballet Theater to potentially be one of the prima ballerinas in America. The sacrifices have been many. Melissa explains the rigors of her daily schedules.
It's really strenuous. I get up in the morning about 6 o'clock, get ready for school, go. School starts at 8 o'clock. Then I go from there, I eat my lunch and do my homework on the way to ballet. And then I take 3 classes, and then I come home about 7:30. I'm home about 8:30.
You got a lot of homework there?
Yeah, biology and English. A lot in it.
You better get started on it then.
Yeah, so better get
Try
started.
and keep the boat from rocking too much.
Despite her harried schedule, Melissa will finish high school a year early. The necessary ingredients to create such a super child are discussed by her teacher, Margaret Graham Hills.
I don't like the word genius, but she has something very close to it. Genius, in a way, to me implies something that's not as down to earth as the people who really work are. Genius is almost as though it happens to you and you don't have to work for it. And Melissa works for it. She's got the body, she's got the brain, and barring accidents and that sort of thing, I think she will go very far.
Because of her outstanding potential, Melissa is expected to work with the American Ballet Theater in New York within a year. Time, effort, and talent will determine if she will become a permanent member of the troupe.
There's many instances that I feel like I'm a gifted child. Yet it's not an ego, it's just being proud that you know that you can do something other people can't. The work is worth 1,000 times more than you put out. It gives you a feeling of satisfaction knowing that you've done it.
As far as Melissa and Melissa's type are concerned, I think, yes, they would be very, very good at anything they set out to do. The brain is essential. If people say, well, you know, she's no good for anything, let her be a ballet dancer. Doesn't work. The brain's got to be absolutely first class.
The abilities of Leslie and other such super children have just begun to motivate scientists to investigate the source of their talent. No organism is as mystifying as the human brain.
its complicated methods of relaying messages are beginning to be understood. For Leslie to play with her precision, electrochemical impulses must be relayed to her fingers at a speed of 120 miles per second. These impulses probably emanate from this illuminated section. The area that responds to melody and tone may also be more highly developed. This alone, however, does not fully explain her genius capabilities. Perhaps probing even deeper into the interior of the brain will provide the answers. Marilyn Ferguson, editor of Brain Mind Bulletin.
The human brain has tremendous capacities which can either unfold or be left sleeping. And we all have the brain that we need right now to learn anything we want to know. The capacity has always been there. I don't think it's a matter of some sudden evolution that is going to change things. It's just that the tool we've always had is there, and we are only recently discovering that it is.
Perhaps each of these children possess within his or her brain abilities associated with Da Vinci, Mozart, or Michelangelo. Are we simply wasting our children's minds?
Our whole educational system, and in many ways our whole culture, has valued only one half of human intelligence, one aspect of human intelligence. In the current parlance, this is referred to as left brain intelligence, which means the left half of the brain tends to specialize in analytical learning, into breaking things into their parts. The right hemisphere, on the other hand, tries to see patterns and see things as a whole. And it's more artistic, in a sense, more aesthetic, musical, more sexual, more closely related to our dreams, and in many ways a quicker learner. And now what's happening is educators all over the country are going to courses called Teaching Both Halves of the Brain, Educating Both Halves of the Brain, and beginning to appreciate the fact that whole brain learning is what really unlocks our hidden talents, our hidden genius, and our hidden understanding.
One of the few schools to stress nurturing the whole child is the Merman School in Los Angeles. The school is restricted to children of IQs over 140. Nevertheless, they are taught to be well-rounded individuals. Teachers strongly encourage their students to be intimately in touch with the world around them. Discussions range from topics such as the recycling of industrial resources to the preservation of wildlife.
Animals, okay. What else?
If you had an aluminum recycling center, they would recycle it and melt down the aluminum to make new cans.
Also, aluminum is a finite resource of the earth, and will run out someday if we don't recycle it and keep using it.
What else, Matt?
Well, imagine 2,000 years from now, somebody decides to build a garden in his backyard, but his backyard is on top of a former nuclear waste dump.
Ah, how can that present a problem?
He'll be eating radioactive food.
Right.
These students far exceed their peers in verbal abilities. The school's curriculum is explained by Dr. Norman Merman.
We feel that our program is important in enabling the bright child to develop a positive self-concept. So often these children are perfectionists, and they need the reassurance in a school situation like ours to make mistakes, to learn from their mistakes, and to realize that that is how we grow. They also, we feel, learn that there are other people like themselves with similar interests, with similar enthusiasm for learning, and they are not, in a sense, the loner out in left field.
Well, an animal that hasn't really changed a lot is the cockroach, which has stayed the same for about 3 million years. It's sort of gotten its own little niche right there. And
that brings up the theory of punctuated equilibrium, which states that evolution is not, as some people think, a gradual, continuous change, very slight changes though, but instead it's a million years or a few million years of something staying the same, and then all of a sudden a spurt of change.
Consider the bright child in a conventional situation, how he or she feels that they are really number one, so to speak, or top banana. And when they come to us, it sort of takes the hot air out. They really have to produce and think through what they're saying, and this is so often brought about not necessarily by the teacher, but by the other children in the classroom.
Specialized schoolroom programs provide a fertile ground for capable children. Their potential is being carefully nurtured. For them, education is a challenge. Given an opportunity equal to that of the Merman children, some believe children of average intelligence could become gifted. A startling new process used only in Philadelphia provides this child with a 10,000-word vocabulary. Will this program make it possible for every child to be a genius?
Kumbaya, Lord, kumbaya, kumbaya.
Every summer, over 4 million children attend camp in America.
Someone's laughing.
They enjoy the usual pleasures of nights around the campfire. They spend lazy days exploring nature from horseback. Camp Rancho Oso, near Santa Barbara, California, is like no other in the country. While it is different, the young campers are just regular kids. Camp founder Dennison Bollet.
Basically, the kids that come to this camp come from all over the country and indeed all over the world. And they're basically a very normal kid. What they're here to do is to build very specialized, unique vocabulary that's known only to the computer, and therefore they can use the computer as a tool to work for them.
Print a segment string out of that so that eventually you wind up with the words computer camp written on one line. Are there any questions?
Yeah. It isn't working on the APF. How can we get it to work?
See, every different home computer has a little bit different syntax in order to perform the same function.
The interaction amongst the kids is fantastic. They all teach each other the skills. So it's like you work with one person, you show them how to do it. Pretty soon, 5 minutes later, you'll see them showing a friend how to do it. And it passes on incredibly quickly how to program the computer. So they teach each other. It's fantastic. A normal program at the camp here would consist of spending several hours on the computers, getting in various facets of learning about how to use computers and interacting with them. And the rest of the time is spent in a very well-rounded activities. They go horseback riding, and they go swimming, and they play tennis and go hiking, and they're really normal kids having a normal time. And what we've done is integrate into that a way to learn to use a new tool, the computer.
With the knowledge these children now possess, one young man was able to create a computer program to catalog his lawyer father's personal injury cases and antique collection. Another plans a program to analyze his parents' stock purchases. Camp Rancho Oso provides us with some intriguing questions. The children there are aged 10 to 15. What if they were much younger? Would they have an even greater capacity to learn? We are taught that the capacity of the brain at birth is limited. Parents may hold the key to actually expanding their children's intelligence.
In a sense, the teaching, if we want to use that term, involves stimulating children, answering their questions, talking to them when they're very tiny. The capacity that is there in the average child it dwarfs what we think children can do. And we're just now becoming aware of that. Every normal, that is not brain damaged, baby who is born has the capacity to be what we think of as intellectually gifted.
At the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential in Philadelphia, children like Sean Katz and his sister Brandy are part of a unique program. Contrary to most school traditions, mothers such as Joan Katz actually enroll along with their children in the Institute. There, they learn how to expand their youngsters' intelligence. Institute founder Glenn Doman.
Well, first of all, most professionals have an unspoken law that says that all mothers are idiots and they have no truth in them. And nobody talks to mothers, and God knows nobody listens to them. Well, that's nonsense. Mothers know more about their kids than anybody in the whole world knows about them, and they are superb teachers. Mothers are the best teachers the world has ever seen. All we do is teach mothers. And all the things that happen, the paralyzed kids who walk and run and jump, the blind kids who read, the deaf kids who read, that's all done by mothers. And so teaching their children things such as Japanese or violin or history is a cinch for mothers.
Christine Hagg and her daughter Tegan.
Tegan was started on the program at birth, the first day of her life. And what we did with her initially was just give her visual, auditory, and tactile stimulation at a very low level. We shone lights in her eyes. We showed her very large outline pictures. We did lots of talking, lots of music, lots of auditory, lots of good touching. And we've done program with Tegan pretty much every day of her life.
For tiny children, learning is a survival skill. And they believe that, well, they'd rather learn to eat, they'd rather learn than play games, they'd rather learn than do anything. They think it's a great joy. And in the first 6 years of life, when tiny children can take in any kind of information, to read, to speak 3 languages, to have perfect pitch, to play the violin, in those years of life, we're treating children as if they were little nitwits, making little toys out of them, and it's such a shame. Nature builds in every newborn baby an absolute rage to learn. They want to learn about everything in the world, and right now, at this instant. And the brain grows by use. Therefore, we simply feed that famine for information.
Here's Edgar Degas at the Milners. The Starry Night, Vincent van Gogh. Pablo Picasso, the painter and model.
This information in the beginning we call bits of intelligence. Let's say photographs of the presidents of the United States. And there has to be 3 requirements, each of these pieces of intelligence. It has to be discrete, it has to be precise, and non-ambiguous. And they simply say, this is Zachary Taylor.
Here we have Abraham Lincoln. And with some paintings, here's The Breakfast Room by Pierre Bonnard. And here we have some frogs. We've got a bullfrog and a pickerel frog. Tegan's seen approximately 10,000 bits now, including her language bits, her different languages that she knows, the music bits that we're doing, art bits, bits in every category, from science to art. Okay. Hey, Tegan, I've got a bullfrog. Where's the bullfrog? Come here, darling. Come get it. That's right. The bullfrog. Ribbit. Right. Good girl. That's it. Very good. Okay, that's the bullfrog. Wonderful. Okay, I'll put that in your pile. That's excellent. And you know what we've got here? I've got a Vincent van Gogh. Where's Vincent van Gogh, The Starry Night?
While Tegan at times seems disinterested in her lessons, she has a 70% success rate when identifying her flashcards.
Put it in your pile over here. Put it in your pile and do some more presidents, okay? Good girl. Okay. Look who I've got. Tegan. That's good. Okay, I've got Abraham Lincoln, Tegan. Can you find Abraham Lincoln? Which one is Abe? Honest Abe?
How is it that Tegan has such advanced visual recognition skills and yet is still in early stages of baby talk?
Where is he? That's right. You want to touch Abraham for Mommy? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. That's a good girl. Very good. Okay, excellent. Put him in your pile. Okay, you want to see one more? Okay, let's see. How about another frog? Another frog for you? Oh, I've got an eastern gray tree frog. Which one is the eastern gray tree frog? Eastern gray tree frog! Right! Good girl. Very good. Okay, put it in your pile, please. Put it in your pile. That's a good girl. That's wonderful.
It is easier to teach a 1-year-old to read than it is to teach a 7-year-old. That's why the schools all flop. It's easier to teach a 1-year-old mathematics than it is to teach a 7-year-old. It's easier to teach a 1-year-old absolutely anything that you can present in an honest and factual way than it is to teach a 7-year-old. So parents simply give them accurate information with love and respect.
While Tegan is obviously successful, years of study have even more outstanding results. Sean, age 7, Fumio, age 5, and Brandy, age 5, can not only recite Japanese songs or rhymes, but can fluently communicate in Japanese with one another. This feat alone may seem outstanding. Each equally excels at reading and explaining Shakespeare, and all are learning to be expert gymnasts. For Dr. Doman, there is no question that his program works. It remains for the rest of the educational community, however, to judge whether his techniques can create geniuses out of all children. It now seems highly possible we can develop geniuses from normal children. The question is, however, do we want to?
I believe, with good reason, that every child born has the potential for genius. And I think the world needs more, not fewer, geniuses. I think it's good, not bad, to be a genius. And I wish we had dozens and dozens and dozens of them. And I think we're wasting our children's brains at a prodigious rate, and the world would be infinitely better off, and I'd feel a lot safer if there were more geniuses, and every child has that potential if parents wish it.
The only man-made object on Earth the astronauts could see from outer space was the Great Wall of China. Although it is one of the most astounding accomplishments of man, it failed to keep out wave after wave of barbarian invaders. Startling new archaeological discoveries in China may shed light on why it was built and on the character of the emperor who completed it.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The Great Wall of China. This huge stone serpent winds across nearly 2,000 miles of rugged mountains in the People's Republic of China. It is the longest structure in the world. The vast land of China has always held mystery for us. Her customs, her language, and her way of life have differed vastly from the rest of the world. Her very remoteness has lent an air of mystery. We have admired her ancient culture and her appreciation of beauty. In Search Of is the first major film unit allowed into the People's Republic of China, seeking answers to some of her secrets. An ancient ruler who could be the key to some of the puzzles is Emperor Shi Chuandi. He became China's emperor in 221 BC. In Chinese, last names come first. The word China comes from the family name Shi, so the land of Shi became China. Even before Shi, however, China had rulers who lived behind this land of walls. Each one built sections of the Great Wall in hope it would keep out the barbarians. The great Tartar leader, Genghis Khan, a brilliant military strategist, had little trouble crossing the Great Wall. Nomad scouts from the Khan's Gobi Desert hordes reported that the Chinese government was weak. There were traders to open the gates, and the Mongol hordes swept through to conquer China. The irony was that after 2 generations, the new conquerors were totally absorbed by the Chinese. Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis and the most familiar name to us through the tales of Marco Polo, lived in the height of luxury and ruled over the most splendidly opulent court in Chinese history. A later emperor, Yung Lo, ordered the city of Peking built with high walls and made it his capital because of its proximity to the Great Wall. The ancient Chinese believed that they were the only civilized people in the universe. All others were barbarians. In early times, many local rulers had built sections of walls for the protection of their area. But in 207 BC, one man came to power who was to be one of the most dominant figures in early Chinese history. He not only filled in the gaps and completed the Great Wall of China, but he conquered all of the local rulers and consolidated China for the first time. His name is Shi Chuangdi. He was China's first emperor. His accomplishments were many. A skilled general, he put down all opposition by defeating all local monarchs. He built roads connecting his capital with the far corners of his empire. He standardized writing, coinage, weights and measures throughout the land. At the University of California at San Diego, we spoke with Professor of History, Dr. Pikowitz.
Virtually everything that he did tended to bring China closer together as one unit. It put an end to feudalism. And that's the reason why China today, although it's the size of Europe, is one country. We sometimes don't think why Europe, for example, is so many different countries and China is only one country. It's because of what this man did in 221 BC that China is one nation. To call him a Chinese Caesar, perhaps, is underestimating it.
The Great Wall of China defined the emperor's territorial limits. The 2,000 miles of wall was purposely built along the most difficult mountain ridges of northern China. This huge stone casing, filled with tamped earth and rock, is larger in bulk than the combined pyramids of Egypt and Mexico. It rises to precipitous heights and plunges into deep gorges. It is one of the wonders of the ancient world. Some parts of it are so remote, they are seldom seen by man. Old sections of wall were linked together from the Pacific Ocean to the vast westward stretches of the Gobi Desert. It meets the eastern terminus for camel caravans on the fabled Silk Route from the Middle East, the path followed by Marco Polo in his famous travels. Chinese travelers of the period were terrified that they would die beyond the Great Wall. They were afraid their spirits would be unable to pass through the wall to find rest in their homeland. The emperor's most astounding accomplishment was the completion of the Great Wall. It was, however, constructed at enormous human cost. Many peasants who built it froze to death in the severe northern winters of the land. Hundreds of thousands of conscripted workers died from extremely harsh treatment at the hands of the emperor's guards. Beneath the massive stones lie the remains of those laborers who perished, earning it the name of the longest graveyard in the world. The emperor's harsh measures were not only felt by the laborers, but also by scholars and intellectuals. Their thinking had been formed by the great teacher Confucius. They were pledged to respect tradition. Shi Chuangdi wanted just the opposite. He was determined to break with the past completely.
He was known to have carried out a cultural revolution. Although it wasn't called a cultural revolution at the time, it was in fact a movement to erase the history of China in the period preceding his rise to power. He burned books. He buried scholars alive, quite literally. One of the methods used to kill scholars, and I think there were some 460 scholars killed in a 4 or 5 year period. One of the methods of killing scholars was to bury them up to their neck and then to take an axe and lop their heads off. One of his concerns is that he still had rivals in these former kingdoms, these feudal kingdoms, who could threaten his rule. And so he decided, for the first time in Chinese history, to simply collect all of his enemies. 120,000 families were assembled in his capital. He built palaces for them. He built homes for them. But he could keep an eye on them this way. And this is the kind of grand scale on which he always did things.
As time passed, he became fearful of reprisals. He would travel incognito across the empire with a small group of trusted followers. Unannounced, he would inspect progress on the Great Wall, arriving and disappearing quietly. The Great Wall became an obsession. It was more to him than a structure of defense. It was a statement that defined the line between his China and the outside world. Standing on these ancient stones, hearing the eerie sound of the winds blowing along the wall, it is easy to imagine the scene of 2,000 years ago. Stone fortresses were built at intervals as living quarters for guards who were on constant duty. They watched for barbarians threatening from the north. The fear of death haunted the emperor's dreams. He built many palaces for himself across his empire. At his treasured hot springs, the long, cool vistas of crepe myrtle and willow, designed to soothe and calm the mind, brought little solace now. He scurried from palace to palace, sleeping under a different roof nightly. Drawn sword by his side, he was haunted by his enemies, living and dead. Even the roof demons confirmed the fear in his heart that assassins were everywhere. There were many attempts made on his life, as reenacted in the Summer Palace by members of the Peking Theater.
He was a very mysterious figure in some ways, and this is what has interested Chinese historians in him for centuries. He was in search of immortality. He didn't want to die. He had heard a story that in the eastern coastal area of China, there were some islands where sages and immortals lived, and he wanted to find these areas. He became increasingly preoccupied with this in his later years.
One day, as his search for immortality continued, a magician asked for an audience with the emperor. The magician spun tales of a wondrous place to the east, where sages knew of a liquid potion which granted immortality. The emperor insisted on all the details of the miracle potion. The magician complied and even provided directions to the mysterious land. Shortly thereafter, the emperor embarked on his journey. It is ironic that during his travels, while trying to find eternal life, he died at the age of 49. During his lifetime, he exerted tremendous effort seeking immortality because of an inordinate fear of death. Even at the early age of 13, Shi Chuangdi began construction of his own tomb so that he would be ensured protection in the afterlife. Using 700,000 laborers, the emperor spent 37 years building a lavish subterranean palace to protect him after his death. His grand design was an enormous map of China. Each city was represented in miniature, complete with rivers of mercury. The emperor himself was to be laid in a coffin on a huge dragon boat. Statues of members of his personal army were placed to guard the emperor in death. Legend has it that over 24,000 clay soldiers were buried with him. The legendary location of this tomb was said to be under a huge artificial mound called Mount Li in the province of Shenxi. Stories had been passed down that an army of clay soldiers had been buried near the tomb, but none had ever been found. Then, in 1974, in this quiet rural setting, a great discovery was made. Some workers digging a well near Mount Li were amazed when they unearthed strange clay figures. Could these be part of the fabled buried army of the Emperor Shi Chuangdi? In a peaceful rural area of Shenxi province, 500 miles west of Peking, these farmers planted and harvested grain. When the clay soldiers and horses were discovered in 1974, scientists realized this might be part of the legendary buried army of the Emperor Shi Chuangdi. If so, it would be one of the greatest archaeological finds of all time. Some clay miniatures had been found in royal tombs before. They represented guards, wives, and servants placed there to care for the monarch after death. The figures found near the emperor's tomb, however, were life-size, and there appeared to be an entire army of them. When the enormity of this discovery was realized, a huge structure was built over the site of the buried clay army. After further investigation, archaeologists found the army was larger than at first imagined. The emperor's subterranean legions occupied an area of over 3 acres. More than 600 life-size figures have so far been uncovered, and test digs indicate there will be at least 5,000 more. Over a period of 6 years, hundreds of skilled men and women have continued the painstaking work of restoration. One of the original archaeologists at the site discusses the significance of this extraordinary find. It was on this very spot that the well diggers discovered the first clay figures beneath the earth. As archaeologists continued to dig, they were profoundly moved by what they saw. An entire army, battle lines formed, ready for attack. Rank upon rank they stood, silently waiting. They had stared into the darkened silence as 22 centuries slowly ticked away. The only sound, the snap and sag of a pottery neck as it slumped against the ground in some earth tremor. Each face is unique. Perhaps each one is the portrait of a long-forgotten warrior. The logistics of creating this vast assemblage were staggering. An artist imagines the scene as it was over 22 centuries ago. thousands of skilled craftsmen spent their entire lives on the project. Each figure was carefully modeled in clay, oven-fired, and then placed in formation. It was often the practice to bury live members of a monarch's personal guard with him at his death. If these are indeed the likenesses of Xi's guards, their loyalty to the emperor may have rested in the knowledge that they would not be required to die with him. A museum has been built adjacent to the site where these remarkable examples of ancient Chinese art can be seen and admired. Details such as the bronze bridles found on some of the horses can be studied. A high degree of artistry, even on such a massive scale, was far above that believed possible for this early period. The armor worn by the men and the different dress and hairstyle denoting rank or occupation were carefully reproduced by the artisans. Much can be learned here of the Xi dynasty and of its emperor who built the wall. Perhaps his vast clay army was yet another kind of wall.
The controversy over the Emperor Xi Huangdi continued for centuries. The positive view stresses his unification of China. The negative view of the emperor points out the tremendous cost in human lives of his vast projects and his repression of scholastic learning. There can be no doubt, however, that shortly after his death, China was in turmoil.
A commoner named Shen stepped from the ranks of the soldiers and inspired a revolt against the weak son of late Emperor Xi Huangdi. This soldier became the first emperor of the Han Dynasty. The Xi Dynasty fell, but the Great Wall of China has remained for 2,000 years. Often neglected, in some places it is little more than a pile of rubble, repaired many times to a semblance of its former condition. Today, the many walls in China are merely decoration, attracting visitors from around the world. The greatest of these walled palaces is the Forbidden City of Peking. It is the most perfect example of the individual isolation of early Chinese rulers. Only the emperor or empress, their close relatives, servants, and high officials were ever allowed through these gates. The Great Wall today represents a eulogy to Emperor Xi for the many positive accomplishments of his rule. It is also a huge stone epitaph upon which is written the horrors that he perpetrated. Perhaps it is a timeless comment on the futility of isolation. Late in the evening, when the last visitor is gone, and the wind blows again from the north, the sounds of the dead seem to cry out to us in the whining and sighing of the winds along the parapets. One might ask the question, did the Great Wall keep the world out, or did it imprison the Chinese within? As with many other great works of man, was it worth the thousands upon thousands of lives it cost to build? In Search Of has investigated the mystery of many ancient monuments, the pyramids, Stonehenge, and Easter Island. A solution to these puzzles may be concealed in Florida's Coral Castle. This monumental structure was created by one man with his bare hands in the 20th century. What strange forces created this castle of secrets?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Coral Castle has been called the eighth wonder of the world. This place is a fantasy garden and an engineering marvel. The blocks are cut and set with great precision, locked without mortar. At 30 tons, the greatest single stone in Coral Castle is twice as massive as any in the pyramids. Here are massive megaliths, huge astrological symbols, and structures whose purpose is a total mystery. Surprisingly, 25 miles away is cosmopolitan Miami. Coral Castle was built not in ancient times, but in the 20th century. Most curious of all, Coral Castle was built in secret by one man, Edward Leedskalnin, a frail little hermit. With no modern machinery and with no help, he somehow hand-carved and lifted every single block, a total of 3 million pounds.
With all our modern technology, we might be able to duplicate the pyramids. But how could we ever do it with our bare hands? Dreamers beyond the fringe of science have postulated a long-lost art of harnessing anti-gravity. It seems incredible, but Ed Leedskalnin may have rediscovered these ancient secrets. Let's look at his life story.
The mystery of Coral Castle began in rural South Florida just after World War I. Settlers and land speculators began to move down from the East Coast, displacing the indigenous Seminole Indians. The newcomers found a humid, sprawling tropical land, full of mosquitoes and opportunities. The great Florida land boom was on. In 1919, as recreated here, a real estate man named Moser was scouting land along back roads near the Everglades. He spotted a stranger. At first, he thought it was a boy and was surprised to encounter a very small grown man. The stranger couldn't weigh more than 90 pounds. Moser, always friendly, offered a ride. The little man introduced himself. Edward Leedskalnin. Recently immigrated from Latvia, he said with a smile. Was searching this part of Florida for a specific plot of land. Moser realized the little man had advanced tuberculosis. Mrs. Moser always welcomed the strangers her husband brought home. Life was lonely in this new land. Edward Leedskalnin was very friendly, very polite, and confessed outright he hadn't a penny to his name. Mosers selflessly took young Ed into their home and nursed him back to health. They listened with respect to his story of leaving Latvia, of his search all over America for the right type of land. "I'll know when I find it," he said. "It's for my sweet 16. He would never explain who she was, but Ed was obviously haunted by a dream or a memory of land and a castle for his sweet 16. As soon as he regained his health, Ed continued searching the backcountry. Crazy Ed and his rusty bike became the butt of many local jokes. Neighbors, watching him prod the ground, began rumors that he was hunting for buried treasure. Ed always rejected the good farmland. When people wondered why, he only smiled. Finally, he excitedly brought Moser to a remote plot. Moser was astounded, for Ed had unerringly located the worst acre in the state. It was all bedrock, right up to the surface. You couldn't plow it, you couldn't farm it. Moser gladly gave a small section to his friend. A few weeks later, Moser's curiosity got the better of him. He dragged his wife out through the brush to see what Ed could possibly do with that land. They couldn't believe their eyes. Ed had somehow cut a 10-ton block of solid coral right out of the bedrock and hoisted it into the air. As they nervously approached his flimsy tripod and the block which could crush them in an instant, they realized there was something more than craziness in Ed. How did he do it? Ed smiled and said, "It's not difficult, really. The secret is in knowing how." Why did he do it? He smiled again. "Someday, my sweet 16 will come." Working alone, he cut more blocks. All the locals had to visit and gape at this accomplishment. Ed was friendly, but firm. He would never tell his secret techniques, and he would always stop work when people came near. Trying to catch him at work, the neighbors took to spying. Some people swear they saw the rocks move. Ed could somehow sense their inquiring gaze. He would simply stop working and patiently wait until they gave up trying to discover his secrets. "60 years later, the completed coral castle still embodies a number of unsolved mysteries. Francis Wilson.
This block weighs 9 tons. It's just one piece of rock. See what you can do with one hand?
He's quite interested in safety, I know that, and he always wanted to make sure the children couldn't get down in here, and that was his gate to keep children from going down the steps.
Those who knew Ed remember him with great respect. Charles Williams and Bodil Lowe.
I guess I was maybe 6, 7 years old. I was born and raised about 300 yards from this place, and I would see Ed quite often at the little country store we had, and he was a very slight man. I don't think he was probably any taller than I am. I'm about 5'6". Probably weighed somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 pounds. He always looked frail and sickly, but obviously very strong.
He'd say this is because of the stars and the moon, and he would go on and he would show us his electrical machine now. He made electricity. And he would jump in his bathtub and show how the water would come to certain levels and how he heated it with the sun. And he'd always divert your question.
As I say, a very gentle, kind person. And he was, of course, highly intelligent. Many people thought he was a little cracked because he was smarter, I think, than they were, probably.
His whole life and whole being was very frugal. Just sustained himself, I think, more or less.
And some nights we'd come in the moonlight and sit and walk around in his park. And he would come out and tell us his story if he had a small audience. And he would go along in a very normal sort of a voice, and then we'd ask him why he did it. And they'd say, oh, well, someday my sweet 16 is coming, and he'd look up in the stars, and he would get very ethereal in his voice, and he just loved talking about his sweet 16.
And he always spoke of her as sweet 16. She never grew any older. It's kind of nice.
There were many rumors about Mysterious Ed. One held that he was an eccentric miser and kept a stash of money. Late one evening in the 1930s, a band of toughs waited until he was alone in Coral Castle. Little Ed could never have imagined such a shocking intrusion into his private world. The attack prompted the most extraordinary feat of his life. Coral Castle was originally built in a remote area of Florida. For years, Ed Leedskalnin felt safe in isolation, away from the harsh realities of the cities. He had carved this place with his bare hands as a Shangri-La for his sweet 16. Barely surviving a brutal robbery, however, Ed decided to seek safer ground. When he moved, Ed took more than his toothbrush. He took Coral Castle itself. He hired a local truck owner and with characteristic secrecy, politely asked the man to step around the corner. The truck would be loaded in just a minute. Piece by piece, Ed moved all 3 million pounds of rock 10 miles to its present location near Homestead, Florida. As usual, no one ever managed to see how he lifted the giant rocks, which weighed up to 30 tons apiece. How did he do it? There are many theories. 60 million years ago, this was all of South Florida. Thousands of miles of living coral reef. The rock which he used, fossil coral, may have internal forces which only Ed understood. A huge brain coral seems almost conscious, perhaps contemplating ancient secrets. Living coral constructs its own undersea castles. Forces deep in the earth fuse dead coral into oolite, a dense, strong organic rock. And most of South Florida has little topsoil over this bedrock. We asked the men at a rock quarry to try an experiment, to cut and lift a giant block of oolite. With diamond-tipped power saws, the cutting alone took several hours. The only way to break the block free, brute force. the test. Could they detect any unusual buoyancy in the rock itself? Using a 600 horsepower crane, could they lift the rock? After the crane almost tipped over, they managed to drag the block a few yards. What modern equipment would it take to duplicate Coral Castle?
It couldn't be done.
Charles Valois comments.
Not with a modern equipment. I wouldn't cut more than 4 foot long and 32 inches wide and 7 or 8 foot long. That's the most I'll cut. And you see the struggle I have getting it out with that machine.
This is the only known photo of Ed apparently working. Although he seems to be breaking the block free with wedges, a close look reveals that the block is already cut free, with a cable underneath. Engineers have been puzzled by this photo. Bruce Cathy has extensively studied and written on Earth forces. He believes that a harmonic grid inside the Earth's surface can create actual anti-gravity at certain nodes on the grid, and that Coral Castle was built on a position of harmonic resonance.
He's moved stones up to, coral blocks up to 25 tons, and he'd put them up overnight just on his own. After he died, I checked some of the instruments he was using, and they're very, very primitive. Chisels and hammers and ropes and pulleys and things. Nobody can understand even today now how he done this. I found when I applied the harmonic mathematical basis to his position on the Earth's surface geometrically, that the same harmonic values popped up on the area where he was. He always said that he had the secrets of anti-gravity and magnetic fields, and he also said that he knew how they built the pyramids. So it appears if he was telling the truth that it looks like he did have these secrets.
Ed performed many strange experiments with magnetism, although he had no source of conventional electricity. He hinted to neighbors he was on the verge of a monumental breakthrough and published his preliminary results. His book, however, is as incomprehensible as Einstein's unified field theory. Just as Ed always worked in secret, he also preferred to take his own photographs, posing in his one suit with a self-timed box brownie. These films are not the best quality, but they are the only known movies of Ed Leedskalnin. They were discovered in 1980 in the back of a closet. They reveal the Ed that most visitors knew. Animated, friendly, a simple man.
With this same simplicity, Ed awoke one morning in December of 1951. He put on his one suit, hopped a bus, and checked into Miami's county hospital. The doctors were appalled to find him near death from malnutrition. For a while, he rallied under their care, and then died quietly in his sleep.
Even after his death, Ed left a few surprises. Neighbors guarded the grounds until authorities could make an official investigation. They found his living quarters as Spartan and as ingenious as the rest of Coral Castle. They also found $3,800 in crisp $100 bills and what resembled a treasure map. All attempts to follow the directions on the map were futile. Nothing seemed to correspond to our normal three-dimensional geometry. Ed left many mysteries, a lot of money, and a castle for his sweet 16. Was she a real person? Or was she a dream, an ideal of all that is good? Children love to visit Coral Castle. They instinctively respond to the childlike sense of play which is so magnificently sculpted here. In his life, Edward Leedskalnin carved and lifted over 3 million pounds of rock. Yet there is one small stone weighing 50 pounds, which he never managed to lift. Ironically, on both sides of his simple grave in Miami are the graves of 2 little children. We think he would have felt at home.
$350 years ago, a fictional man was born on paper. The name Don Juan was scratched on a manuscript by a Spanish monk, and the legend of a great lover was born. 100 years later, a Venetian named Casanova wrote 6 volumes on his own life and established himself as a legendary lover as well. The 2 men had a common occupation, the pursuit of women. Were they great lovers or merely fools?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Through the ages, legends of love and lovers have captured the imaginations of storytellers and their audiences. Platonic lovers, selfish and selfless lovers, star-crossed lovers, all have had their expression in music, drama, literature, and dance. In all the annals of fiction, one character stands alone as the symbol of sensuality triumphant. He was the title character in a 17th century drama called The Playboy of Seville, a character whose very existence is based on the seduction of women. In the story, he was a nobleman, handsome, intelligent, and cynical. His list of female conquests totaled 1,003. When warned that someday he would pay for his lust, he would answer, "There's plenty of time for that." His name, Don Juan.
The beautiful Donna Ana is to be married to the Marquis de Mota, a friend of Don Juan's. Tonight, she's expecting a visit from her future husband. Don Juan has intercepted her invitation, and in the darkness is planning to enjoy her favors. At this moment, he is under royal order of banishment for a similar affair. This is his way of having a last bit of sport before leaving Seville. Was this an act of love, or simply a cruel deception? This time, the plan failed. Donna Ana's screams awakened her father, the illustrious commander of the Order of Calatrava. Don Juan escaped punishment by having someone else blamed for the killing. The soul of the commander would seek its vengeance. A statue erected to honor Don Juan's victim came to life and invited him to dinner. The meal was elegantly served, and the conversation was friendly. To round out the evening, the statue proposed a toast. Although it was a murderer that went to hell for his sins, the legend of a great lover was born.
100 years later, that legend would spring to life. In the 1700s, a man appeared whose very aim in life seemed to be the enactment of the Don Juan role. A man who said of himself, "The chief business of my life is to indulge my senses. I felt myself born for the fair sex." He was a lawyer, conman, writer, gentleman, and scoundrel. 18th century Venice was a hotbed of extremes: dignity and debauchery, brilliance and stupidity, extravagance and poverty. This man was the embodiment of it all. He pursued women constantly, and like Don Juan, he made no class distinction. Born illegitimate, he became a self-appointed nobleman. His name was Giacomo Casanova. Was he truly a lover? If so, then certainly Venice was his appropriate birthplace. In the lexicon of romance, Venice is a name to conjure with. Unexcelled in its beauty, here the balladeers sing of their great loves, and the poets come for inspiration. Here Casanova lived by his wits, dabbling in Kabbalah, an ancient mysticism invoking the powers of God and the cosmos. Was he a true believer, or did he use mysticism to exploit the gullible? Casanova's reputation as charlatan could stand against that of Count Saint-Germain, who claimed several reincarnations, and Count Cagliostro, who claimed to turn lead into gold and to extend life indefinitely. Yet Casanova also held his own in conversations with two popes, Catherine the Great, Voltaire, Rousseau, and Benjamin Franklin. He gambled heavily, and his sensual appetite was expensive. Under constant financial pressure, he used various talents and schemes to replenish his purse, but his profits were soon squandered.
He spent his winnings on women, and more often consoled himself in a new affair when he lost. In Amsterdam, he urged financiers to issue insurance on a ship believed lost at sea. He claimed to have a Kabbalistic prophecy that the ship would be safe. Actually, Casanova had little to lose. If the venture was a failure, he would simply leave town. The ship turned up safely. Sir Thomas Hope, believing in Casanova's mystic knowledge, had taken the gamble. Hope profited handsomely. He shared his profits with Casanova and offered him a substantial business position. Why did he refuse? Was he insecure about his talent for magic, fearful that failure in future prophecies might expose him as a fraud? Or was it because he was about to embark on his most larcenous and erotic adventure? For Giacomo Casanova, the time was now ripe for the climactic scene in a bizarre scheme. The lady was Madame Durf. Her wealth was surpassed only by her imagination. Being a sincere believer in the Kabbalah, Madame Durf wished to be reborn as a man. Only as a male would she be allowed to commune with the Kabbalistic spirits. Using a young friend as an accomplice, Casanova was to invoke the proper magical environment. Then, he would father the male child, which would carry the spirit of Madame Durf. In return, Casanova would gain control of her estate. The evening was a strange mixture of fantasy, imagination, and eroticism. To conclude, Casanova was to spend the night outdoors, waiting for a cosmic sign of success. When the sign came, it was loud and clear, and it frightened Casanova out of his wits.
Although Casanova was to inherit Madame Durf's estate, her daughter managed to gain control of her assets, thereby doing Casanova out of his reward. Madame Durf was intended to be a victim, but since she enjoyed the full measure of Casanova's services, and he enjoyed very little of her money, we're left to wonder who was the user and who was used.
Venice was controlled by a governor who left the daily affairs of state to 3 inquisitors. For them, Casanova meant trouble. There were his financial double dealings, his mystic activities, and his scandals with the wives of royalty. In 1755, when he was 30 years old, he was escorted to the royal palace. This was not a social invitation. His talent for intrigue and scandal had left a trail of enemies. Now, he was caught in his own web. The top floor of the palace was a prison. Here, without trial and for unspecified crimes, he was locked up, possibly for life. A painful prospect for a man who so desperately needed the company of women. Because of the metal roof over his cell, the prison was known as the Leads. No prisoner had ever escaped. While exercising in the prison hall, Casanova found some hope. The metal bar took a month of work until it was sharp enough, and then his plan went into action. After 15 months of imprisonment, he climbed out onto this roof on the night of October 1st, 1756. Finding a workman's ladder, he lowered himself past his own barred window and entered the business offices below. His intention was to wait until morning and walk out the front door when the palace was opened. He didn't have to wait long. He was seen at the window by a passerby who took him for an important nobleman locked in by mistake. The front door was unlocked, and Casanova was free.
That was Casanova's own version of his escape. Was it true? There are some who say it was a fiction, a product of his own fertile imagination. The disbelievers suggest that he may simply have bribed the guards and he was released. Personally, I prefer the romantic version. In any case, he would now be exiled from his beautiful Venice for 18 years, the Venice that he loved so much.
To Paris, to Holland, to Rome, Milan, Marseille, London, running, conniving, debauching. The pursuit of women resumed. Several times he considered marriage, but cooled on the idea in time to avoid the commitment. On the one occasion when he came close to taking the vows, circumstances took a strange turn. The young lady was named Leonilda. Casanova asked for her hand, and she agreed. Her widowed mother was sent for to complete the arrangements. Now, the ghost of his own past intervened. The girl's mother was Lucrezia D'Antoni, with whom he'd had an affair some years earlier. The young lady, who was 16, was his own daughter. For a short time, he was grief-stricken, but very soon consoled himself by renewing his affair with the mother of his almost bride. He arrived in Florence, alone and empty-handed. He was granted asylum by Duke Leopold, who told him he would be welcome if he stayed out of trouble. His good behavior lasted 2 weeks. He came to the rescue of an actress being abused by a theater manager. Once again, his adoration of the gentle sex was his downfall. He was reported by the manager and expelled from Florence.
In the endless string of assignations, flirtations, intrigues, call them what you will, the question remains, was there love? The answer is yes.
In Cesena, Casanova met a young lady who had left Rome to escape from an unhappy marriage. She was bright and beautiful, and they fell truly in love. For several months, they traveled together, reveling in the glow of romance. Although Henriette cared deeply for Casanova, she was a shrewd judge of character. Casanova was not a man with whom one could build a future. Her message read, "Tu oublieras aussi Henriette." You will also forget Henriette. The next day, her coachman returned with a one-word message. goodbye. A legend is a story handed down to us from the past containing an element of truth. Although it is a fact that these two legendary lovers could each claim 1,000 affairs, are we to assume that quantity is a valid measure when applied to love? In the case of Don Juan, the question is dealt with in a poignant and telling manner by author Edmund Rostand. Having been cast into hell by the statue of the commander, Don Juan was greeted by the devil, who had been expecting him and welcomed him. The devil explained that all who come to hell are assigned a role to reflect their performance on earth. Don Juan asked what his role was to be. It was the suit of a court jester, a fool. Don Juan complained there must be some mistake. No mistake, said the devil. Put it on. You will be our clown. You will make a perfect fool. Don Juan argued that he was a great lover, a man of 1,003 conquests. The devil had a suggestion. If Juan could remember one, just one of his supposed loves, he could avoid the fool's role. The bargain was struck, and the women were summoned. Now, the strange trial began. I remember. How could I ever forget our beautiful night in Paris? You are Arabella. No, Juan, it was Rome. I am Sarah. Only one. I only have to remember one. And so it went. One by one they came, and time after time he failed. This time, I'm certain, I will not be made a fool. It was Madrid. You are Esmeralda. No, Juan. We were in Malaga. I am Cara. The sad parade continued until... Yes, said the devil, a real tear. This one truly loved you. Offered you a great and lasting love. Finally, accepting the truth of his life, Don Juan said, "Give me the suit." Giacomo Casanova, great lover or great fool? By his own admission, the number of his liaisons equaled that of Don Juan. Ironically, there is evidence that he contributed to the libretto of Don Giovanni, the Mozart opera based on the Don Juan story. Yet there is an outstanding difference between the two men. While Don Juan left bitterness in his wake, Casanova's women maintained tender feelings for him long after the passion of their affairs had faded, an enduring testimony to the generosity of Casanova's character. If a lover can be defined as one who enjoys the giving as well as the taking, then surely Giacomo Casanova must be granted the title of lover. most elusive holy relic of all time. Was it the chalice Jesus used to celebrate the Last Supper? Was it a magic vessel found again in Arthurian times? From the Holy Land to pagan Britain to the New World, In Search Of has tracked this mystery. What was the Holy Grail?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Modern films and novels still celebrate King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Jousting, questing, bringing chivalry to medieval England. At the heart of the Arthur stories was a mystery, a strange, otherworldly quest for the long-lost Holy Grail. There are 47 surviving romances of King Arthur and the quest for the Holy Grail. Arthur was a real person. In the 5th century, he led the Britons to a decisive victory over the Saxons. The Grail legends, however, are not history, but a very strange intertwining of Christian and pagan stories. For the first time on In Search Of, we're going to examine the same mystery twice. First, as a Christian legend, and second, as a very ancient pagan myth. The image of the Last Supper derives from medieval art. The events are chronicled in the Gospels. Jerusalem, 33 AD. 13 humble Jews gathered to celebrate Passover, a ritual unchanged since the time of Moses. Their rabbi, Jesus, astounded the group with his blessing of the ritual wine. Drink. This is my blood, spilled for the redemption of sin. We will not drink again of this fruit of the vine until we all meet in heaven. A day later, Jesus was dying on the cross. According to legend, Joseph of Arimathea attended the crucifixion. He anointed with Christ's blood the same silver chalice, which thus became the Holy Grail. Joseph of Arimathea fled Roman persecution to England. Landing at St. Michael's Mount, he took the Holy Grail as a talisman to found the first Christian church in the British Isles. The story then took a curious turn. The Holy Grail was somehow lost. 500 years later, the legend continued with the birth of King Arthur. On the wind-swept rocky Cornish coast, beneath the ruins of the great castle of Tintagel, lies Merlin's Cave. Around 500 AD, the old magician, deep in thought, left his grotto. Old King Uther Pendragon was dying without an heir, and the future of England seemed in grave doubt. He found an abandoned baby and recognized that this was an auspicious moment. England needed a strong ruler and a common goal. Merlin proclaimed to the skies, "England, behold your king." So the story was told. The baby did grow up to unite all the warring feudal barons. Arthur's Order of the Round Table was the first stirring of democracy in medieval Europe. Late one night, near the end of Arthur's reign, a strange omen appeared deep in Castle Camelot. King David's sword, embedded in a rock. It was foretold that whosoever could pull the sword from the stone would find the lost Holy Grail. All the knights of the Round Table tried in vain. Even Lancelot, the strongest man in the world, had to admit that force alone was useless. Suddenly, a stranger appeared from the shadows, Galahad, the one pure knight. All the knights wanted to follow Galahad in search of the Holy Grail. They felt it would be the greatest adventure of their lives. "12 knights and an army of attendants left Camelot. Most of them soon wearied of the search for the Grail and took to raiding Saxon castles, slaying infidels, and rescuing maidens in distress. Too worldly to pursue the Grail, they were soon decimated by unlucky battles and spiritual impurity. The few who kept to the true quest found themselves in an appalling wasteland. Lost in a dark forest. They came upon ruins older than any of them could imagine. Their quest became a dark dream, like being lost in a maze. Finally, half dead from wounds and starvation, they came to the enchanted castle of Corbenic, where it was told the Grail itself was hidden. Only 3 knights were left. Sir Percival, who had never known a woman, Sir Bors, who had only once and repented, and Virgin Galahad, whose strength was as the strength of 10 because his heart was pure. They found the castle guarded by the 3 deadly sins. The fallen armor lay empty. Inside the castle, they had to climb 7 levels. Like Robert Bruce and the Spider, 6 times they lost their way, until the 7th attempt to penetrate the ultimate mystery. They found more than they expected. The Grail had been guarded for 500 years by the wounded Fisher King, preserved in a terrible state of agony until the proper magic question would be asked. Galahad alone conquered his terror and asked, "Whom does this Grail serve?" The Grail came forth with a light no man could tell, and changed shape in a fashion no man could fathom, and the wasteland was restored to fertility. Galahad then took the Grail back to the Holy Land, to the mythic country of Sarras. What was this Sarras? It was not told. In Antioch, Syria, in 1910, an ancient silver chalice was unearthed beneath 1,000 years of rubble. Scholars traced the progress of the chalice through secret deals to Paris. It was then sold to the Cloisters Museum in New York, where it is now kept under top security. It was recently discovered that the outer cup of gold encloses a fragile inner cup of pure silver. This new evidence led several top historians to pose the question, is the inner chalice, the Holy Grail, found at last? The Antioch chalice, kept in the Cloisters Museum in New York, was for a time thought to be the Holy Grail. Religious historians speculated that the outer gold cage was a reliquary, fabricated to hold and protect the inner silver cup. The chalice is obviously very old and in a fragile state of preservation. The silver is as thin and as delicate as tissue paper. The authenticity of the chalice has been researched by the curator of the Metropolitan Museum, Margaret Fraser.
The great impression that this cup made, inspired, and the dating of it in the 1st century, shortly after the death of Christ, conjured up the idea that this was the cup from which Christ drank at the Last Supper. More recently, we have looked at the cup with the eye to the style of the figures, to the way the grapevine is ordered on the cup, and found that there's no way that you can put it in the 1st century. It simply doesn't have the same style as 1st century work. Much more, it responds to works from the 4th, even as late as the 6th century. And is it likely that Christ used a silver cup? It seems highly unlikely. He and his apostles espoused the simple life, the giving to the poor as opposed to the rich. And silver was a very valuable commodity. To make it into tableware was only the privilege of the rich. It's inconceivable to me that Christ had a silver cup. Rather, cups of normal materials that we use, glass, pottery, or wood.
Most scholars now agree, not the Holy Grail. The Church has never officially recognized the Holy Grail as a relic. Many parts of the legends indicate the Grail was not a cup at all, but something much more mysterious. As a Christian legend, the Grail quest is very strangely convoluted. There is, however, a pre-Christian version of the story which takes us back 2,000 years before Christ, a version long lost in the mists of time, until a recent amazing breakthrough. Glastonbury, England has many links to the old stories. Joseph of Arimathea is said to have hidden the Grail at the bottom of Chalice Well, a natural spring of red-tinged waters. The awesome ruins of Glastonbury Abbey mark the spot where Joseph built the first Christian church in England. King Arthur was supposedly buried here. Many Christian cathedrals are constructed over the sites of ancient pagan temples. Similarly, many Christian legends are retellings of earlier pagan myths. Just as we can excavate under church foundations, is it possible to discover, hidden in the Christian stories, traces of an earlier religion? Jeffrey Ashe is the world's foremost Arthurian scholar. He's published 16 books on the quest of the Holy Grail.
It's usually thought of as the cup or chalice used by Christ at the Last Supper. But if we go back to earlier versions, we find that it seems to be a sort of magical pagan cauldron of plenty, not a Christian thing at all. It doesn't appear alone. It appears with other things, with a lance that drips blood, with a sword, with a dish that sometimes has a severed head on it. These are called the Grail Hallows, and they all add to the mystery.
Is it possible to rediscover the lost pagan story of the Grail? Near Glastonbury Abbey is a very strange mound, 500 feet high and 2,000 feet long. Glastonbury Tor. The most uncanny aspects of this famous landmark are the obviously man-made terraces cut deep into the sides, still visible after 4,000 years of erosion.
Some years ago, an Irishman, Geoffrey Russell, put forward a rather interesting theory that these are the remains of a prehistoric maze which was cut in the hill for some ritual purpose thousands of years ago, and that people used to spiral up it by a long, long, complicated circuit going round 7 times, up and down and round and back. And he suggested that this was the origin of the whole idea of the quest of the Grail, that people came here to thread a maze to some sort of initiation, ritual, mystical experience when they finally got to the centre. I live by the Tor, but I had never really gone into it until a year or so ago. So I spent a very hot afternoon walking round and round the Tor, seeing whether Russell's maze worked, and I thought it did. And I went on trying all through that summer until I was pretty well satisfied that I had the whole pattern. Great satisfaction in finding that it did seem to work. There is one really heartbreaking bit where you very nearly get to the top, but you aren't allowed to go there. You have to go down and make another circuit, and down and make another circuit, and then you are finally allowed to go to the top. I think perhaps this is part of the secret of the whole thing. Perhaps there was a kind of lesson in it.
Is there any other evidence which could corroborate such a radical theory that the quest for the Holy Grail was an ancient pagan ceremony inside a giant maze? The answer? A surprising confirmation. At Tintagel, where legendary Arthur was born, ruins of a Saxon fortress still stand guard over the Cornish coast. Pre-Roman ruins have been found beneath the foundations of the fortress. Ruins which date to the time of the ancient megalith builders in Britain, the time of Stonehenge. In a hidden valley beneath Tintagel, Jeffrey Ashe noticed a rock carving from the same era. As a double maze, this is the Mother Earth symbol of a long-forgotten religion. The same sevenfold spiral has been found in ancient Crete, Pompeii, and as far away as the Hopi Indian lands in America. No one had noticed any similarity between a small circular rock carving and a 2,000-foot-long hill until Ashe obtained aerial photographs of the Glastonbury Tor. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes. He checked and rechecked his diagrams, counting terraces, noting all the turns and convolutions. The Tintagel rock maze leads in, out, and in to the center. The Glastonbury Tor maze, although stretched to fit the original hill, leads up, down, and up to the center. The patterns are exactly the same. When Ash published his findings, a band of modern-day Druids organized the first threading of the maze in 4,000 years. Strangely, they have been instinctively drawn to repeat again and again this ritual on the Tor. For the first time, we have an insight into an ancient pagan rite. An archaeological dig could corroborate this theory that the maze on Glastonbury Tor was the original quest for the Holy Grail. If so, the nature of the Grail itself, the prize at the center of the maze, is still open to speculation. From ancient times through the Christian era, modern scholars still regard the Holy Grail as one of the great unsolved mysteries. What was the Holy Grail? In the earliest known accounts, it was described as a saucer-shaped vessel which fell from heaven. The roots of the word Grail mean crater. Were the Christian legends built upon pagan myths, dim memories of something ancient and alien, still buried under Glastonbury Tor? Perhaps. On August 5th, 1962, screen star Marilyn Monroe was found dead of barbiturate poisoning. Was it really a suicide, as her millions of fans were led to believe?
We came to the conclusion that it was unquestionably a murder.
I very strongly believe that Marilyn's death was an accident.
It was our opinion that this case should most accurately be certified as suicide or probable suicide.
I know, based upon my particular involvement in it, that there was a cover-up of some of the information to the public.
Marilyn Monroe did not commit suicide. She was politically assassinated.
She was at the height of her career. She had everything to live for. Could this woman have taken her own life? Was it an accident? Or was Marilyn Monroe the victim of murder?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Who was this product of Hollywood? Raised in an orphanage and foster homes, Norma Jean Baker grew up in the Hollywood of the 30s, a fantasy land where anything could happen. Its glitter and magic filled the dreams of a troubled little girl who wanted desperately to be a part of it all. At 16, Norma Jean went off to the photographers and on to become Marilyn Monroe, one of America's biggest stars. Her life can be summed up in a series of headlines. The ultimate sex goddess, adored by millions, married to one of America's greatest athletes, married to one of America's most gifted playwrights, divorced from them both. The troubled little girl became a confused and often desolate woman. On August 5th, 1962, Marilyn Monroe died of barbiturate poisoning. This product of Hollywood had become its victim.
The story of her death has been carefully pieced together. The information about Marilyn Monroe came from personal friends, members of her household staff, and the first officer to arrive at the scene. Further information came from doctors, coroner's office personnel, and others who might give insight into the case. The purpose of this investigation is not to accuse, but to examine some of the inconsistencies that seem to exist. These inconsistencies become apparent when we examine the evening of her death. Mrs. Eunice Murray, Marilyn's housekeeper, states that Marilyn retired early, closing the door to her bedroom after receiving a phone call from a friend. Her spirits were high. She had made plans for the following day. In this recreation, Mrs. Murray explains what happened later that night.
About midnight, I stepped out of my bedroom door and noticed immediately the telephone cord on the floor leading to Marilyn's room, and this was an alarm. There was a telephone that originated in another bedroom that Marilyn took to her room, but when she went to bed at night, she would take the telephone itself, the instrument, back into the room and cover it with pillows so she wouldn't hear it ring. She had that telephone cord went under her door, and that was an alarm signal, the only one that I had. So I rushed to another telephone in the other bedroom and called the doctor. Told him what I had observed. He said, try the door, which I did. And I went back and told him that I couldn't open the door, but I would rush outside and see if I could separate the curtains at the window. And I had to come back in the house and get a poker to separate the draperies. And I saw Marilyn lying with her face down. Almost immediately, it seemed to be, the doctors appeared. Dr. Greenson lived very near, within, less than 2 miles. And then Dr. Greenson tried the door, of course, then went outside and took the poker from my hand and broke the glass of the window that he could get into. One of the windows didn't have the iron grill. And I ran around the house and into the house and stood at the door waiting. And by the time he came to the door and opened it, he said, "We've lost her."
My name is Jack Clemens. On the night Marilyn Monroe died, I was a sergeant on the Los Angeles Police Department. I was the watch commander of West LA Division. When I arrived at the house, Mrs. Murray, who was Marilyn's housekeeper, showed me in. I met her psychiatrist who had called me, Dr. Greenson. I was shown the scene, shown the body, and I was shown a table alongside the bed that contained a considerable number of bottles. I was shown one empty bottle that I was told had contained approximately 45 Nebutol. I put out a call over the police radio for 2 more units to meet me at the scene, another sergeant to take charge of the scene, and a field unit to protect the scene because when the press, etc., began to arrive, this would be necessary. There were two things at the scene that disturbed me. One was the time element between the discovery of the body and the call to the police station. As I was told, the housekeeper had discovered Marilyn's body at approximately 11:30 or midnight, but they had not phoned the police until about 4:30 a.m. I was told by Dr. Greenson that this was because they had checked with the publicity department at the studio. That didn't make much sense. The other thing that would have obviously occurred had the situation been as it had represented to me was that there would have been vomit from her, because you simply cannot swallow that much barbiturates without throwing some of it up later on. It has a very violent reaction in the stomach.
Experts throughout the country became intrigued with the case. Dr. Sidney Weinberg, coroner of Suffolk County, New York, questioned the finding of the suicide investigation team.
People who have died as a result of excessive ingestion by mouth of barbiturates is that in their agonal stages, as they're dying, they throw up, they have regurgitation, and this regurgitated material comes out onto the pillowcase or whatever they're resting on.
A member of the suicide investigation team was psychiatrist Robert Littman.
No, people don't go through contortions. They seldom vomit. It depends how much water they need to take down the pills.
The absence of agreement between expert opinions and the facts he observed led Jack Clemens to begin an investigation of his own.
Sort of an unofficial investigation, you might say, in association with several civilians. No one on the police department was involved in this except myself. We came to the conclusion that it was unquestionably a murder, the reason being quite simply the fact that the coroner's report did not show a trace of barbiturates any place in her digestive tract.
At the autopsy, her stomach was empty. What that means is that a considerable period of time, several hours, had elapsed between the time she ingested the fatal pills and the time she died. But that is quite common.
Now, this is the perplexing thing. It's inconceivable that a person could take that amount of pentobarbital by mouth and not have any trace of it chemically in the stomach.
There would have been some residue in the digestive tract, and there was none. Therefore, she could only have gotten it through another method. Specifically, there are two ways she could have gotten it. One was a hypodermic needle, the other was a suppository. There is a very high rate of absorption from a suppository. She had a lethal dose in her blood that she did not swallow. Therefore, it had to be given to her by somebody else. That person she had to know and she had to trust.
Now, if the death was caused by injection, then, and she did it herself, then where's the syringe? It was not present at the scene. And if she didn't do it, then someone else had to do it.
So I do not hesitate at all to call this what it simply is. It is a murder, and I do not hesitate at all to further go and say that a conspiracy existed between the police department, between the coroner's office, and between the L.A. County District Attorney's office to conceal this murder and pass it off as a suicide.
My name is Lionel Grandison, and I was a deputy's coroner's aide at the time of Marilyn Monroe's death. I believe that there was a cover-up of Marilyn Monroe's death. It's not really clear to me if she was murdered or if, in fact, it was suicide. But I know, based upon my particular involvement in it, that there was a cover-up of some of the information to the public. And I signed her death certificate. The person who signs the death certificate, is their responsibility to look through the file, be sure that all the information there pertaining to the death is in the file, and that if it's not, you go and seek it out. But supposedly, when it gets to that desk, that all the information is there. But in Marilyn's case, it was not there. So, looking to do my job again, I went through the suicide team's report, the medical examiner's report, the toxicologist report, all the various reports that are supposed to be a part of a folder. Okay, I went to seek them out. And everywhere I went, I found that there was no information on it. Why should I sign the death certificate without the information? Well, when I went to Dr. Curfey to ask him about this file, he told me that it was not my responsibility to ask questions about it, to sign the death certificate.
We made our report to Dr. Theodore Curfey, who was the medical examiner at that time. Immediately upon receiving our report, he did call a press conference, and we announced our findings to the press.
No one in the office ever saw this report from the suicide team. At the time when Dr. Curfey told me to sign the death certificate, that was one of the specific questions I asked him. What about the report from the suicide team? Okay? He said that we were covered by the fact that we stated probable suicide. Okay? And that he had both an oral and a written report from the suicide team that would come into the report at a later date.
Some experts feel the conclusion of probable suicide should be questioned.
I'm not saying that Marilyn Monroe was murdered, but I offer the possibility, in view of the evidence, that that possibility does exist. And unless further information can be supplied, the findings of a complete investigation, until I would see those personally, I'm very unsatisfied with the certification.
I believe that Marilyn did not commit suicide purposely. I think it was an accident. It's the only reasonable, logical conclusion that I would have. And I have good reason to believe that. Because she had told me that if ever there came a time when I knew that she had taken some sedation, I should watch very carefully unless she went to sleep, that she wouldn't take another dose of sedation.
Her own housekeeper cannot accept the suicide charge, but thinks it was an accident. Psychiatrist Robert Littman reports on the findings of the psychological autopsy.
Our main problem in this case was to distinguish between suicide and accident. It is quite possible for someone who is chronically or habitually using large amounts of sleeping pills, and Miss Monroe had a chronic, difficult sleep problem. Such people sometimes will overdose accidentally without deliberately meaning to take the overdose. When people do that, usually there are signs of disarray and confusion in the room because they've been intoxicated. And there are often pills scattered around because they've lost track of them. And usually there still are pills left on the scene because people who are abusing drugs, using large amounts, the thing they dread most is to run out. So they always maintain a supply. We think of suicide then when we have someone who has made special provision to get extra pills, which was true in this case, and someone who has used up all their pills, which was true in this case.
Suicide, accident, or was Marilyn Monroe, as some believe, the victim of murder? A tale of intrigue has been suggested. A tale woven around not only the inconsistencies in the case, but around wiretaps, blackmail, and the alleged existence of the mysterious diary of Marilyn Monroe. Milo Spiriglio, a private investigator with the Nick Harris Detective Agency.
In 1975, a noted investigative reporter by the name of Al Stump brought to us a gentleman by the name of Bob Slater, an investigative reporter and an author. He had an incredible story to tell us. He believed that Marilyn Monroe was murdered and did not commit suicide. It's not very often we would investigate a client, but in this particular case, we found it necessary. Mr. Slater's story was so incredible about the death of Marilyn Monroe, the possibility of a homicide, probability of a famous person or persons involved. We checked Mr. Slater's story out. At that point, we were convinced Mr. Slater had a story to tell, and we had an investigation to do.
Hollywood writer-producer Robert Slater wrote a book on the death of Marilyn Monroe.
Shortly before Marilyn was found dead, possibly a little bit over 2 weeks before, she had called me quite alarmed one afternoon and asked me if I could pick her up and drive out to the beach north of Malibu. There were some things she wanted to show me and tell me about, which included the diary. The entries in her diary are quite interesting and involve national security, which startled me, quite frankly.
Lionel Grandison saw Marilyn's personal effects in the county coroner's office.
I had an occasion to look through the diary again, and it had some pretty bizarre information in there that no one had spoke about at that time. But I do know, all right, that these notations were in that book, and I know that that book only lasted around the coroner's office for about 1 day.
I was especially concerned with Marilyn keeping that diary, and I asked her if she didn't think, I told her I thought it was a piece of dynamite she was carrying around with her, quite frankly. And she said, well, don't worry about it, because she said I carry it in my purse during the daytime when I'm away and so forth, and when I'm home it's in my file cabinet. Somebody else must have gotten this information too, because her file cabinet had been broken into on 2 different occasions within 10 days before she was found dead. And it happened to be that many mysterious things began to happen about this time, and including her fear of the telephone lines being tapped, which were eventually proven.
Marilyn Monroe always had a fear that her phones were tapped. Little did she know that her rooms were also bugged. And Marilyn Monroe had very good cause to believe that her phones were tapped because of her involvement with some political people. In 1977, on the old Marilyn Monroe house, there was a leak on the roof, and they called in a repairman to repair it. This particular gentleman worked with the Signal Corps of the United States government prior to his construction type of business, and was very well familiar with wiretaps and room bugs. And he discovered a tremendous amount of wire inside the house. Now, this is not common household wire. The type of wire he found was what's known as direct room bugs, which is capable of keeping the entire house bugged for any length of time. And it was believed that the wires were in the house way back in the 1960s.
Spiriglio told us that an article to this effect appeared in a newspaper, but we were unable to substantiate this claim.
After her mysterious death, the Attorney General of the United States ordered a raid on the house of a person by the name of Bernard Spinder. He was a noted wiretapper working directly for Jimmy Hoffa. The raid took 12 hours, and to our knowledge, it's the only raid that was ever bugged. The first 5.5 hours of it was taped by the wiretapper, unbeknownst to the United States government. In those tapes, they found, according to very reliable sources, the tapes of the actual murder of Marilyn Monroe. It was on sound. The rooms were bugged as well as the telephones.
The New York Times reported that a raid was made on the home of Bernard Spindell. He claimed that the tapes of Marilyn Monroe's murder were among tapes confiscated in that raid. After Spindell was arrested for electronic eavesdropping, he died in prison, eliminating any possibility of substantiating his claim. In the controversy surrounding Marilyn Monroe's death, both sides have made statements that remain unsupportable. Our investigation attempted to separate fact from rumored innuendo, but questions still remain. Why did so many hours elapse between the discovery of her body and the arrival of the police? Question: did someone tape the intimate details of Marilyn Monroe's private life? Question: if a diary did exist, where is it now? Will we ever know what really happened on the night of August 5th, 1962? Once upon a time, in the magic land of Hollywood, a troubled little girl dreamt of fame and stardom. Her dream came true. Marilyn Monroe was at the height of her career when her Hollywood fantasy ended in tragedy. A tragedy shrouded in mystery. Recent archaeological discoveries in the People's Republic of China are changing America's concept of its own history. From ancient historical records, we hear of a Buddhist monk, Hu Shen, who by his own written account appears to have landed on the American continent in 458 AD. Did the trail they took lead them to Central America? Now, new discoveries off the coast of California may furnish proof that America was discovered by Chinese explorers over 1,000 years before Columbus.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The rocky coast of Cape Mendocino in Northern California is one of the places where some scientists believe Chinese explorers landed on our shores many years before Columbus. Larry Pearson, a marine archaeologist, searches beneath the seas for evidence of such voyages. Larry is one of the few respected scientists who believe there is an element of truth to be found in ancient Chinese tales. The Chinese memorialize their legends by staging historical pageants. One story tells of a skillful magician who, when sent on a secret journey by his emperor, Qi Huangdi, returned with reports of a land far away across a vast ocean. Presenting his report, he stated that it was a land of mighty rivers and mountains. Here, strange people dwelt whose gods granted them the gift of the elixir of life. He pleaded for this gift of immortality for his master, but it was denied him. He claimed it could only be parted with in exchange for rich gifts. 1,000 noblemen and beautiful maidens were required, together with skilled craftsmen. Excited by the prospect of eternal life, the emperor gave leave to proceed. The magician gathered together a large group capable of starting a new colony. They built the necessary ships. The fleet set sail and was never heard from again. 10,000 miles away, and 2,000 years later, Larry Pearson travels the coast of Northern California to investigate Indian legends. He hopes to find tales confirming contact between Asia and pre-Columbian America. His first stop is the American Indian Center at Humboldt University, where he consults with Indian expert Bobby Lake.
The Pit River Indians and the Pomo Indian tribal group of northwestern California have an ancient myth or legend or folklore that talks about a giant bridge which went from this area across the ocean to another race of people who they felt or thought or believed were Indians, but their skin color was different. It was more yellowish. And the way the old legend goes is the world was purified by water and everything on earth was destroyed. And many of the high priests and religious leaders knew this was going to happen, so they gathered the people together and they moved up high to the high tops of the mountains. And while they were up there, some of the visionaries or prophets began to see another race of people who looked like Indians but were yellow-skinned. So somehow or another, you might call it mental telepathy, they started to build a bridge from this part of the continent, while that other race of people started to build a bridge from the other continent. And somewhere in the middle of the ocean, they linked up together and they communicated with each other. And what really signaled all of this was the rainbow. As the yellow race of people left and they were going back, a rainbow came up. And they said someday this physical bridge will be gone, but remember us, our brother, because the rainbow will always be there.
Nearby, where the Klamath River meets the sea, Larry seeks further information from the local Indians. Florence Shaughnessy has lived beside the Klamath River all her life.
We're called the Yurok people, but in Indian, we're called Pulik La. We are the people that walk by the ocean.
To add to the evidence of Asian influence, there are legends of shipwrecks along the northwest coast.
The story was that they found parts of Chinese junk along the coast near Tillamook, Oregon. And so they had the divers go down, and they did find that it was old. So they figured that the Chinese came over, got caught in a storm, probably all perished, or maybe some of them swam ashore. And they say that some of those Chinese must have survived, and then they went inland, and there was Indians, living all around the coast there, that they intermarried there because some of the Indians from certain parts of Oregon are slant-eyed, and their skin is just a little different color than the Bronze Indians.
The Japanese current flows eastward along the 40th parallel, then merges with other currents and reaches the coast of California. There it splits, one half flowing north to Alaska, the other moving south along the coast of Mexico. At the division, a churning occurs which is so furious that many vessels riding upon it have been dashed to splinters.
These rocky headlands, such as the point of land behind me, Trinidad Head, on the northern coast of California, are the kinds of obstructions seafarers traveling this coast would have encountered. These sites, of course, are historically known as very high hazard areas, graveyards of ships. It is just such a place on the coast that you'd expect to find the highest likelihood of the remains of ancient craft, particularly the Japanese and Chinese vessels that we know now have been here in pre-Columbian times.
In response to a letter, Larry has come to examine these odd stones discovered by Dick Young, a fisherman who brought them up in his nets off Cape Mendocino. It is known that early Chinese seamen drilled holes in large stones and used them for ship anchors. Many similar stones have been found in Californian and Mexican waters, but most turn out to be naturally formed.
In the case of these two, they're apparently formed in the deep ocean floor. These particular stones are natural. The nucleus could have been a whale bone, a whale vertebrae, but the shape of the hole, the ridges inside, there is no taper here. There are subtle nuances in the hole itself to lead me to believe that they are indeed natural formations rather than being man-made.
As a scientist, Larry is used to such setbacks. The real frustration is not occasional misleading evidence found along the shore, but the fact that China lies across 7,000 miles of ocean. Further, China's doors have been closed until recently to Western scientists. On a recent trip to the People's Republic of China, the In Search of crew filming in a rural area found some large old stone rollers on a farm. We were interested to learn that these rollers had often been used as ship's anchors in early times. They are still used by some Chinese riverboats today, ships of ancient design called junks. They are basically river vessels used by fishermen for centuries. In the famed Peking Museum, we found evidence that much larger seagoing junks once existed in the distant past. The skeleton of a giant sailing vessel has been uncovered. A fleet of ships of such size could have carried thousands of passengers. Remnants of this huge rudder indicate the ship was hundreds of feet long. A modern Chinese artist depicts how a fleet of these huge junks would have looked. Marco Polo told of long sea voyages made by the Chinese as they traded with such faraway places as India and Persia. but these were coastal trips. Could Chinese junks have survived long voyages in the open Pacific? To prove such a voyage possible, journalist Kuno Knoebel and a group of fellow adventurers built a sailing junk as close as possible to ancient design. They named it the Taiki. Their plan, to catch the Japanese current to the North American coast, then southward to Central America. Despite calms and storms, all went reasonably well, until midway. They discovered the ship was under attack by thousands of sea worms, burrowing into the wood and undermining the hull. It was then that the typhoon hit. The ship increasingly took on water, filling the hold. To stay afloat, the crew pumped frantically day and night in mountainous seas. Helpless when the rudder broke, they sent out an urgent message from their sputtering radio and waited. Their message had been heard. First, a Coast Guard plane from Juneau arrived, dropping supplies. Shortly thereafter, they were picked up by a freighter, from which they watched their dream, the Taiki, lurch aimlessly away, lost over the horizon. In spite of shipworms and storms, they did pass the midpoint in their journey, proving that ancient junks were capable of lengthy voyages in the open sea. There are other discoveries which could prove that early Chinese explorers did complete such voyages 1,000 years before Columbus. Christopher Columbus sailed across the Atlantic in his flagship, the Santa Maria, in 1492 and discovered America. Was Columbus the first? It is generally accepted that the Vikings, acknowledged to be daring seafarers, predated Columbus here. Many monuments still remain as possible proof of their settlements. Stone walls of Phoenician design found in New Hampshire indicate that they too might have been early visitors. This theory is strengthened by writings found at the site that some experts believe to be Phoenician. To argue who discovered America first is to ignore the fact it has been populated for hundreds of thousands of years. More important, we should examine what effects visitors from other lands have had on early Indian civilizations. About 1,500 years ago, a sudden cultural surge occurred in Central America, which has mystified the world of archaeology for many years. Some believe this may have been brought about by contact from China. The Buddhist religion was flourishing in China in the 6th century. In a monastery in Shenxi province, these statues stand guard over the records of Buddhist history. We learned from these stone tablets that in 570 AD, several monks set sail across the Great Sea to seek new converts to the Buddhist faith. The official account of their voyage states that the monk Hu Shen and his companions, sailing eastward, came upon the shores of a strange, faraway land. The distance logged was 20,000 leagues, or about 7,000 nautical miles. This would place them on the coast of Southern California. The account does not record their feelings as they cautiously entered a strange new land. Only that they made their way inland through forests, across mountains and deserts for 350 miles. At last, They stood on the rim of a great canyon, banded with many colors. Could they have been describing the Grand Canyon? The account continues that at the bottom of the canyon, far below, there was a river winding among boulders. Making their way south, they crossed a great desert where the inhabitants ate the purple fruit of a strange tree they called the Fu Song tree. Was this a cactus? Finally, they came through dense jungles, arriving, some believe, in Central America, just prior to the great cultural flowering of the Mayan civilization. That the learned monk Hu Shen could have brought the Mayans advanced knowledge from China is discussed by Dr. James Moriarty of the University of San Diego.
I hold with many archaeologists that Central American and Mexican cultures, early ones, may very well have been influenced by some type of Asiatic contact. My reasons for this are not unique, and they're found in the works of many who since the 1800s, late 1800s, have worked on these problems. During the Han Dynasty, a certain type of bull with certain kinds of feet was a prominent feature of that culture. You will find similar bulls in some Mexican cultures. You will find jade work, which has been much discussed by some of my colleagues, which certainly shows Chinese influence, and possibly even some pieces that are of Chinese origin.
In China, we were permitted into the Forbidden City. The former imperial palace is now a museum, housing special relics of the past. We were allowed to film the ancient jade soldier. The soldier's body, in burial, had been completely encased. It is significant that jade burial masks of the same period have been found in Mayan excavations. In China, we also filmed many serpent heads, only to find identical figures in Central America. The Mayans believed these serpents to be the representation of the man god who brought them knowledge. Is it possible that this contact with Chinese culture accounts for the Mayans' remarkable knowledge of astronomy? Or mere coincidence that this Mayan calendar is similar to Chinese calendars of the period? In many Mayan museums, we found startling items. There were never any elephants in America, yet this Mayan relief depicts one. The Mayan face had a distinctive shape, yet occasionally faces are found that appear to be Chinese. The Mayan god of happiness is unmistakably Chinese. The image of this bearded man continues to be a mystery. It is known that Indians do not have facial hair. Who then was this Oriental man found in Mayan excavations? Recent discoveries from the ocean floor may provide answers to some of these questions. It is fortunate that these divers off Redondo Beach, California, were alert enough to recognize something unusual. Bob Maestro and Wayne Baldwin have discovered what are believed to be Chinese stone anchors.
We were out scuba diving one day, and the water was dirty, and we started looking for other things other than lobsters. And I noticed this stone that had an indentation in it. And I started scraping the little rocks and shells off, and I noticed the hole got deeper and deeper and deeper, and so I lifted the stone up, and it had a perfect hole in it.
Realizing that they may have found something unique, they decided to bring the stones to the surface for further examination.
We found 5 more, raised them, and brought them into the shop. This large stone here that you see weighs over 1,000 pounds. As we were raising it, it just broke the surface, and then itself broke in half and dropped to the bottom.
Two questions must be asked regarding any of these possible anchors. First, are they from China? And second, how old are they?
Of all the unusually shaped stones that have been found, there was only one example which was datable. That would be the stone found at the Patton Escarpment site. Samples were sent to Dr. Wang, who is a Chinese geologist. His analysis and comparative studies with known ancient quarries on the coast of China proved conclusively that the materials had come from China. The datability was in the form of a manganese concretion that had achieved a 3 millimeter thickness on this stone. The rule of thumb rate for manganese accretion is about 1,000 years per millimeter, allowing a 50% error. This stone is still obviously pre-Columbian.
It has been established to Larry Pearson's satisfaction that at least one of the stones is from China and is more than 1,000 years old. However, he still seeks more definitive answers, answers that he believes will be found in the waters of the Pacific, proving the presence of Chinese explorers. The possible presence of Chinese explorers on our shores does not negate in any way the contribution made by Christopher Columbus. His is still the honor of founding the first continuing settlement of foreign visitors in the New World. Perhaps more important than who was first is the recognition of the valor of all those brave men who ventured into the unknown. Lakehurst, New Jersey, 7:25 in the evening, May 6th, 1937. Delayed by storms, the airship Hindenburg was finally preparing to land. Passengers peered down looking for familiar faces as the ship turned for the final descent. Water ballast was released to bring her into trim. Engines were reversed from idle ahead to idle astern. Winchmen paid out handling lines to the ground crew. Tragedy is seconds away. The mystery is, was it an accident or sabotage?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Lakehurst, New Jersey is a place that time has passed by. 40 years ago, it was the city of the future. The nearby Naval Air Station was the East Coast terminal for dirigible transatlantic crossings. The mammoth hangar strained to accommodate these giants of the air. Airship travel had become a reality. Germany was the starting point for most of these lighter-than-air voyages, due to the engineering dominance of the company founded by Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin. In 1924, the company built this dirigible for the United States as part of Germany's reparations for World War I. Named the Los Angeles, she was piloted to Lakehurst by Hugo Eckener, the foremost authority on commercial airships and head of the Zeppelin Company. In 1928, Hugo Eckener built the largest, most luxurious airship to date, the Graf Zeppelin. Wherever she flew, the Graf Zeppelin was hailed as proof of the practicality of airship travel. Her popularity helped to restore the war-ravaged pride of the German people, many of whom had contributed money for her construction. In 1929, the Graf circumnavigated the world carrying passengers. Airlines with fixed-wing planes would not equal this feat for years. She established a regular schedule of flights from Germany to Brazil years before transatlantic airplane service. Ocean liners were the only competition in the Atlantic. Hugo Eckener felt confident his dirigibles could cut the transatlantic crossing time to 2 days, but he would need a new airship, one larger and faster than the Graf Zeppelin. By late 1934, a new dirigible was under construction. She would be the largest airship ever built, the largest object ever put into the sky. She would be called the Hindenburg. 147 feet high and 1/6 of a mile long, she was so massive that a special hangar had to be constructed to house her. The control car would be separated from the passenger accommodations, which would be contained in the underside of the hull. 70 air travelers could be pampered by a 40-man crew as never before. The metal framework would surround 16 huge gas bags. 7 million cubic feet of lighter-than-air gas would give the Hindenburg buoyancy. Unlike other German Zeppelins, which were filled with explosive hydrogen, Hugo Eckener had designed the Hindenburg to be filled with helium, a gas so safe it would actually smother fire. The United States was the primary source of this rare natural gas and was at first willing to sell it to the Zeppelin Company.
Alles, was ihr seid, seid ihr doch nicht.
Adolf Hitler's rise to power complicated the negotiations. Hitler saw the airships as propaganda machines to carry the message of the Third Reich around the world. The increasing militancy of the Nazi government caused the United States to have second thoughts about selling its helium to a German company, fearing it would be used in dirigibles fitted for war. A disappointed Eckener had no choice. If he wanted the Hindenburg to fly, she had to be inflated with flammable hydrogen. In early March 1936, the Hindenburg was ready. Accompanied by the Graf Zeppelin, the Hindenburg set out on a 3-day propaganda flight. Eckener complained loudly and publicly about what he considered to be the misuse of his airships. The furious propaganda minister forbade the German press to ever mention Eckener's name again. Earlier, Eckener's anti-Nazi sentiments had brought him into disfavor with the Third Reich. He was removed as director of the Zeppelin Company. The airships sailed on. Named for the former German president, the Hindenburg was the symbol of the new Nazi era. The
The 1936 Olympics were to be a showcase for the master race. In the wake of Jesse Owens' 4 gold medals, the stunned Nazis turned to the Hindenburg to regain their lost prestige. In 1936, the Hindenburg made 10 flights from Germany to the United States. Almost every crossing set a new transatlantic speed record. In her first year, the Hindenburg logged almost 200,000 miles, carrying over 2,600 passengers. Docking at Lakehurst, the Hindenburg was reunited with her smaller sister ship, the Los Angeles. Eckener's joy in the Hindenburg's success was dampened by the fact that she was now piloted by Captain Ernst Lehmann, the new head of the nationalized Zeppelin Company. In spite of increasing international tensions, the Zeppelin Company established an ambitious passenger schedule for 1937. 18 flights from Germany to Lakehurst were planned for the Hindenburg. Almost immediately after the announcement of the schedule, the German embassy in Washington began receiving threats against the airship. Warnings came by phone and mail that the Hindenburg would be destroyed at Lakehurst. When the Hindenburg was ready to leave on her first U.S. flight of 1937, the ship was thoroughly searched for any kind of destructive device. Passengers' luggage was also carefully inspected. Although this flight would be commanded by Captain Max Pruss, Captain Lehmann decided to go along, hoping his presence would help alleviate the rumors of sabotage. The Hindenburg was ready. Captain Pruss gave the launch command, up ship. The Hindenburg lifted off from Frankfurt in the evening of May 3rd, 1937. The 97 people on board expected the flight to be as routine as several years of passenger service had proven it could be. The route across Europe was determined by international politics. The Hindenburg flew across Holland to the English Channel. By May 4th, the Hindenburg was over the North Atlantic. Violent storms and strong headwinds reduced her speed to only 60 miles per hour. Unaffected by the turbulence outside, passengers settled down to a meal of Rhine salmon a la Hindenburg. The great airship flew on smoothly through the storms and lightning that would delay her arrival. In the afternoon of May 5th, the cloud cover broke long enough for passengers to catch a glimpse of North America, the southern tip of Newfoundland. Throughout the night, the Hindenburg sailed down the Canadian coast, headed for the United States. The morning of May 6th found the Hindenburg over a foggy Boston, 10 hours behind schedule. As she flew further south, the clouds cleared. The Hindenburg came to New York City in bright sunshine. As the Hindenburg left New York, Lakehurst radioed that a weather front was moving into the New Jersey area. The Hindenburg reached Lakehurst at 4 in the afternoon, but gusty winds and rain made an immediate landing impossible. She turned east, back out to sea, to ride out the storm over the New Jersey coast. She would have to wait 3 more hours before reaching her final resting place. "5 p.m., May 6th, 1937. The airship Hindenburg cruised off the New Jersey coast, waiting for the weather to clear at Lakehurst.
At 6:23 p.m., Lakehurst radioed, "Recommend landing now." Captain Preuss acknowledged and set course for Lakehurst. Radio commentator Herb Morrison recorded her arrival for the first transcontinental broadcast.
Well, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, and what a great sight it is. A thrilling one. The ship is riding majestically toward us like some great feather. It's a marvelous.
Newsreel cameras whirred as water ballast was released to bring the ship into trim.
Ship is no doubt bustling with activity, as we can see. Orders are shouted to the crew. The passengers probably lining the windows looking down at the field ahead of them, getting their glimpse of the mooring mast. It's practically standing still now. They've dropped ropes out of the nose of the ship. It's been taken a hold of down on the field by a number of men. It's starting to rain again. The rain had slacked up a little bit. The back motors of the ship are just holding it just enough to keep it from...
It burst into flames. Get it, Scotty. Get this, Scotty. It's crashing. It's crashing terrible. Oh, my. Get out of the way, please. It's bursting into flames and it's falling on the mooring mast and all the folks between us. This is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's flames running 400 or 500 feet into the sky, and it's a terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the flame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the passengers screaming around it. I told him I can't talk to people. His friends are on there. I can't talk, ladies and gentlemen. Honest, it's just laying down massive smoking wreckage. And everybody can't hardly breathe and talk and screaming. Lady, I'm sorry. Honestly, I can hardly breathe. I'm going to step inside where I cannot see it. Charlie, that's terrible. Listen, folks, I'm going to have to stop for a minute because I've lost the voice. This is the worst thing I've ever witnessed.
Even today, the disaster is vivid in the memories of those who witnessed the crash. A member of the ground crew was directly beneath the Hindenburg when she exploded. Lawrence Thomas.
My job was to have what they call a spider line. I would hook the spider line onto the ship, and there would be 8 men would spread out with the different ropes and pull just as hard as they could. So just as I was reaching for the rope to put my spider line on, she went boom, and it blew it right out of my hand. And matter of fact, if I remember correctly, I think most of us went off our feet.
Stanley True worked at the Lakehurst base as an ambulance driver.
They asked us to take the 2 commanding officers, which was Captain Preuss and Captain Lehman, and we proceeded to put them in our ambulances. Captain Preuss, who was attending in the ambulance, was burnt from head to foot, but he was in perfect spirits. Captain Lehman seemed to me like he was gone.
Miraculously, 62 people on board the Hindenburg escaped from the flames. The death toll was 36. 13 passengers, 22 crew members, and 1 groundsman. Captain Preuss did recover, but Captain Lehman died from his burns. The Hindenburg herself was the last of her kind.
The 13 passengers killed in the Hindenburg crash were the only passenger fatalities in the Zeppelin Company's 30-year history. The reason for the fire that consumed the great airship was obvious: the 7 million cubic feet of volatile hydrogen gas contained in the hull. The reason why the fire started has been a source of controversy to this day. Was it accident or sabotage?
One man has spent a lifetime sifting the evidence. World authority on airships and author of numerous books on the subject, Dr. Douglas Robinson.
I've never been satisfied that the ship was sabotaged. I don't think there's been adequate proof of a plot to do so. I believe that there was an accidental ignition of leaking hydrogen. There is no doubt at all that the ship landed in a condition where there is a very high electrical potential difference right after a thunderstorm. After she dropped her landing ropes, she was discharging electricity, static electricity, into the atmosphere. The other question, of course, is there is obviously free hydrogen that was ignited by the brush discharge. How was there free hydrogen present? And there's quite a number of arguments about that, and there's certainly no agreement.
How could hydrogen have escaped from the gas-tight bags? How could it have ignited? Theories were debated immediately after the disaster at a board of inquiry convened by the U.S. Department of Commerce. Germany sent an official commission headed by Hugo Eckener. Airship officials from both countries looked to Eckener to provide the answers. Eckener speculated that a bracing wire inside the hull had broken during landing maneuvers in the gusty winds. The broken wire slashed open a gas cell, allowing hydrogen to escape. It was then ignited by static electricity, sometimes called St. Elmo's fire. Eckener's theory was accepted as the official conclusion by both American and German investigators.
Everybody involved in the accident investigation assumed that there had been St. Elmo's fire, but nobody had actually seen it among the witnesses who appeared. I think this was because they were all standing underneath the ship and couldn't see what was going on top. But quite a few years ago, I interviewed a couple who were standing outside the main gate of the air station and had quite a different view of the disaster. They were about a quarter mile away. They saw it silhouetted against the evening sky, and both of them observed a dim blue flame flickering along the full length of the top of the ship, and even had time to exchange some remarks about it before there was a sudden yellow flaming burst of burning hydrogen just ahead of the upper fin. So I feel no doubt whatever there was St. Elmo's fire, and it did set fire to escaping hydrogen.
Many present at the Board of Inquiry, however, disagreed. They argued that the ship had been subjected to much greater stress without wires breaking, and that St. Elmo's fire was not powerful enough to ignite hydrogen gas. They believed the Hindenburg had been destroyed by another cause, sabotage.
I spent a morning with Captain Preuss, the captain of the Hindenburg at the time of the fire in 1957. He by then had convinced himself that the ship was sabotaged and insisted that a particular passenger had used various excuses to be in the tail of the ship to plant a bomb.
The sabotage threats received by the German embassy before the Hindenburg took off were brought up in the testimony at the inquiry in 1937, but they were not pursued. Because official investigations were clouded by diplomatic considerations, it may never be known whether the Hindenburg was destroyed by accident or by sabotage. Either way, it is likely that there would have been no fire if the ship had been filled with helium instead of hydrogen. Had it not been for the strained international politics of the 1930s, the tragedy of the great airship Hindenburg might never have occurred. The Hindenburg crash sounded the death knell for giant passenger airships. Today, however, there is no longer the risk of fire that threatened the hydrogen-filled dirigibles. Helium is easily available. Perhaps commercial lighter-than-air service has a future after all. Goodyear public relations spokesman Ron Bell.
With the fuel efficiency of the airship and the energy considerations of today and our modern technology and 50 years of experience in airship manufacturing, we're going to be able to build a far superior airship to what they had in the days of the Hindenburg. We have two airships currently that we have designed. One of them is the heavy lifter, 450 feet long and capable of carrying 75 tons of cargo. The other airship is the Coastal Patrol airship, and it's 320 feet long and able to patrol international as well as domestic borders. They have a very real feasibility. They're far more economical than aircraft and faster than ships for cargo transportation.
In Europe and America, a number of companies are designing and testing a new generation of lighter-than-air craft. Perhaps the airship business is about to take up where the Hindenburg left off. This monstrous crater, nearly 3 miles around, is over 60 stories deep. It may mark a moment in time when life on our planet was forever changed. Speculation suggests that a monstrous asteroid careened from its orbit and struck the Earth with apocalyptic fury. 75% of all life may have been destroyed in sudden cataclysm. Millions of asteroids churn through the abyss of space. Could one suddenly tumble towards our planet, bringing about the end of the world?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The Arizona desert. It probably has not changed much in appearance for 25,000 years. Long ago, a huge asteroid weighing millions of tons suddenly, unexplainably, fell from its orbit and tumbled headlong towards the Earth. It probably exploded with a force far greater than any recorded nuclear explosion, leaving this crater. Founder of the American Meteorite Laboratory, Dr. H.H. Neininger.
The greatest geological force that has ever operated in the crust of the Earth has been the force of impact. We have a little example of that impact here before us today. I say a little one because this one is about 4/5 of a mile across and 600 feet deep, but that is a baby by the side of others that have been found on the Earth, that are old, that have been wiped out almost entirely by erosion.
Originally twice as high and deep, enormous craters have been uniquely preserved by the climate of Australia. Others were blasted out of solid granite. One huge Canadian crater is even visible from space. Thousands of meteors have hit the United States itself. For the most part, their visible remains have long since been covered by the elements. The face of the moon is a clear example of impact. Seen from Earth, its craters appear as tiny pockmarks. They are actually up to hundreds of miles in diameter. It's hard to believe that our Earth's appearance was at one time very similar to the moon's today. What result did this awesome force have during our planet's ancient past?
We don't find the North Pole in the past at the same location it is now by any means. It has been shifted as much as 30 or 40 degrees from time to time. And the only sensible explanation for that I can think of is impact.
Recent studies have established that our Earth's poles, as shown here, have undergone complete reversal in the past. Evidence of this sudden catastrophic shift lies hidden in the enigmatic vastness of the North Pole. Coral reefs have been discovered here, as well as trees with their fruit and leaves frozen intact. In 1900, explorers unearthed this mammoth with an unchewed mouthful of buttercups, its stomach full of summer grasses. The icy Siberian tundra conceals the fact that giant woolly mammoths once roamed a lush land until a disaster froze them in an instant. Could a meteor bombardment have brought about an end to their world? Pitted by its blistering entry into the atmosphere, a meteorite similar to this one contained enough iron to produce nearly 50,000 cars. It blasted this crater from the Arizona bedrock. Diamonds were created instantaneously. This computerized graphic illustrates the 3 million tons of crushed earth and meteor that in less than a second was strewn for miles over the surrounding countryside. One block, the size of a large house, was thrown into the crater lip. It is a mere speck in comparison to the immensity of the crater itself. A larger asteroid could have resulted in a crater the size of the state of Missouri.
A meteorite, by the time it comes into view, will already be within almost less than 100 miles of its target. And 100 miles for the travel of an asteroid or a meteorite would be covered in just a few seconds. So there is no such thing as getting ready for this thing. We'll never know in advance that one is coming.
Most asteroids orbit between Jupiter and Mars. However, there are mavericks whose orbits actually cross that of our planet. Palomar Observatory in California has accelerated their research to track these potential threats. Eleanor Helene, senior scientist at California Institute of Technology, is the world's foremost asteroid tracker. She has discovered several hundred, including this one, the Ra Shalom.
We could be caught unawares. It is our plan to be as prepared as we can, and I think the increase in general observation for survey and search will give us much more lead time to at least be aware that something is coming in close.
Skylab fell from its orbit, smashing into Australia. Our sophisticated technology was helpless. We could do nothing but wait and see where it would hit.
Well, it's certainly been our experience, unfortunately, that if an object is found on a collisional course with the Earth, and we've had a few exercises that fortunately have not proved to be true, that we really have no means of deflecting an object that is coming directly toward the Earth, at least at this time, as far as I'm aware.
Because of this potential threat from space, NASA is studying the force of impact in order to know what to expect. The light gas gun, the only one of its kind on Earth, was built to study such an event. A pellet, simulating a meteorite, is carefully placed into the gun. A piston is locked into place. It will pump millions of pounds of high-pressure hydrogen gas into the gun. A final check is carefully conducted. Because of the tremendous pressures generated, any mistake could prove fatal to the crew. The gun is raised to the vertical position. Upon firing, the pellet will hurtle down the tube at a speed nearing 6 miles per second. A target representing the Earth is prepared, and the room is evacuated. The gun is fired. The target exhibits a striking resemblance to Meteor Crater. Planetologist Donald Gault has experimented for years with the light gas gun.
Now we know that on Earth we have craters up to 100 miles in diameter. With 3 out of every 4 objects that strike the Earth landing in the ocean basins, why, we wonder what would happen if a big object struck in the ocean, say the Pacific Ocean, and produced a transient crater, because the water would collapse, a transient crater 100 miles in diameter. The ocean is only an average of 2 or 3 miles deep, so we'd just wipe the water right off the floor of the ocean for 100 miles, and it would collapse, and the tidal waves that result from such an event are they just stagger the imagination. We just don't know what would happen, really, except it'd be devastation on a terrible scale. such an object landed on land, for example, suppose it's centered right in the middle of Chicago, it would totally obliterate the city and the surrounding suburbs around Lake Michigan to the north and south of Chicago. And that's a little spooky because we don't know when some big object like this is coming in and could strike the Earth.
A startling theory has recently come to light, suggesting that a meteor impact could cause the end of the world. Scientists have long been perplexed by the abrupt disappearance of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Searching for clues to explain this mystery, researchers delved deeply into the ocean bottom. Drilling was conducted worldwide to collect samples of the prehistoric Earth. A layer of thin clay is the soil upon which the dinosaurs lived. Closer examination with microphotography produced startling results. Fossils of living organisms vanished in the layer above, seemingly proof of sudden extinction. Further investigation was conducted at laboratories in Berkeley, California. Scientist Frank Asaro subjected the samples to complex computer analysis. The amount of iridium was found to be nearly 200 times that of the other elements in the Earth sample. The scientists were amazed. Iridium, a rare metal, is never found in this great amount on Earth.
The unusually high abundance of iridium that was detected in the clay layer suggested that the iridium came from an extraordinary extraterrestrial event.
An asteroid is the only possible explanation for the incredibly high percentage of iridium. Could a meteor crater-like event have actually brought about an end of the world?
The asteroid impact theory envisions that an asteroid struck the Earth about 65 million years ago. This caused a tremendous explosion, possibly larger than 100 million megatons, and this erupted not only the asteroid mass, but perhaps 60 times its mass of terrestrial material, and a good part of this went into the upper atmosphere, possibly 17 trillion tons, and this spread around the Earth, turning day into night. About this time, some 75% of all living species became extinguished.
Yet asteroids are not the only threats. Comets, frozen bodies of ice and gas, twice in the last 80 years have exploded into the Russian countryside. Actual footage shows the aftermath of the 1908 Tunguska explosion. Dr. Eugene Shoemaker, world-renowned authority on cratering and recent electee to the National Academy of Science.
If an event like Tunguska were to happen today over a populated part of the Earth, that event would almost surely be perceived by the people and by the nation in which it happened as a nuclear attack. This event would look to people almost exactly like a nuclear explosion. The hazard is not from the direct effects of the impact or encounter with those small asteroids, but rather how they are perceived by man and how man will react to them. If that event happens over a nation that possesses nuclear weapons, will they respond? That's the hazard, and that's the unknowable.
Doomsday, apocalypse, Armageddon. Deep within the soul of humanity lies a primal fear. The fear of the total destruction of the Earth as we know it. The end of the world. Throughout time, we've always been at the mercy of nature's potentially catastrophic forces. Today, however, we hold the power to bring about earth-shattering holocausts ourselves. Can there possibly be a solution to these global problems? The infinite frontier, space, stretching endlessly upon itself. Could its mysterious vastness be part of the answer? Investigative research into the possibilities is being conducted at Princeton University. Dr. Gerard O'Neill, high-energy physicist and NASA consultant on space-related matters.
We're very, very fortunate because after all of the centuries of the development of human civilization, we're just in this critical period where the breakout of humanity into space can occur within the next 1 or 2 decades for us. Perhaps the most critical breakout that there could be thought of over hundreds of years of time. Because once that happens, the human race will be unkillable. No single natural disaster can wipe it out. And once that happens, all the other transitions going out throughout the solar system, eventually even to other stars, are far, far easier than this one critical breakout that we're about to make at this time.
NASA's Space Shuttle is at the forefront of present space technology. It is our first step towards the use of space as a refuge. This craft and others like it will one day be our galactic covered wagons to the stars.
The whole point about the high frontier of space is that it's a virtually unlimited resource of energy and materials. We're suffering increasing poverty here on the surface of the Earth, and it makes sense to go out and begin using that wealth of solar energy and of materials.
Huge solar panels, many square miles in area, could one day beam limitless energy through space. Solar energy is 8 times as efficient there and reliable 24 hours a day. Ironically, the asteroids we fear will one day be mined for their valuable resources of iron and nickel. To accomplish this, Dr. O'Neill and his colleagues have invented the mass driver, an intricately designed motor that converts electrical energy into motion at speeds exceeding 15 miles per second. It will accelerate mined resources to processing stations in space.
In evolutionary terms, it's a very natural thing for us to move out into the new environment of space and begin using the resources that are there. Humanity has always moved into new areas where natural resources could be found. In the long run, people are going to be moving out into space in considerable numbers. It turns out that the material resources that exist even relatively nearby are enough to build about 3,000 times the land area of the Earth in the form of space colonies. Going to a space colony would be, in the beginning, a little like taking a trip across the ocean by ship. It would take about 5 to 7 days of travel time in a very comfortable ship with its own artificial gravity.
At tremendous speeds, the transfer craft would jet far beyond terrestrial boundaries, penetrating into the profound silence of space. Through a zero-gravity corridor, one would begin moving down into the colony. A large valley would open out, possibly filled with lakes, trees, grass, and flowers. Unburdened by heavy industry, a colony could be a very sylvan, park-like environment. Each colony, supporting perhaps 50 to 100,000 people, could be unique. Work would be done in nearby modules, each a complete ecosystem, self-supporting and independent. Air, water, and other resources would be completely recycled. Constant access to the sun would give the ability to control the seasons at will. Giant hothouses would allow crops to be grown year-round. At first heavily dependent on the Earth, the colonies eventually would become miniature worlds of their own. Technological advancements would release us from many laborious tasks, which are presently a necessity. This would allow more time for personal creativity and experimentation. Dr. O'Neill believes that by the middle of the next century, millions of us will be moving out into space. The National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. chronicles the quest to expand our earthly limits, pushing beyond our boundaries, ever in quest of new challenges. What was impossible 40 years ago is commonly accepted today. Technology has clearly begun to satisfy our desire to conquer space itself. The International Committee for the Future's president, Barbara Marx Hubbard, has testified before the Congressional Subcommittee on Space.
One of the fascinating things about outer space is you've got to cooperate to live. I think we'll learn new models of how people can work together. Because there, if you fight, you die immediately. Maybe it's a new place for the human race to learn how to live together. And the people on Earth will learn lessons from what the people in space are doing on the new frontier.
Right now on planet Earth, we're in a zero-sum game. One nation can't gain without taking resources away from another, and that's why we see hostility increasing all around us. I think that if we can move out into an environment where there's virtually unlimited energy and material resources for everyone, we ought to find it possible to live with less hostility than there is at the present time. That's certainly my hope.
It's the step probably of the greatest freedom and emancipation that the human race has ever known. There's been a long history of freedom, if you think of it, starting in the early caves, and then exploring the seas, and then going over the mountains, and then getting in the airplanes and seeing if we could fly. At every step, people said, we can't do it. There were the impossibilists. And then there were the possibilists that expanded human freedom.
There is always the lure of the possible future. What humanity envisions can often be achieved. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians. On May 1st, 1915, the Lusitania left New York for her week-long crossing to Liverpool, England. Friends waved goodbyes on what they thought would be a routine voyage. But it wasn't. The journey ended in the tragic death of more than 1,000 Americans. Was the sinking of the Lusitania an unprovoked act of war? Why did the unsinkable ship go down so quickly? Public opinion ran high as the blame was laid squarely on Germany. But was the German Navy solely responsible?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
High society gathered at New York's dockside to bid farewell to the Lusitania. Passengers paid little regard to company leaflets warning them of German U-boats in the Atlantic. Crowds waved goodbye to 1,959 people. Among the passengers was the millionaire Alfred Vanderbilt. The Lusitania was the largest, the fastest, and the most luxurious ship of her time. With a top speed of nearly 26 knots, she had recaptured the blue ribbon from her German rivals. Now, ostensibly to save fuel, one of her 4 turbines had been shut down. It caused a reduction of speed that would put her at a fatal disadvantage if she was forced to outsail a hostile German ship. It did not seem to matter. The United States was neutral. It was unthinkable for the Lusitania to be attacked. Passengers relaxed in the splendor of the lavishly furnished staterooms. The weather on the journey across was splendid. German U-boats had a limited range, and for the first 6 days, no danger threatened. As her route took her round the coast of southern Ireland, however, the Lusitania entered the war zone. Normally, the Royal Navy escorted any ship carrying cargo. Even cargo of mules earlier had warranted 3 destroyers and an armed cruiser. Yet the Lusitania, with its VIP passengers, was sailing the course alone. There had been warnings. An advertisement of the Lusitania's sailing times was accompanied by a notice from the German embassy advising passengers that they traveled at their own risk. German U-boats freely roamed the high seas and scored some spectacular successes. Moreover, a single German U-boat was known to be active in the war zone, which was part of the Lusitania's path. It was commanded by a Captain Schreiger, who had once attacked a hospital ship without warning. During the 30 hours before the Lusitania's arrival, he had sunk 3 vessels off the Irish coast, 2 of them substantial merchant ships. To sink them, he had to use up all but 1 of his torpedoes. As he awaited the Lusitania, he surfaced to regenerate his batteries, and his crew relaxed in the warm spring sunshine. He had no real hope of sinking the great liner, but equally, he was in no great danger. No armed ships from the British Navy were around to harass him. Off the old head of Kinsale, he again submerged, waiting beneath the calm waters. An hour later, the Lusitania was sighted. The fateful meeting was about to take place. For survivor Mrs. Avis Foley, a 12-year-old girl who had been traveling alone to school in England, disaster struck with unexpected suddenness.
We were enjoying a delicious lunch, which was simply marvelous. The meals were all marvelous on the boat, when suddenly the whole boat was shaken by a tremendous blow. Some people say there were 2 torpedoes, but my recollection is that there was only 1.
Well, I must have been at the wheel almost half an hour, and I heard the lookoutman shout, "This is torpedo coming on the starboard bow, sir." Well, it no sooner said starboard bow, sir, than that was it. And it must have hit very close behind the bridge, because we couldn't see one another for quite a while, for coal dust and one thing and another, and everybody thought she was going straight over. And the water started to come over the starboard wing of the bridge, and the captain said, "Save yourself."
She was listing over to the starboard side pretty steeply, and I was going to get in this boat here, or standing by it, when the fellow got excited and he was lowering his side down, and the other fellow either couldn't release the ropes, tangled, and I saw all the people emptied into the water. This fellow got panicky and lowered down, and they emptied the people into the water. That was the next boat, the one I got in, number 13.
The Lusitania was thought to be unsinkable. She went down, however, with appalling swiftness. 18 minutes in some accounts, 21 minutes in others. For many families, there was not time to find relatives.
I don't know how long I was in the water on the wreckage, but when I came to, there was a crowd around me, and they were pumping water from me. And next thing, they give me a cup of tea and put a blanket round me. When I went along this dock road, they were making mortuaries in each shop with white sheets on and bodies lying on the shop floors. Then from there, I went round thinking I could see my father, and into London Road where I lived. When I got home, it seems my mother was down at Lamb Street with a baby.
The shock of the tragedy was felt on both sides of the Atlantic. 1,201 men, women, and children died. For several days, crowds lingered at the railway station in Liverpool, where survivors were brought, hoping against all odds that a familiar face would be among them. Most were disappointed. In Ireland, mass graves were dug for victims whose bodies had been washed ashore and could not be identified. The inquest accused the Germans of committing willful murder. No awkward questions were asked about why the Lusitania had sunk so quickly, or why only 700 people had been saved. The English newspapers concentrated the blame entirely upon the Germans. Public opinion in Britain and the United States fueled reasons for involvement in World War I. Headlines proclaimed the Germans abandoned their right to be called civilized. Violent mobs demonstrated against the Germans and broke up shops owned by German nationals. Gradually, questions began to appear. Why was the Lusitania left apparently unescorted through dangerous waters? Why did she sink so quickly? After the sinking of the Lusitania, local boats worked non-stop, bringing survivors and bodies to Queenstown, where high street shops were turned into improvised mortuaries. The dockyard has been long deserted by the British Navy. The old courthouse where the coroner condemned the Germans still stands. Close by is a monument to the victims of the German attack. But the greatest reminder of all, the Lusitania, lies south of Queenstown, 315 feet down. After she was sunk, further questions were asked. Why was there no escort? How could such an enormous vessel as the Lusitania be sunk by a single torpedo? Later in the war, a sister ship was struck by no less than 12 torpedoes and still managed to sail to port. For nearly 50 years, the mystery of why the Lusitania sank so quickly lay hidden on the seabed. Then, a team of divers, led by the American John Light, penetrated the murky waters. They brought back photographic evidence of what happened.
In 1960, I first came here to dive on the Lusitania. Between 1960 and 1962, I made 37 dives to her personally. And with the divers that were with me, we made 109 dives altogether.
The divers found the vessel split in half. John Light made a further discovery which reveals much about the secret cargo aboard the Lusitania.
She does have, however, another split, which is caused by an internal explosion that starts on this side of the ship, just underneath the bridge, and goes down on an angle forward. And as it goes down, it opens out. And the bottom of the ship is pretty well blasted away. Now we can conclude from this that this is an extension of the explosion that occurred by the torpedo hitting the other side of the ship. The bow itself is twisted. It's twisted nearly off. But your plates buckle outwards. And there can be no doubt that an internal explosion is what caused her to sink.
What could have caused such a gigantic explosion? Colin Simpson.
The reason why the Lusitania sunk when she was hit by one torpedo is no longer a mystery. The Lusitania was being used to carry contraband from North America to England. There is no doubt from the ship's manifest that it was a cargo of explosive. She was loaded with shells, with shell fuses, with a type of gun cotton called pyroloxene, and it was all hidden up in the forward holds. Before she was allowed to leave New York, under American neutrality laws, she had to submit a manifest, that's a list of what she was carrying, to the harbor authorities. She submitted a forgery, and the American authorities, full knowing it was a forgery, accepted it. But a truer manifest was also made, and it was locked away. When the torpedo hit, it hit the exact hole, it's called the Orlop hole, where the gun cotton was stowed. And the torpedo just made a lot of noise, and the gun cotton blew her bottom out. She sank in 21 minutes.
U.S. knowledge of the explosives on board is revealed by a confidential White House memorandum. President Wilson asked Deputy Secretary Robert Lansing, were any contraband munitions aboard the Lusitania when torpedoed? Lansing replied, practically all her cargo was contraband of some kind. The British Admiralty ordered authorities in Ireland ensure that bodies selected for inquest have not been killed or mutilated by means which we do not wish made public.
So there was a monumental Anglo-American cover-up. It was at the highest level, involving Winston Churchill on the English side and Franklin D. Roosevelt, then Secretary of State for the Navy, on the American side. There's little doubt the American Secretary of State and his deputy both knew the true story. The cover-up had to survive two separate inquiries, one in England and one in New York. Both judges were ordered to suppress certain evidence and keep secret certain papers.
The suppressed documents reveal that Captain William Turner, master of the Lusitania, was to be made the scapegoat. From the British Admiralty came the message, I am directed to inform you that it is considered politically expedient that Captain Turner be most prominently blamed for the disaster. Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, agreed. He said, I consider the Admiralty case against the captain should be pressed by a skillful counsel. From Lord Fisher, Captain Turner of the Lusitania is a scoundrel and has been bribed. The master of the Lusitania acted directly contrary to the written general instructions received from Queenstown during the hours immediately preceding the attack. On the facts at present disclosed, the master appears to have displayed an almost inconceivable negligence, and one is forced to conclude that he is either utterly incompetent or has been got at by the Germans. Sir Edward Grey, Foreign Secretary, underlined the official approach. He said, Captain Turner was fully informed of the presence of hostile submarines in the vicinity of the place in which he was torpedoed. The inquiry was told the captain recklessly took the unarmed Lusitania into a danger area.
Lusitania was deliberately sent into a hazardous area where there was a German U-boat without escorts and with a dangerous cargo. And the tragedy could have been avoided. The Lusitania was designed as an armed cruiser. The archives of the National Maritime Museum clearly hold the drawings showing that she was designed to carry 12 6-inch guns. The guns were actually fitted on May the 13th, 1913. Churchill had the thought of the Lusitania being attacked by the Germans very much on his mind. He commissioned a paper on the political repercussions in the event of the Lusitania being sunk by a German submarine, 5 weeks before this happened. That morning, as the Lusitania approached the old Head of Kinsale, the King of England had seen the American ambassador, had said to him, what will happen if the Lusitania is sunk? Now, the Admiralty says she was clearly warned and she was told to steer a certain course. But in the Admiralty records, the page of that signal log is missing. Off the south coast of Southern Ireland is a little signal station called Valencia, which monitored those signals. And the pages of that signal book are still there. They clearly show that the Lusitania was not told that the U-20 was waiting for her. And worst of all, the only sensible message clearly identified her to anybody listening. That reads, to Alfred Vanderbilt aboard the SS Lusitania Valencia, hope you have a safe crossing, looking forward to seeing you soon. At the last minute, and without telling anyone on board the Lusitania, all those escorts were withdrawn. Either it was monumental mismanagement or a calculated risk, and I've come to the conclusion it's a calculated risk.
Buried in Queenstown, far from home, the victims may therefore have been casualties of international diplomacy. Churchill, it is known, wished above all to bring the United States into the war. He wrote later, in spite of all its horror, we must regard the sinking of the Lusitania as an event most important and favorable to the Allies. At the summit, true politics and strategy are one. The maneuver which brings an ally into the field is as serviceable as that which wins a great battle. Those who died in the Lusitania were perhaps victims not just of war, but of politics. Echoes of the Lusitania began in 1941 with the USS Greer. An American destroyer, the Greer was on a mail run to Iceland. A British patrol plane spotted a German submarine and alerted the USS Greer. The Greer began to aggressively track the U-boat. The Germans, wishing to avoid detection, submerged. For 2 hours, the Greer and the German U-boat played a game of cat and mouse. Because the Greer was unmarked, the Germans assumed they were being pursued by a British destroyer, and the U-boat fired a torpedo at the American ship. The USS Greer set off depth charges.
In spite of what Hitler's propaganda bureau has invented, in spite of what any American obstructionist organization may prefer to believe, I tell you the blunt fact that the German submarine fired first upon this American destroyer, Greer, without warning and with deliberate design to sink her.
Just as the sinking of the Lusitania speeded America's entrance into World War I, the Greer incident provided the same two leaders, Roosevelt and Churchill, with reasons for stepping up America's hostilities toward Germany prior to World War II. What links this modern sun worshiper to this girl who is about to die? In this reenactment, she is about to be sacrificed to the sun in a ritual practiced many centuries ago on the plains of North America. Continents away, great civilizations built soaring temples, and their priests devoted their lives to the worship and study of the sun. Human sacrifice, fantastic architectural achievement, entire cultures dedicated to the sun. Are these also haunting reminders of earlier civilizations? Or do these silent sentinels point the way to the future?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
This Aztec calendar depicts a vengeful sun at its center, a god who could only be appeased with human blood. Over the centuries, our views and our rituals have changed. We can hardly wait for the first sparkle of morning light to rush to our meccas of solar worship. To the beaches, the mountains, the deserts, anywhere that we can put on ritual garments, cover ourselves with soothing ointments, and dedicate our bodies to the sun. Technology has brought the sun indoors for year-round worship. Does a vengeful sun god still exact his price? This is skin cancer.
I'm a sun worshiper. I spend an awful lot of time in the sun, and I always have, up until the time I had the cancer.
John McMahon was cured of skin cancer by Dr. James Sternberg.
The problem is that most of these people who are going out and getting tans don't understand what they're doing to themselves, because the sun really can be hazardous.
You know, and you don't think about the harmful aspects of the sun, because it's wonderful, it's warm, and it's a lot of a social thing in there, and nobody thinks about the cancerous aspects of it. Nobody.
The important thing is that you understand what the sun does. Each individual person can make their own decision on whether or not they want to get sun or not.
Is the same sun that once demanded human sacrifice now the key to human survival?
And there are several forms of solar energy that are ready to use right now.
Too many people have been misled to believe that the sun is going to solve all of our problems.
We could achieve 100% use of solar energy.
There's no way that this can be done in this century.
For a century and a half, we have mined our planet for fuel. But the Earth and her resources are not limitless. There are signs that nature is beginning to choke in the grip of technology. How long can we afford to ignore a source of energy greater than any that man has created?
We need to have power now.
Robert Deach of Southern California Edison does not believe solar technology is ready.
But in order to meet our demands in the 1980s, we're going to have to depend on the conventional technologies that we know and that we can install now, and that is coal and nuclear.
Dr. Barry Commoner of Washington University has doubts about nuclear energy.
Nuclear is not renewable. Nuclear energy, as we now use it, is based on burning up uranium. And if we built all the nuclear power plants that we're supposed to, the uranium supplies would run out in 25 to 30 years. That's why we have to turn to solar energy.
The search for a solar future starts with a trip back, almost to the Stone Age. Back to these Indian dwellings literally carved out of the side of a mountain. The Indians of Mesa Verde scratched their existence from the hostile soil of the Colorado Desert. They survived against the freezing winters and burning summers. They protected themselves against the elements in houses heated and cooled by solar energy. Without machines or technology, the Anasazi Indians created these houses that shaded themselves in summer, and in winter stored needed heat in thick stone walls. Do these lessons hold any value today? This house uses techniques developed over 800 years ago. Bill Wilson, an expert in solar energy, explains the more advanced techniques used.
Active solar is a situation in where you are capturing the sun by use of a collector and then using a pump or a blower to move that heat someplace else where it will be utilized or stored.
These rocks store the sun's energy and make it available at night and on cloudy days. The technology may seem simple, but the fact is the sun provides most of the heating and cooling needed here, and the sun is absolutely free. An even greater test of the techniques developed at Mesa Verde occurred here in Modesto, California. Using only light from the sun, this commercial greenhouse maintains a controlled environment essential for the growth of vulnerable young plants. How does it differ from greenhouses that rely on conventional energy sources?
The design is intended to heat and cool the greenhouse with minimum energy input and is proving very successful so far. In the wintertime, the sunshine comes through that skylight and gives us a very broad band. In the middle of winter, it strikes these barrels and they'll soak up the heat to keep the house warm. In the summertime, you'll notice the X implies that we have no direct sunshine coming in, but we have enough light to give our plants the energy to grow well by the fact that we're bouncing it off the reflective roof and off the white ceiling. This greenhouse is staying cooler by 5 or 10 degrees with no energy input than are the two commercially designed greenhouses which have electrical cooling.
Sunshine, universal, inexhaustible, and free. It is clear that the legacy of the Mesa Verde Indians is a valuable and practical lesson. But 800 years of scientific and technological development have increased our ability to exploit the sun and its enormous store of power. In Modesto, California, scientists are releasing solar energy from sewage and running city vehicles at a cost of only 35 cents a gallon. In order to understand this process called biomass, we must realize that every living thing gets energy from the sun. This energy is stored in every plant, in every leaf, in every flower. And when plants die, their energy can be recaptured as methane gas. Is it possible that America's great farmlands could become a source of fuel? According to Bill Wilson, the answer may be yes.
Their Modesto plant is doing nothing more than taking what was before a wasted fuel, taking some of the unneeded gases out of it, compressing it, and using it to run the pickups and cars for the city. The plant is producing methane at 35 cents a gallon and producing 1,000 gallons per day.
A seemingly impossible dream is becoming a reality in this laboratory in Santa Monica, California. Solar energy is turning water into fuel. This Jeep runs on hydrogen made from water. Gerald Schafflander pioneered a new process to make automotive fuel. It relies on free energy from the sun to manufacture hydrogen.
We make a liquid hydride, which we call high fuel. That's non-flammable, that's very inexpensive, is done through a well-known process called the Haber process.
The process starts with this solar cell. It turns light into electricity. In normal use, the light would be sunshine. When the solar cells are arranged in collectors like these, the sun's energy is focused and multiplied. The electricity created produces hydrogen, but hydrogen is explosive. In this synthesizer, it combines with ammonia to create a safe liquid called a hydride. It is the fuel that powers this engine.
We can make modest changes in the carburetor and the fuel line, a modest change in the gas tank, and we can run any vehicle, any standard car can be converted now in about 3 hours to run on our high fuel.
A simple Jeep, but with a new carburetor and the addition of this pressure regulator, it now runs on solar-created hydrogen fuel. The exhaust is almost entirely water vapor. Soon, this non-polluting solar fuel may be sold to the public for only 59 cents a gallon. From the simple stone dwellings of the ancients, we have taken many steps toward a solar future. What new technologies will tomorrow's sunrise reveal? Lacking the oil resources of its neighbors, Israel is turning to an intriguing form of solar energy.
Israel was the first country to move forward into solar energy, both for
Tom
water
Hayden,
heating and
chairman of SolarCal, explains.
And they have a project at the Dead Sea called a solar pond, and it generates electricity, and potentially it could generate the 3,000 megawatts of electricity that the whole country needs.
The Dead Sea absorbs and stores heat from the sun because of the extreme amount of salt in its water. A natural property of salt water is the ability to retain heat. A layer of fresh water is added to trap the heat at the bottom, where the water becomes so hot, it actually boils. The steam created can run a turbine and generate electricity.
We see solar ponds having a wide area.
Bob French of Jet Propulsion Laboratories is an advocate.
We can use that 200-degree source temperature for heating houses or for heating greenhouses, for drying crops. In certain industrial applications it can be used. We even think we can use it for desalinating water.
This potent source of power is not confined to the ancient waters of the Dead Sea. At the Salton Sea in Southern California, Israeli and American scientists are working on a similar project. Without burning a drop of oil or using an ounce of uranium, this project could supply the daily needs of 600,000 people.
I am very excited about solar ponds, and I think that holding it in perspective, it can be one major element in our quest to solve our energy problems. It's not the solution, but it is a piece of it.
Robert Deitch of Southern California Edison.
Solar energy has a place in the future. There's no question about that. It's a matter of how much and how fast we get solar energy.
How much? How fast? These questions are a prime concern of Sandia Laboratories in Albuquerque. We spoke to the director, Glenn Brandvold, about the potential of photovoltaic cells.
Photovoltaic cells are a relatively new invention, something like only 25 years old. A solar cell is one of the simplest devices you can think of. You take one of the most common materials on Earth, silicon, purify it, put a very small amount of electrode material on it, expose it to sunlight, and electricity flows. No moving parts, nothing to wear out. Kind of the ideal solar to electric converter.
Can this simple device be even more efficient? Sandia engineer Glenn Schaefer explains one approach.
We can use a concentrating lens such as this one to concentrate the sunlight onto the solar cell and thus replace expensive solar cell with a low-cost lens.
It turns out nature is occasionally kind. If one doubles the sunlight illumination on a cell, you get more than twice as much electricity out. Presently, we're designing systems with optical concentrations of, as we say, 50 to a couple of hundred suns illumination. And the prospects are encouraging that these kind of systems, in fact, can be lower cost than flat panel silicon cells.
Producing electricity in a laboratory is one thing, but can photovoltaic cells work under actual conditions? Strangely enough, the search took us back to a desert landscape like the one seen from the cliffside dwellings of Mesa Verde. The village is Chuchulik, and the 95 people who live here are Papago Indians. Many generations of their people are buried in this parched soil. In many ways, the passing generations have brought little change. The people of Chuchulik still struggle against the elements to raise their livestock and eke out a living under a burning sun. Until recently, the town had no electricity. The villagers gathered water by hand from a single well. The only sources of light were candles and kerosene lanterns. In 1978, Chuchulik became the first community in the world to rely entirely on solar power. These photovoltaic cells were installed by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. They create 3.5 kilowatts of electricity, which can be stored in this special cluster of batteries. David Santos, chairman of the village, monitors the system. In spirit, at least, he is a descendant of the cliff-dwelling Indians of Mesa Verde, pioneering a solar future.
What the NASA people put in was the refrigerators and a washing machine and a sewing machine and also the water pump. It runs the water pump. Everything is automatic.
A single washing machine, electric lights, refrigeration. A humble step, perhaps, but a fundamental one for these Papago Indians.
They do believe that they are happy with the lights and out of their refrigerators they're getting ice cubes and the washing machine. I believe they're pretty happy about it.
Today, there is electricity in Chuchulik. What does the future hold? Can solar energy meet the demands of a growing technological society?
At this
Glenn
point
Brandvold of Sandia Labs.
Supply. The country is a big country. We need a lot of energy for a variety of purposes, both centralized and decentralized.
To do that with solar would require land size the size of the state of Oregon.
These huge mirrors are still now. They are part of an experimental power plant called a central receiver tower. When these heliostats begin to move, they will act as a concentrating lens the size of 8 football fields. Computer control allows each mirror to track the sun with total precision. As they begin to move and turn their reflecting surfaces skyward, the mirrors will multiply the power of the sun over 2,000 times. The heat generated will be so great that our In Search of crew was only allowed to film the process from the safety of ground level. Liquid in the boiler at the top of the tower will be heated to temperatures of up to 4,000 degrees. This superheated liquid could be used to generate electricity without the use of oil or uranium.
The forecasts for solar thermal systems, whether from center receivers or line focus technology, suggest that within the next 5 or 10 years, really mostly depending on volume production, that energy can be delivered at costs competitive with energy from oil or natural gas.
This is an experiment, but at this moment, a working power plant is being built at Barstow, California. Its 1,900 heliostats will produce 10 million watts of electricity.
That facility will operate and cost on the order of 90 cents per kilowatt hour once it's in operation. And this is the cost to the customer. Whereas other energy sources, for instance, today, our nuclear energy costs approximately 1.7 cents per kilowatt hour. Oil generation costs approximately 4 to 5 cents per kilowatt hour, and coal approximately 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So there's a vast difference in cost.
Dr. Barry Commoner.
It's entirely possible, as I've said, to have solar devices that are bad, that are economically costly, and even solar techniques that are harmful to the environment. I think one should be very careful about creating a new solar mythology.
From solar worship to advanced solar technology, there seems little doubt that our civilization will build its own temples to the sun. Solar power may never meet all of our energy needs. The future may be unclear, but here, in the isolated village of Chuchulik, right now, it works.
A lot of people don't understand what the sun can be used for, and I don't either, but I know, I mean, it's doing it because I work at it, and so I know what the sun can do, and I'm happy about it.